Доброе утро, Генофонд Российской Федерации. Здравствуйте.
Good morning, Genetic Fund of Russian Federation. Hello, people in Kira. Hello, IT guys. Hello, Python lovers. Let's scream that online would hear us. Hello, Huda. I've sent a message to my wife that today I'm going to be speaking in Luzhniki. Hey, hey. And all the speakers, of course, who will come to the stage one after another, going to be met as Luzhniki, as if we are 100,000. And right now, the founder of the Moscow Python community, our father, grandfather, Valentin Dombrovsky, the words of welcome. Hello, Luzhniki. Hello, hello, dear friends. I'm glad to welcome you at our traditional Python Day. We've started this tradition 3 years ago when Positive Hug Days for the first time invented Positive Hug Days Fest. Maybe some of you have visited this event in Culture Park, Park Kultura, and 3 years in a row we are together. Thank you very much for coming, especially thank you very much to you specifically, the most advanced fans of Python, who Saturday morning came here. I have an interesting thought. I've seen advertising, and by the way, there's a Moscow semi-marathon somewhere around here. So if some of us are very sporty, then unfortunately they had to miss our event. And once again, I've seen advertising posts that there's a Slavic Writing and Culture Day on the Red Square. And by my education, I'm a philologist, but perhaps someday, at a certain moment of time, my life have made a wrong turn. Yeah, it was the right turn. So today I'm here with you, and we're going to have a wonderful day of interesting presentations. And in the evening, and we're going to remind you on many occasions, in the evening, we're going to have a community day. That's why please stay with us to the end. Listen to the speakers, ask questions. I'm confident it's going to be very, very, very interesting. Thank you very much. Boom. Yeah. Philologist by first education. Tell me, who is Kafka to you? That's a philosophical question. And speaking about literature, speakers are speaking. They have 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Each one of them have a different, but please pay attention to the mics in rows. If you're adult enough and you've seen KVN on TV, we're going to be asking questions as there. Not volunteers are going to be running to you with microphones, but there could be a joke about SDEC or the Post of Russia. But you prepare a question, and then with this question written down on the paper at the end of the presentation, approach the mic, ask a question, and for the best question that will be selected by the speaker, the publishing house Peter will give you the book. You can choose a book. I have those books to choose. This is a wonderful, touchy activity that is helping us. And by the way, Alexei, I would like to add to this. You who came early will have the highest choice of books. Asking questions to Vasily and being the best out of those who ask questions, you can choose the big set of books. And by the end of the day, the choice will be smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, I will remember how you philologists are having fun. The line. How many letters in this word expecting the Python writer? A lot of standards in Unicode. Hey. On the stage, to speak about all of this right now, as we say, hot pocket from Positive Conscience, Vasily Ryabov. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Thank you for waking up. Well, the presentation won't have common knowledge things, how to use methods, lines, and things like that, but it's going to be about internals, but very understandable, at least in the beginning. So, while you're still alive, let's move on. Well, this is a short slide about me for the last 2 years. Why a line? Because I've been working with a line, and there's a lot of things have been realized in Stroka, and for other types, I have no ideas. About dicts and set, the only thing that I've learned about them is that the set became order in 311. In 310, it wasn't. And about line, there's a lot of things. Everything's going to be on 3.14 alpha, and beta was published at the moment of presentation preparation. Okay, let's move on. Okay, the basics in the beginning. What do we have about Unicode standard and codings? Well, Unicode standard, many heard about it, that it exists, and it has, every symbol has its number. It's not necessarily a representation bytes, it's just a number. And it's called code point. And usually when code point is written, they don't write in hex or 0x, but U+, which means it's a code point. So I will write U+, and it's going to be understandable to you that it is. And in hex, it's convenient to write because 2 numbers in hex, it's 1 byte, which means 4 numbers, 2 bytes, etc. Easy. And the number of symbols in the Unicode standard, I will tell you immediately, it's defined by limitations of one of the coding, UTF-16. It's too far away to 1,155,000 in the latest standard, so it will take a lot of time to fit it in. The standard consists of 2 parts. One part is symbol set, universal character set. They came from ISO standard, but they started syncing with it early in 92, at the second year, as a standard. Unicode standard came to appearance. There are actually 2 standards, but we can think that it's the one. And they have 3 codings, you've heard about them, and 2 of them have byte. LE, little ending, B, it's big ending. Maybe these words are telling you something. However, bytes in different order. UTF-8, it's not up to date, but I will tell you that UTF-32 is the same UCS4. These are synonyms of UTF-16. These are not synonym of UCS2. In UTF-16, you can put any Unicode symbol, including 4-byte one. So UCS2, it's 2-byte one. It's not a full set. That's why it's a sub-unit, and UCS1, it's lesser. It's like UAS, 128 symbols. And this is something that you can code UTF-8, and you can code anything. And there's 1st April option, old coding that was not included in the standard. And sometimes they say that Unicode, but they mean UTF-8, but it's not always true. And then we're going to look why it's not always true. Well, this is a brief story. I've told you that syncing of 92, the first symbols which are not fitting 2 bytes have been created in 2001, and in 90s everything was fitting into 2 bytes. So in Java there's only 2 bytes, and in many other places, Windows, by the way, still there. But somewhere in the year 2008, there was a break-even point when UTF-8 became a little bit more popular than other codings. And it was 40% from all the websites. Right now it's majority. So it's logical that everybody has to use UTF-8. Well, we'll see.
Ну, тут немножко такой душной теории про то, что там есть какие-то плоскости.
Well, it's a theory that there are some planes, and each plane there is a certain set of symbols, and actually there are not 17 of them, but approximately 7, and the rest of them are not certain but reserved. Honestly speaking, you should know only one thing, that there is a basic multilingual planes, UCS2, 2-byte one, and everything else, non-BMP. This is something that more than 2 bytes. That's it. Basically, that's enough for the basics. Okay, how in the Python, in the pure Python, how can you discover code point? We have a symbol, character, and in hex, code point is a 41F. 3 numbers, it's 2 bytes. It means it should take 2 bytes. But English P, it's 1 byte, 70 in hex. And to ordinal function, ordinal, that's the full name of it. There's a black verse or whatever it's called, which you can give code point, and it will spit out the character. And cherry, I've met it in my practice, and you will see this cherry.
Понятно, в 2 байта не помещается, там вот 5.
It doesn't fit 2 bytes, it has 5 numbers.
Интересно,
And what is interesting, Windows console was able to print it, to type it, but it's not so surprising because Windows can take Unicode symbol, any Unicode symbol, not only 2 bytes, but if you use a right button of the and copy from buffer exchange, there will be 2 question marks, not always, and we're going to speak about it a little bit later. So somewhere it's UTF-16 in Windows and somewhere it's UCS2, unfortunately. But if you're going to look at something separately, 2.7 Python in 2.7 Python, it was not real Unicode. It says that maximal character for Fs, that's it. 2 bytes, that's it. Even though Unicode was 5.2.
Как я это узнал, какая версия Unicode была?
How did I learn it and what version of Unicode was in the Python 2.7? We have Unicode data and it has Unicode version. Here it is. In the last 3.14, the fresh one, standard from the last year, autumn. And in 2.7 there was 5.2, which also had more than 2 bytes characters. And in Python they didn't have it.
Ну и про кодировки еще. Я уже
And
говорил,
about
что есть порядок
encodings, I've told you that there is a set bytes.
обязательный.
UTF-16, UTF-32, it's mandatory. How can we determine them? How can we encode it? And for the UTF-8, it's optional, but still it can be written. And in some cases, for the files, for some files, it's mandatory, this byte order mark.
И вот если мы в Python, например, заинкодим
And if in Python you will encode empty line, you will see that Python UTF-8 doesn't mark it by the byte order. You can save time, place. And for UTF-16, UTF-32, welcome. But if you need it for some reason, then there's artificial encoding, additional one, which byte order mark adds it. UTF-8 signature, bomb signature. Yeah, that's how it's translated.
Вот, ну,
Well,
там говорить особо нечего.
about UTF-32, I shouldn't speak about it. What? Set of 4-byte characters for Windows fixing. But UTF-16 is much more interesting.
Завязано в Unicode.
And many things are connected to it in Unicode. It's a double byte encoding, but it's not a fixed length, but variable length, which means if a 4-byte symbol character, then it means we need 2 surrogates, surrogate pair, which represent 1
Говоря, если мы вот
character. But if the second screenshot, this one,
посадим первую
will be just the first half and the second half of the surrogate pair, you are not going to have the symbol that you want to get.
даже больше скажу, строка по факту будет невалидна.
And the line will not be valid.
Потом посмотрим, да?
But how can we detect it? We will look at it. So how can you make invalid line in Python? That's how it is. And the only way that I have utilized and discovered in my experience surrogate pair, you can put it into the incorrect line and you can have a special passage.
Ошибок он сделал, но тем не менее.
As the handler of errors, you can do it, but this surrogate pair can be with a normal cherry.
Перед докладом.
And cake was eaten before the presentation.
Вот тут, собственно, диапазоны
And ranges are here
разных символов. Вот простые символы.
for different characters, simple characters, and halves of surrogate pairs. And there's also private use, but this is not something that you think about. But if you'll agree, then in principle, this is something that you've been thinking about. Depends on how you agree about it.
Суррогатные пары поговорим поподробнее.
About surrogate pairs, I will speak about them in more details. Let's say one half will be delivered to it. And we see that it has created a line. But if you will try to encode UTF-16 into it, and you remember UTF-16 can be encoded any valid Unicode line. But it's not valid because that's why it says surrogate. No, I don't accept it. Not half, not 2 halves.
Мы видели раньше, если мы
As we could see before, if we will not specify surrogate passage separately.
похоже на то, что
So, generally speaking, it looks like, yes, you could interpret it as a bag, but on the other side, you can validate it in such a way, or UTF-8 can be encoded. Doesn't matter which of UTFs. Well, that's how it is.
у вас нету, получается.
And you don't have a guarantee for correctness of the line. If you have a line, maybe it's not valid.
Доведу.
Just remember.
Ну, а по поводу частного
Well,
использования мы
About the private use,
В общем, частное
I've checked
использование
it.
это не surrogate.
Private use, it's not a surrogate pair. It's regular characters,
Всё, как бы.
regular full characters. That's it. Not bug.
Просто он не может напечататься, потому что
It just cannot be printed because Python doesn't know what kind of a symbol it is. It's uncertain. But it's regular.
И напоследок про кодировки. Я
And finally, about encodings, UTF-8 encoding, it's a single byte, and it has characters of variable length 1, 2, 3, 4 bytes. Technically, you could even have 5, 6, but
в стандарте, по-моему,
we still have agreed in the standard it should be defined, but it's not certain
4 байт не надо.
that more than 4 bytes shouldn't be there.
Например, в частном случае
And for example, in the private case, if it's an ASCII line in UTF-8,
каждый символ 1 байт, и получается
every character is 1 byte, then the length in code points is the length in bytes. And from ASCII, it's checked simply. The length in bytes equal to length in endpoints, then it's ASCII. That's it.
ну и
And
должна быть самой компактной. но
UTF-8 should be the most compact one, but it's not always like that. For example, it says in Chinese, "Hello world." Well, Chinese people, it's the world of people, and something is being created. Some piece of meat has been. If you will encode it into UTF-8, every symbol takes 3 bytes.
2 байта.
In UTF-16, 2 bytes.
Длина должна быть 8
The length, but the length should be 8. But due to the fact that we have 2 bytes
то это, собственно,
for the
байт остаточный.
order of bytes, it's 8 bytes, the remaining characters, and the rest is bomb.
Ну, ладно, вы скажете, ну,
Well, okay, you can say you've been given us a theory about Unicode, encoding, but what about Python? Can you tell us about
тут
the
я могу
Python?
сказать, что
So I can tell you that all normal
готовили в майские праздники.
speakers have been preparing during the May holidays all the presentations, but I've been working.
Мне говорят, ладно,
Well,
культиватором
they
нечестно.
are telling me, okay, cultivator, it's not honest. I've been working only half a day. Okay, let's dig deeper and longer.
Вот возьмем, например,
Here it is.
строку
Let's take a line.
7, да, вот если
Hello,
мы
everybody.
8, она там
If we will encode it into UTF-8, it takes certain unknown bytes, but we can measure the length of this line and the length in code points or in characters. Yeah, it's better to say in code points than characters. You understand? And if you will encode it in bytes, then it happens that UTF-8 is the most compact one. And if you will ask why UTF-32 is not be used,
он
should not be
много
used.
памяти
Well,
занимает, как бы, зачем?
look how much memory it takes. Why?
Ну, хочется узнать, ладно, в байте
And also, I'd like to find out, well, you can encode into bytes and you will find out in bytes, but in a line, how much? And how it's stored in memory, how much it takes, how can you look at it, how can you see that? Maybe, no way. But if you want to, if you really want to, okay, let's look at it. For example, we have
getSizeof,
getSizeof
зовет там слот метод
function. It calls slot method sizeof, which is available on any inbuilt type, and the line is also knows how to report its size. And empty line, it's ASCII line,
байт. Ну, то есть
41
начальная C-шная структура,
memory.
наверное,
So it's some
а потом
initial
мы будем добавлять
IC structure, then we will add 1 byte each, and then it grows by 1 byte. So internally, it's not UTF-16 because otherwise it would grow by 2 bytes. As, for example, it was done in Java, C#, JavaScript, they still use 2 bytes.
поддерживаются иногда.
Sometimes surrogate pairs are supported, sometimes not. Depends.
Ну ладно, давайте засунем не ASCII строки.
Okay, let's take not ASCII lines and let's look at
Смотрим, уже у нас
by byte symbols, and we see the initial structure should be 58 bytes. If we will add to the empty line, it's going to be 60.
там прям внутри что-то поменялось.
This is all. So inside something has changed, and initial structure has changed by its size. Something very interesting. But 2 bytes are added as it has to. Okay, let's see the mixture. For example, in the beginning we have dual byte symbols. We should add 1 byte
Добавляется всё равно 2
F and space, but 2 bytes are added. If it would be UTF-8, they would add 1 byte, so it's not UTF-8 as well. Okay, you can say, I'm not going to take any more of your time. Honestly speaking, it's adaptive representation, and it still is like that.
от того, какие символы есть в строке.
Depending on which symbols, which characters are available in the line, and how can we define that? For example, we go through the line and we define the maximum code point, max chart, it's called here.
Для тех, кто
For those of you who don't know or forgot C, just in case, I will remind you that union in the structure means that all these pointers, they are in the same memory, in one set of memory. And depending on the representation, you can interpret it as UCACS1, UCS2, UCS4, and point, period point, star. And flags are stored in a first substructure. All this. And single byte representation can be used 11 to 56 symbols and ASCII only 127. Logical, more dense usage of single byte representation. So it's going to be looking like that. And then this representation has been created in the Python 3.3 15 years ago. And in Python 3.3, they've done a lot to make it convenient to port from 2.7 to the Python number 3. Because in the beginning, not everything was beautiful with porting. And prefix E has been returned and many other things. And after that, after 3.3, 3.4, they started moving to the Python number 3 more actively. But it took a lot. Everybody remembers that. And out of significant. F lines have been added in 3.6 and in 3.12. They have been improved completely. They became, they applied in more places and they have been properly defined in grammar. If you know what I'm speaking about, you know. And in 3.14 beta 0, they have involved new lines, T lines. It's like F, but instead of F, you write T. And you don't have immediate formatting. You can make a delayed formatting. And they do have a certain hate about this feature. But its meaning is that delayed formatting so that we will be able to check that input that is coming to us, if it's from untrusted source, we could verify it, that it can be formatted, because it might have SQL injection or something like that. But they have discovered a problem with a security concatenation, but in the next beta it's going to be fixed, and they are pulling this in the code. They have checked and fixed it. Well, nothing interesting about methods, but when I've been writing about method format, and Nikita Sobolev said, oh yeah, I'm going to check it. But honestly speaking, for 3.14, if you will assemble Snow-GIL with settings, the method format, it's thread safe because they have added critical section. But if you will assemble it with GIL, the critical section is not going to be there. And with a certain option of switching the threads, it may be not thread safe, but you have to check it. And this is out of surprising discoveries, and it was written documentation. Read documentation, it's very interesting. And the rest, it's, you know, small things. Some minor improvements, but the line is very conservative type. Well, and for example, there is non-consistency available between positional and keyword arguments. Some methods, some arguments can be the keywords, and some of them, none of them can be a keyword. So in theory, this could be improved, but it's like that, as we call it, potential bug of low priority. Well, and what else is available except for the line? There's a regular statements, and we can have a separate presentation about them. And there's model string, which has a set of symbols, which are numbers, ASCII symbols. There's a punctuation and some other characters. Out of interesting things, they have analogy of method title, which is called function cup words, because title doesn't work as you expected. After the apostrophe, the S letter increases and makes the uppercase. But cup words is looking at a more better definition of the word, and S is not making it bigger. But also title has is title method, which checks that this is a title, and cup words does not have this is cup words. And ideally, we just want to realize it. So please take this idea. This is easy medium idea. And they also have a couple of classes, like a formatter is used in the format method in percent compilation, and it has a couple of C functions which in C submodule underline string is available. So this is all realistically used, but you just don't know about that.
Давайте посмотрим, а где у нас это реализация.
Okay, let's look at where this realization is located because we are closer to the C code.
Переживайте, там просто я так
Please don't worry. It's just overview.
вот файлик unicode object.c.
And even the file object, Unicode object with the word Unicode, because in Python 2.7 the type is called Unicode, it has not been transformed into the object. And this is the biggest C file in Python. It takes so many lines, 16700, a lot.
И там, соответственно, есть и структуры вот эти.
And of course, it has structures for these three representations and all the methods. And it has this underlined string mode is inbuilt in there, even though it's small. And there are two different iterators. If you'll create iterators, you will say that for ASCII lines, there are a separate type of iterator. And for the second one are two. Two is enough, not three.
И это еще не все. Есть еще...
And that's not it. There's also after-generated file that processes argy-quargy, args and quarks, and you need to look at the self-reading clinic in order to equalize args and quarks for all the methods, and you should look into this file and understand how it generated. We're not going to look at it, no time. And then implementation of a specific method is being called airsplit, and implementation is being called out of the head Object-C file.
И это еще не все. Есть
And that's not it.
автогенерированных файлов.
We have a lot of other auto-generated files which are generated not by a single script, by at least by two. Like Unicode data,
Файлы из стандарта Unicode.
which takes from Unicode standard and transform them in a header where they have tables, how to transform line into lowercase, uppercase, the characters, and depending from the character and the endpoint, it takes from the spreadsheet whatever it needs.
И там для всех почти методов вот так.
And it works for all the methods like that. And we also have global objects and utilization of not only a line, but being more particular, statical cached lines. And we're going to speak about them a little bit later. Please don't think about it right now.
Очень много файлов.
So there's a lot of files. Big type.
Давайте вернемся пока еще к стандарту.
Okay, let's go back to the Unicode standard. We have not finished with it.
Кроме символов обычных есть
In
еще
addition to regular symbols, there are so-called combined methods, underlines, caps,
там даже еще некоторые
and other things. And some of them,
там вот филологи знают, что в некоторых
labels, philologists know that in some languages they have different emphasis. We have only one acute emphasis. And what's interesting that every combining label has its own code point. It goes as a separate symbol, separate character.
Давайте посмотрим вот у этой.
So let's look at this particular line. What's going to be the length in characters? Raise your hand, those who think it's 4.
Чувствовали подвох. А кто за 5?
You see the trick. Who thinks it's 5?
Не очень много, но ладно.
Not many.
На самом деле больше вариантов-то и нет.
Okay, I'm not going to take your time. There's no more options. It's 5.
А мы даже видели, вот почему. Вот видите,
And we have seen why. You see, there's no space,
то есть он
but
что-то
cursor
почувствовал,
blinks
консоль
on
почувствовала.
the right. It feels something. Console felt something.
И действительно, если мы заинкодим в UTF-8, видим,
And if you will encode it into UTF-8, you will see that E letter is regular. But for me, this
point там фактически идет.
comma it goes with a separate code point. But you can make 4.
Букву Ё по-другому, да? Да.
If you will write this your differently, and for this case with colon, thanks to Petrov and during the podcast, we have discussed this case.
Вот давайте потренируемся, так сказать, на ежиках. Вот у нас есть четырехзначный ежик, есть, значит, пятизначный.
We have 4-bit hedgehog, 5-bit hedgehog.
Очевидно, они не равны. И чё,
They are not
как нам
equal.
сравнивать их вообще?
And how can we
Оказывается, в стандарте Unicode
compare them? But in the Unicode standard, there is a thing,
называется она
it's
нормализация.
defined in the standard. It's called normalization.
И нам теперь останется только решить,
So we have to decide which of these hedgehogs is normal. Not just a question.
чтобы сделать ежиков нормальными, есть
In order to make those hedgehogs regular ones, we have a Unicode data and normalize function,
алгоритмов нормализации.
and it figures out normalization algorithms. There are 4 of them described, and they're all realized, and you have to specify them, obviously. So hedgehogs are not equal, but if you normalize them, they will become equal. Okay,
Посмотрим, какой из них нормальный.
let's see which one of them is okay. The first algorithm of normalization NFT gives us that hedgehog with eyes and right is a normal one.
Ежики в мире, да?
Our hedgehogs are the best hedgehogs in the world. But if you'll take another algorithm of normalization, then another 4-bit hedgehog will become normal. Normality depends from the point of view and from the algorithm of normalization.
О, еще не все нормально.
However, not everything is normal.
Пробуем.
If we will try to take
Он
index
нам вернет, допустим,
and the first character will be returned without the column, it's a 5-bit hedgehog. Then for the second symbol, whether it could put a column, but it couldn't print the closing parentheses,
а если мы еще и
square parentheses. But if you'll flip it over as we like to do it, then it moves to another letter, the first letter in the word eternity.
у нас фактически
So basically speaking,
не учитывается тот факт, что у нас два...
they don't take into consideration the fact that two E-code points can encode one character. There is no common sense. It's missing.
Ну, ладно.
Well,
Более-менее
okay,
разобрались.
we have figured it out about
Чит-шит, напоминалка про
hedgehogs.
дефолтные кодировки, и они там есть
There are default encodings.
даже чуть больше, но Legacy мы в счет не берем. Вот sysstd-out и std-error у нас тоже имеют свою кодировку. Вот у меня, например, она UTF-8. Но если мы бы запустили
std out also has its own encoding.
потом бы консоль
For
приоттачили,
me, it is
у нас бы использовалась
UTF-8.
кодировка из модуля locale.
With the console attached, the encoding will come from the attached module. Yes, I have the Russian locale installed.
Все остальное
You got me.
для чего используется? Конечно же,
I blew my cover, but it's clear why it is used. It is recommended
будет такая,
to specify encoding in the clear. If not specified, it will be one of the
ну и
encodings listed. There is a whole list.
требует, например, функции
Even rough
кодировку явно.
in the open function requires that the encoding be specified explicitly. But it's best to remind you, I think you're not tired enough or not awake enough.
Runtime и парсер.
Let's get down to a runtime and a parser. Yes, the guts, the nitty-gritty details. There are cached strings in the runtime, ones I mentioned earlier.
Первые самые распространенные.
Even 3 types of them that I found. The first and the most popular one. There is a similar thing for int.
Ключевые слова, например, все пустая строка.
There are keywords, an empty string, 256 single byte strings, and lots of embedded names. These are cached. And there is no link counter. The garbage collector doesn't touch them.
В качестве указателей на функции передаются, которые чистят, да?
And null points are relayed as
Потому что они выделены на стеке, на колл-стеке с C-шным рантаймом.
to functions.
Да? Каким, ну,
It is the C runtime compiled by Python,
или еще каким
so to say VCC, or any other compiler out there.
чистить, они сами при завершении
No need to clean them up.
при выходе.
Once the interpreter terminates, they will be freed up on their own. Even though they're in the runtime, they're made for IST path optimization, so that we can speed up the process of converting source code into bytecode. The second one is less frequent. This is just internal strings, not static. They're freed up, but not dynamically. They can be in various sub-interpreters, and they may vary across various sub-interpreters. This feature is not enabled by default, but if you enable it, you can use it.
Самый редкий вид — это
And the third, the least frequent, is mortal. It has GC, garbage collector. They can be freed up in the process. And before becoming immortal, it first becomes mortal, then immortal. This is the sequence. Mortal, then immortal.
строки требуют брать
But mortal strings,
интерпретер log, GIL, и
they require global interpreter log, GIL,
пока они отключены, то есть
then
вида нет.
they are
Но если вы
freed up.
GIL соберете, да?
It's It's not available yet in Node.jl, but probably in the future this feature will be implemented, a critical section will be added. These calls in the C code, you can see them in around 15 places, but normally these are constants in bytecode, some embedded attributes like two underscores file, two underscores, and something like that. Since the idea was to optimize the parser, let's take a look at the parsing. We seem to have a parser. It's supposed to be separate from the runtime, but it is not. It does use the runtime heavily, and runtime is in the libpython, in this dynamic library. And the most useful thing is strings. It would be convenient to split them, but you cannot just take them and split them. You cannot just split libpython into separate modules. There are a number of obstacles to that. And we'll discuss these in part. It is a PEP-level idea. It still requires justification and feasibility. Without wrapper, we need to have C functions separately and PyObject separately, and call them from AST parser without calling the runtime at all. But this is not sufficient. But it is even partially implemented. At the beginning of the file, you can specify the encoding to tell the AST parser, please make sure you pass this according to this encoding. Let's take a look at the codecs. In stringlib, we have codex.h, but it's a pretty small one, and built-in codecs in Object-C. It's around 4.5K strings, out of which codecs account for 3,000.29, 8.3,000. There is a wrapper for built-in codecs for CJK, Chinese, Japanese, Korean languages. And you can register your own codec. Such modules do exist. There are non-text encodings written in pure Python. This is one of the bottlenecks or pitfalls. But you cannot put byte-to-byte encodings in parsers. But virtually all, it's around 115 encodings, and most of them are text-based. On the other hand, the latest codec was added in 2016. It's been 9 years since then. The code is pretty simple, Python code. One could convert that with a simple script into C code. That would be pretty easy to implement technically, but there is another detail. We should take a look at the community, since this is an open source product. Andrew Izotov, thank you for the link. By the way, I would like to thank Mikhail Yefimov for the above link. This is an article on using scripts. This is an article by Viktor Stena to go through the first 5,000 projects on PyP. This is useful for any feature overall. Even without these scripts, I still haven't figured this out. I'm sorry. I just googled that Magic codec example. It shows how can you specify your own encoding, and it changes the Python script behavior completely. For other examples, please refer to search engines. We don't have the time to discuss these. Again, if it is not acceptable to remove custom codecs from the C parser, we need to make some research whether the C part could be used separately, plus whether it could be extended via Python codecs exclusively. And depending on what is possible, what is not, it will be either smaller or larger. And for PEPs, there is a dedicated repository, but this is a more challenging task. This is a next-level task. We have plenty of strings. AST parser stores strings in UTF-8 using the normal type char asterisk. By the way, the bytecode, or rather the file representation of bytecode, it is stored in UTF-8 strings exclusively, constants, attributes, etc. But the bytecode in the memory, code object, it is stored in the normal adaptive representation, not the way it is written in the file. Well, seemingly, you could convert that into UTF-8. Yes, indeed, there is such an idea. It was suggested by Mark Shannon himself 1 year ago, and there is a prototype for a C structure. But this is a long-term vision. Since we have the news that says that Microsoft no longer supports the faster C Python and hired 3 Python core developers, including Mark Shannon, by the way. So this plan may be, my experience, a schedule slippage even further to the right. But this idea is supported by the community. This is the sad news, if you haven't heard about that. On regular expressions, yes, they can be hit as well. For UTF-8, there is one stopper. It is of variable length. You cannot just use an index and hit a specific memory. And it is normally linear memory usage, not a single operation. It raises questions whether it's good or not.
С другой стороны, для некоторых, для китайских, например, иероглифов,
But for some, including Chinese hieroglyph characters, the size is 1.5 times larger. But for others, it will be even more compact, on the contrary. But being compact, probably it's a good thing, because the data will fit better in cache. That speeds up performance on CPU. So it requires some research and study so that we can compare these implementations. And since this touches upon performance and speed, let's take a look at the potential optimizations in string. Strings in Python is strictly sequential. It's pretty efficient, but the implementation does not use the vector extension of modern CPUs at all. They never got down to it. But that could have great use cases. I highlight the 2 largest libraries that can process string vectorization. Stringzilla, what makes it good? It has wrappers. You can have replace the str class with Zilla str class. It is reported to be pretty fast. Half of the string methods are implemented, the other half is not implemented, but it has additional features. In the new version of Stringzilla, it will feature fast hashing, which could speed up something for a string hash function, at the same time speeding up dictionaries. But there is this SIMDF library. It has its own advantages. The SIMDUTF supports RISC files. RISC-V. It's more production-ready. I cannot say it is used in large projects, Stringzilla. It's a younger product, but still very promising. For the SIMDUTF, we can talk about that in the Q&A session, but it doesn't have bindings for Python. Probably, therefore, it has less stars. It has no Python bindings at all. It has lots of useful features. One thing, they share a disadvantage, the pluses, because they wouldn't accept code in C++. It is C code. It has 9 external dependencies, and they wouldn't let in further dependencies. So option 1 is ruled out, so it has to be rewritten in C proper. More workload, but still the progress carries on. There is another problem. There are few benchmarks. The ML people suggest that there are tokenizers for various datasets. They say this is a hyped up thing, but it takes ML people who would be able to write quality benchmarks pretty close to real life. And one of the datasets is available in SIMDUTF. So actually there is room for research. You can even get a degree with your graduation project being that. At good universities and high-performing students, they're told about the KMP algorithm, not Morris-Pratt algorithm. And there is an even improved one, Boyer-Moore and Boyer-Moore-Horspool, BMH. Please check out this first QR code to refer to details regarding BM and BMH. The second one is about the comparison of the standard MM function. Why should we use MM? Because 0 bytes are possible in strings. Strings in Python are not null terminated. Therefore, we must use mem. We're implemented. But Python supports more platforms. And for rfind, Boyer-Moore is required. So I've pitched in plenty of ideas for 4 PEPs and some minor things I haven't mentioned yet. We can use something from other languages. We can take this to the corridors and discuss this privately. Of course, join our gardening chat. By the way, the picture of a rotary hoe is mine. I own it. This is my picture. And you will see an image of mine wearing the same checked t-shirt. So stay in touch. Stay tuned for updates. That's it.
Друзья,
Q&A now.
не совершая
Yes.
ошибку, выходите из комнаты, чтобы подойти к микрофону, задать вопросы.
It's time to come up to the microphone.
Вот, самый
Make no mistake and ask your question. Yeah, we have the bravest one. Hello. Thank you for presentation. I have 2 questions. Question 1. Why strings are not null terminated in Python? If half of the Python is C-based. Answer. The answer is because it is so. Okay. You can specify any byte in a string /x/x code point. You can say type /0. Thank you. Question number 2. After the slide with the rotary hoe, that gardening slide, you had an example of encoding words in UTF-8. I noticed that in the byte representation, B parenthesis, quotation marks, and I opened up my laptop. I put a string half in English, half in Russian, and I ran encoding then. And the byte representation, a chunk of the English language, was it copied without bytes, and the Russian letters I inserted in the middle, they turned into bytes. And the tail with exclamation mark remained the same. Why so? Because this is byte representation. Why half of it remained in characters, in symbols, in letters? Thank you. That's a very good question. Probably to say what is written in bytes. Even hex editors, if it contains ASCII symbols, they're written as symbols, not as bytes. Probably this is the reason why. Okay, I got it. But there is no clear way to tell. Thank you very much. Thank you. Awesome. An awesome question. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for presentation. Will we ever see anything without normalization? Without normalization of various things. And these various things like umlaut, will there be just one symbol that will work? Any ideas? Answer. Probably it's already there in the Unicode standard. I'm not associated with the Unicode consortium, and the way they operate is unknown to me, but probably this is already part of the standard. We just need to learn, we need to train Python, teach Python to work with modified markers. This is what I'm asking about. It will be implemented when it is implemented. There are no issues, not to mention full requests. You see, he's also unhappy that it's not there. But he will never say that in public. This is my message. Here is an idea.
Есть.
Please come and help.
Это прямо засчитывается.
There are contributions.
Вась, привет. Спасибо за отличный
Hello,
доклад. Вообще.
thank you very much for your awesome presentation. You're fire.
Пожалуйста, сделай микрошажок.
I'm so thrilled. Could you please make a small step forward, closer to the mic? 3 questions. Okay, shoot. How many standard ways to format strings are there?
Строки.
How many standard ways are there for string formatting?
Interpolation вот этот вот.
This is for the interpolation percentage, the format method, the fstrings method.
T-строки в 3.14 будут.
И вроде
In 3.14, T-strings will appear. Concatenation also can be used, but this is not the best.
Во.
Вот еще темплейт, да. Ну,
Давайте зачетку.
And templates as well. Okay.
Так вот, собственно, ты говорил, что
You
я
got
так понял, именно метод
a
формата
maxima
safe
cum laude
сейчас
degree for that.
в билдах. В смысле, в гил
Нет,
билдах.
гил
Ты говоришь, что
билдах,
все еще не 30.
You mentioned JL builds.
Стринги, профессиональная информация.
And what about F-strings?
Они тред-сейвы?
Are they trade safe?
вопрос для исследования.
This is also a good question for research.
Третье, ты
Thank you.
вот, типа сделать библиотеку для строк без PyObject. А объяснишь, зачем?
Making a library without PyObject. What is the motivation behind that?
Вот посмотреть.
If you take a look that this is just to remove, to split AST from the runtime. Why so? Why would we have libAST without Python? Because of the Python AST.
Если мы хотим реализовать
How to put it? If we want to implement a compiler for the Python language on another ecosystem like LLM,
Уметь разбирать Python независимо.
so we need to be able to decompose
на плюсах, соответственно.
Python, to break it down,
Хочет, исследовать.
like Mouse, but
Я,
on
кстати, в прошлом году как раз рассказывал
in C.
секции Languages and Tools,
By the way,
как сделать
at the Language and SN Tools last year,
перегнать в LLVM мои.
I made a contribution on ML
Окей, спасибо. Просто
interpreters.
это было. Сейчас все.
Thank you. It wasn't quite clear, but now it's absolutely crystal clear. Thank you very much. I wish you the best of luck. Awesome. Further questions?
Прекрасно. Пожалуйста.
Привет, спасибо за доклад.
Hi.
Очень
Thank you for
интересно,
contribution.
Понятно. И проблема
Very interesting,
не в докладе
sometimes hard to understand, but the problem is not with the presenter
из предыдущего.
this time.
А что же
This is a follow-up question to the previous one.
что на самом
So
деле не
now we have revealed the secret that no one in the Python community
Исследованием trade safety, я думаю, занимаются, тем более, что вот после
makes research on trade safety. I mean, in a centralized fashion. I mean, I believe someone does, but not in centralized
сообщество не настолько
fashion.
большое и не нас-
But
ну,
the
его
community is still not that big.
спонсируют, но не настолько сильно,
It is
чтобы
being
прям
sponsored in
всё.
partially, but they don't have the capacity, don't have the staff to do everything. And for the JL builds, these require lots of resources, especially due to the layoffs in Microsoft. They are understaffed.
Это возможность, как бы, да, но, конечно, понятно, надо
This is also an opportunity.
там работают,
We
учатся.
still have to take the time to do it. I see that everyone has to work or study or has to do some gardening with a motorized rotary hoe. Some do some volunteering, clearing up forests. I would like to touch upon the thread safety and the safety of Python. Probably this is a language where this is not quite needed. The bytecode of Python and the data PyYC, it's very easy to decompile back. It seems to be a script-based language which can be applied. But the safety and the low level and the multi-threading, there are languages like C and C++.
Проблема атомарности даже есть при байткоде. Ну, есть же классический пример.
So there is an issue of
когда мы можем
atomic nature with the bytecode as well. With double we can say plus equals,
exception, но при этом нулевой элемент
and we'll throw out an exception. At the same time, it will modify the zero element.
Две байткод команды, короче, и они
There are two bytecode commands, and when switching threads,
короче.
they may swap. It's just that you mentioned critical stakes, but
Ну,
it can be implemented on C with OpenMP. The critical sections, in 3.14, they have dedicated critical sections in this guild build.
Владимир,
Okay, thank you.
сейчас
Vladimir,
вопрос, и потом выбираем.
this is the final question. Then we award the prize for best answer, for best question. Sorry.
Хорошо.
Did I say
Михаил,
Vasily?
потом далее,
Okay,
да,
Mikhail.
Всем Алексеям книжки. Да.
then
тоже нервничаю. Извините, пожалуйста.
every person
За доклад. У меня вопрос есть. А почему в
with name Alexei gets a book? I'm sorry, I'm feeling so thrilled. I have a question.
Ну, S.
When do you use S-based formatting? Why cannot you use
Стринги в...
F strings? Why using F strings is not recommended in logs?
Работает нормально, именно в...
Normally it works fine in the code, but in logs it's slower than alternative options suggested via the percentage sign S. That's an interesting question.
Прям вот про логинг я не скажу сейчас.
I believe
Кстати, вот отвечает
I cannot
Никита Соболев.
respond to the question logging. By the way, it is Nikita Sobolev answering. When you do logging, here is the deal. If you do the formatting via an F string, the formatting is algorithm, but some logging levels, for instance, you say logging.warning, and then you specify a warning. At the same time, at the current level, warning is not used. Only error is being logged. All the things that have a warning, they will not be displayed. And these, if these are not displayed, they require no formatting.
Да.
Спасибо.
Спасибо,
Это,
что
кстати,
Thank you,
шикарный
thank you.
прием, когда
By the way, that's an awesome
самая страшная часть — это вопросы и
technique.
ответы. И вот можно всю
The
свою
most
команду брать с собой,
challenging
сажать на
part
первый
of a
ряд, и
public
если все
presentation is
вопросы, они
Q&A. You can have your whole team seated in front row and you make them answer questions. You have pre-canned answers. But this is not fair. This is like
Махните рукой все, кто задавали вопросы, пожалуйста. Кто
working with a motorized rotary hoe rather than using a shovel.
За вопрос, который подал...
Who is the winner for best question? I believe the book goes to Mikhail Yefimov
Иди к нам.
for suggesting
Видите, также
ideas
первый
for further
вопрос
improvement.
заданный, очень хороший тоже. Но книжка только
But the first few questions were pretty good as well, but we only have one book. There is steep stairs over there.
Большие аплодисменты. Смотри, лужа. Аплодируй.
Watch your step.
Спасибо всем, ребят, спасибо.
Да, а сейчас
Let's hear it
супер упражнение.
for our
Значит, ты
speaker.
должен из
Now
этих
we
книжек,
have a
у тебя
super
право первой ночи,
exercise.
выбрать,
Out of
самое
these
главное.
books,
А я
you
тем
have the
временем,
right to
Кстати,
select
эту книгу
the
я покупал
most
жена моя,
important
которой
one.
Очень понравилось.
By the way, I bought this book for junior developers at our company. They liked it.
вывести
They loved
слайд
it.
Community Day, потому что сегодня вечером,
не
пока
знаю.
они бубнят,
Pure Python.
вечером бомбическая активность с нетворком,
Tonight,
с стендапом.
we have a networking opportunity, a stand-up
Вот, все, есть, да?
show.
Ну, тут ты нового ничего не узнаешь уже. Это как...
Okay, you made your choice.
Да, чё?
It's so fine. It's okay.
Вот,
Спасибо.
отлично. Отличный доклад, отличный вопрос.
Awesome. An awesome presentation. Awesome question. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey,
Here is the cam. Wave to the camera.
книгу, но, может быть, в следующий раз.
Those of
И
you
смотрите,
following
тебе
our
несут
event
потом,
online, you could
спальный
have
мешок, чтобы тебе на работе
taken
было
part in the competition for this book, but probably
Спасибо за
next time
доклад.
lucky.
Отлично.
Thank you for your presentation. That was awesome. And this goes to you. Thank you.
Супер кайф.
Awesome.
Да.
Well done.
Друзья,
Awesome.
ровно в 11 у нас следующий доклад. Это через
Our
3
next
минуты.
Speaker is scheduled to intervene in 3 minutes at 11 a.m. sharp. He's still
Не говорите,
speaking.
а так в целом,
Don't say bad
да.
things.
Сегодня вечером,
That's key.
7 часов вечера,
Tonight at 7 p.m.
IT-нетворк,
We
на
have
который надо зарегаться.
Community
Там будет
Day.
немножко стендапа,
This is IT
немножко
networking. You have to
нетворка,
pre-register
немножко
for
можно
IT
будет
networking.
поработать.
Stand-up show,
Готовьтесь к
some
этому, ищите
networking. You
QR-код,
can work a little bit.
19:00 в зале Liveless.
Check out the QR code. 7 p.m. in the
Помимо общения, там будут
lawless
настолки, помимо общения,
room. We're gonna
еще
play
общение.
table,
Знаете, кстати,
board
как легче
games.
всего нетворкать? У вас имена
We
написаны на
have a
бейджиках.
networking opportunity. You know what is the easiest way for networking? You have your
говоришь.
badges with your names.
Имя,
You look
username.
at the
А
badge,
что ты делаешь?
username.
И прочитываешь параметр третьей
What's your
строчки.
plan for?
И всё,
And
человек
you
отвечает,
read
вы слушаете, вот на
parameter from string 3.
Можно
They
не про погоду,
respond.
не про лужники.
They return an answer. Doesn't have to be weather. Doesn't have to be the Luzhniki Stadium. Doesn't have to be your kids and your plans to have kids. Networking is always about work. It is a professional event, even
Друзья,
though
хорошего дня. В 11 следующий доклад.
spring in Moscow is in full swing all around us. Next up, we have the following speaker at 11 a.m. sharp.
Сейчас многие начинающие разработчики знают лишь async и await.
Many developers know async and await, and they don't understand how multi-flowness influences the ecosystem. Some asynchronous libraries use flows,
Django Flask
and classical Django Flask work with higher log
и процессов.
due to multi-threading and processes. In 10 seconds, we'll have a speaker from SK to cloud, and we'll compare synchronous and asynchronous approach and real examples. Mymongo versus Motor, Syncs versus Async Fast API. We'll see how Gale holds parallelism, and we'll show how everything changes in no-Gale approach. You will see why do you need to understand threads and how the future changes in the language can change the balance between classical synchronicity and asynchronicity. And right now we all together are ready to prepare, and we should scream no Gale. Let's say no Gale. Once again, no Gale.
Ура! Игорь Анохин!
Ура!
Cloud.
Igor Anokhin.
Человек, который
On this
знает
stage,
всё про облака.
person who knows
Это
everything about clouds,
что будет показывать
which
фокусы.
means that he's going to show tricks. Hello, Luzhniki. Hello, Luzhniki. Here.
Вообще,
Да, по-моему, мы сейчас...
так, раз,
Игорь,
два,
дело в том,
три.
что Игорь начинал с
Что
тестировщика.
такое? Раз.
Igor started as a tester.
Система
Но я,
работает.
видимо, или починил, или мне его выкрутили.
Either I fixed it, or
Да,
Теперь
да, вот,
хорошо?
отлично.
first was broken, then it works.
Ну, ш-
О, все, есть.
так первый ряд говорит «да».
Вот, давай еще раз.
Okay, the first line says yes. According to the scenario, I'm telling you once again.
Вообще, сегодня я буду сравнивать многопоточие и
Well, today I'm going to be comparing multi-threading and asynchronicity, and this is another magic. But if you want classics, I have one.
ну,
Кликер на стойке. А мы с вами,
The
друзья,
clicker is on a desk,
эти два
and
микрофона
in 40 minutes,
задаем вопросы.
we
Погнали.
will ask questions into these two microphones. Okay.
Что ж, еще раз.
Okay, once again, hello
Сегодня я
everyone.
буду рассказывать про асинхронность.
Today I'm going to tell you about
И, по большому счету,
asynchronicity,
цель доклада — это внести чуть больше
and the main
осознанности
objective
в выбор
is
того
to
или иного
bring
метода.
more cognition
Как
into your
говорил Лёша, я из
methods.
компании K2
As
Cloud.
Losha said, I'm from K2 Cloud. This is the first public cloud of own development. We work since 2009, and the problem that I've discovered is connected with the fact that we are growing. We're growing, we understand new developers, and I have to do technical interview. And by holding these technical interviews, I face the problem that the developers, the beginners, they use only asynchronous approach, and they don't really look in the direction of multi-threading. They don't understand it. They don't understand how Jill works. And for me, this is very strange because I've started when multi-threading was not that popular, and right now, when I'm asking people about multi-threading, they are replying something like that. They think that multi-threading is some kind of a legacy. They look at me when I'm speaking. But I have a big project. We are making it since 2009, and it was written in multi-threaded mode, and we have asynchronicity. I know how some synchronous libraries work, and it adds some points to the multi-threading. Moreover, we have 3.13 no-GL version, which increases the speed of our multi-threading. That's why we have a thought. Maybe we don't need to continue rewriting our multi-threading applications for asynchronous and wait until the moment when no-GL assembly will be the main one. And we practically, without doing anything, just changing the Python version, we will receive speeding up of our speed. And I would like to say why I'm comparing this. I work with the language more than 8 years.
любитель многопоточности.
I love multi-threading.
Я выбираю
I understand it better.
но при этом я также
I have a lot of projects. At the same time, I work with asynchronicity. For example, in our cloud, on the Python 2.7, we had iLoop,
который мы
which
писали
is
сами.
analogy of async.io that we've been writing.
До сих пор живет, мы перетаскивали его.
It was alive, it's been reading,
Хорошо.
and everything is good about it. We also have another self-written framework, AsynCap, in order to
между собой.
combine synchronous and asynchronous world together.
Сегодня об асинхронности
To speak today about asynchronicity,
Сначала я выдам немного
well,
теории
we're going to have the following plan.
про
First of all,
многопоточность, а
I
точнее
will tell you about asynchronicity and multi-threading, and will tell you why conceptually they are similar to me and basically they are no different.
рассказывающую о том, почему асинхронность на самом
Also, I would like to tell you why synchronicity lies to us and in which cases it is worse than multi-threading.
как на все это влияет.
Then we'll say why is it better and then how it influences Agile and its continuation.
Выводы обсудим услышанное.
Then we will discuss things like that. Okay, let's move on.
Многопоточность.
Asynchronicity and multi-threading, are they similar? These are two approaches that we use in our development. And basically with these two approaches, we have two types of objective. SP-bound and
между
AU-bound.
многопоточностью и асинхронностью.
If you look about multi-threading and asynchronicity within CPU-bound objective, it's very obvious.
Процессинг. Потому что ни то, ни другое.
We take multiprocessing because none of that works for us. But if we're speaking about IO-bound objectives, then for me, basically speaking, solution is very identical. Why?
Как вообще появлялась многопоточность? Изначально
How this multi-threading came to be.
процессов
We had multiprocessor computers,
и в Python
then we had many processors, GIL was added to the Python. And how wouldn't we break the multi-threading? And at this moment of time, something went wrong, and we've lost that real multi-threading.
потеряли.
But the question, have we really lost it?
Точный код.
Because yes, here is multi-threaded code. It creates red pool and goes to the side. Okay, let's see how in Python, on the level of CPython, these threads are being created.
То мы увидим,
If you will look into CPython, you will see
на самом деле это строится
thread create line, and this line,
в библиотеке языка C
the call of a C language library, creates honest and real
который затем
flow of operational system, which afterwards
работать на самом деле не особо
will
думая,
work
что это Python.
without
У нас
thinking that this is Python.
имеет
So every Python has mapping for the OS, and these OS flows go to the planner, scheduler, and knowing nothing that this is Python from time to time will give him time to work on CPU, and it will look the following way.
потоку
Schedule will go to the thread 1, the thread 1 goes to GIL, takes it,
потоку.
and then when it's going to be turned into the second flow, it makes sufficiently effective a thread conditional wait. What does it mean?
Смотрит
Thread conditional wait
и усыпляет поток до тех пор, пока
puts the thread to sleep
таким образом
when somebody else is not going to release the GIL. And the second and third thread are going to sleep until GIL will not be released. And scheduler will not obviously be using them,
сама скажет, когда
while
можно проснуться.
operating system will tell when they can wake up. This is a very effective way
Как-то так.
of using our program, and that's how it's going to look. Having three flows, three threads, we can have only one CPU operation per time. So when it's going to be involved in CPU operations, 2 and 3 will be waiting. And when first one goes into IO
У
operations,
нас в этот момент начинается какая-то параллельность,
at this moment of time,
и потоки начинают работать.
we have parallelicity,
Так или иначе, многопоточность в
But
Python дает,
this multi-threading in Python
и производительность скорости достигается как раз-таки за счет операции
gives the
input.
speed,
Есть
and the speed is achieved by input-out operations, but there is a certain peculiarity.
сам определяет.
The planner defines by itself,
А GIL обязывает поток раз в 5 миллисекунд
and GIL every 5 milliseconds releases this GIL, so this flow may not reach IO operations, and it's going to be switched. So we'll fulfill 3 CPU operations in 3 different threads, and then we'll have a parallel IO. But this or that way, both in first and second cases, the speed of objective execution is not changing, because all 3 threads finally will be ended at a single point of time when the thread 3 is going to be finished. And this is how the multi-threading is working. So what is happening with asynchronicity? Asynchronicity, as we know, there is one thread, and in a very cool way, we are trying to utilize it. What does it mean? It means we have synchronous code. This code does the same as multi-threaded one. It's just for demonstration how it looks like. And it works in the following way. We have event loop, and it operates with tasks, asynchronous objectives that we have in asynchronicity. It takes task 1 and fulfills only this one until it finds the first wait. Finding wait, it will drop inside of the function, will go to the next wait, and then it's going to pull this chain until it will meet the real expectation. After meeting real wait, event loop will go to Linux and will create socket. And this socket will be for the operational system to inform event loop when everything's going to be ready. But the question how it informs it? It informs it very simply. Event loop has created a socket, and the next operation produces epool. It starts waiting all sockets that have been created. What's interesting, if event loop knows that it has some other tasks which are ready to work, task 2 and task 3, then it will launch epool with timeout 0. It will try to call sockets, but will get ready, no blocking, waiting will be there. But if there are tasks, or if there are no tasks which are ready to work right now, event loop will try to cleverly calculate timeout at which we can go to sleep. So we are not taking the CPU time continuously when everything is waiting. We can wait and sleep, and therefore more effectively use CPU time of our system. This or other way, we have received ready sockets, and after this, we start working with the task 2. How does it look like within the scheme that we have been looking at a little bit before? And it looks the same way as the multi-threading. While we have CPU operation, one task, all other tasks are waiting. And they start working only at the moment when the first task starts with some I/O. If you transfer it into the threads, it looks the following way. We have only one thread, and we have some level of OS which honestly takes all the I/O tasks upon itself. The thread, honestly speaking, executes one CPU objective after another. But this looks like multi-threading. Because what synchronicity or multi-threading cannot in parallel execute those tasks. So conceptually they complete our task which requires some parallelicity at the same moment of time. In both cases, even if we will redraw it for the option where multi-threading does it not really effectively, the final time is not changing. That's how it might look if we'll redraw it to honest comparing of the threads. The final time stays unchanged. That's why we can come to a conclusion that multi-threading or asynchronicity, speeding, and other tasks are happening just because of some I/O in the framework of its waiting. The second difference is that multi-threading tasks are switched by the OS. The schedule can switch threads by itself, but in asynchronicity, we have to do it ourselves through our waits. And forgetting to write this wait, we have a problem that we can lock event loop by some heavy operations. And from this, we come to the conclusion number 3, which tells us that asynchronicity is more difficult. You have to learn it, there's a more cognitive load, and errors in it are more expensive. But it's not the only problem of asynchronicity, because to my point of view, asynchronicity from time to time lies to us, and at least for me, It's been lying to me many times. The first thing that you're facing, especially in such a big enterprise project when you start work with asynchronicity, is that not everything supports asynchronicity. If you work with data science and ML, it's understandable that you are not going to have asynchronicity, but you agree with it. You know that you have CPU operations, you can actively learn some models, and you hope for specific realization of Empire, CUDA, which by themselves will transfer all the calculations and will parallel them. But something that is closer to me and catches me much stronger, these are different UI CLI libraries. Workload, we have a lot of virtual machines which are being served by us. And serving these virtual machines, well, this is done by the exploitation department. For the exploitation department to be able to do that, they need admin scripts. Admin scripts are written on Click, and Click does not support asynchronicity. Well, it doesn't support. It doesn't. No choice. The same works in other desktop applications by Qt, but it doesn't have asynchronous format. Just take the asynchronicity. And similar thing happens with some system libraries. For example, Loguru library, which has only one format, synchronous. And another pain of mine, Beta Core library, which is used for the cooperation with the cloud through the APS protocol, and it has only one format, only synchronous one. But the main thing, what you can see here, is that very often when you work with libraries, you work with open source. Open source is always different. There's some fashionable open source, but there's not all open source is fashionable. And if you want multi-threading, then please take and do it by yourself, because in some libraries, developers come and they say they create issue, add asynchronicity, and then it ends up with the fact that, well, you want it, you do it. But asynchronicity is being added, and they add really differently. Here's an example of asynchronous program. I've asked ChatGPT to write a asynchronous program that will be writing files to me. Does it look as asynchronicity? It has asynchronous, it has await, everything's okay. But there is one peculiarity here. As you know, or maybe you haven't noticed it, but the Async.io does not support asynchronous file writing. So we use our files library, and if you open it in README, it says that the file support for Async.io. But if you will read this text to the end, then you will see this line delegating operations to separate thread. It says that I/O files is not really honest asynchronous library. It's a library which gives asynchronous interface to the fully synchronous code. So it delegates all asynchronous operations to the same thread pool that we have in synchronous version. So if you want asynchronous project in these I/O files, then we have internally await, executor, and that's it, and thread pool. So we are taking and we transfer all our operations to threads. How does it look at the scheme? In scheme, it looks like that. We have as if CPU operation in our async, but all other CPU operations, basically speaking, like I/O operations, are being worked in thread pool. So we don't get any advantages in speed in principle. But on one side, we complicate our code base, and this is all needed so that our asynchronous application will be transferred to a synchronous library. And then you may think here, well, I/O files are I/O files. Who needs it? We are writing services, we work with databases, and this all together is not about us. So that's how we generally were thinking. And generally, we are moving to synchronicity. And we've been thinking, how can we change our old good PyMonk to something asynchronous? We found a modder. Modder, asynchronous driver for PyMonk, serious thing. You look into its README, and it tells you that it's ready to process tens of thousands of requests per second. And this is very good, actually. This is something why we select asynchronicity. Everybody says that asynchronicity is about speed. We take asynchronicity and everything works fast. We have tens of thousands requests per second. Not like in this multi-threading. But the problem is that PyMongo is used inside of the modder. And modder just takes the thread pool and transfers it to PyMongo. The same thing inside, it can create 5 PyMongo objects and just rotate them in a thread pool. It's the same multi-threading, but for some reason, people write that in here we achieve tens of thousands requests per second. It means that in old good PyMongo, we can squeeze the same 10,000 requests per second, spanning the same resources.
Можно сделать еще одно замечание.
And you can make another note here. Pablo file, it was NoSQL. Who needs it? Because we have SQL, we have Postgres, everything's okay. But it's not as simple as it seems. Many SQL libraries previously have been providing only a sync interface to the synchronous code. And it looks like that some BioSQL libraries do the same thing today. But in case of some big synchronous libraries, I have an example for Django. Django is a big project which at a certain moment of time was taken and was switched to the synchronous rails. Well, they made a synchronous view which reflects our request and sends it to the user. Then they made asynchronous middleware. It's the middleware which does authorization and other things, all the way to the business logic. But this asynchronous middleware looks very bulky. So we have special decorator which is attached to this middleware, and then we write two functions there. One function that is needed for the asynchronous format, another one for the synchronous format. But we have a lot of written middlewares which work only in asynchronous mode, and Django has to rule them out and has to change asynchronous context to the synchronous context and then change to asynchronous, and it's all the time, and this operation makes our code only slower. But this is middleware. Our Django, we needed to work with databases because web services, they are writing something into the database. And ORM is almost asynchronous. During the release, everything was worse. Now it's better. We have methods which have prefix A in the beginning of the name, which shows us that method right now is asynchronous. But such methods are few. They don't all support asynchronicity. We have some transactions which are really important in our code, and we actively use them, and they cannot work in asynchronous mode. If you want to use them, use decorators sung to sung. And this all leads to problems and complexities of this code that is being written by us. Because by adding asynchronicity to a fully synchronous project, it's very complicated. It calls those decorators sung to sung and asung to sung to convert one calls to other calls, and it doesn't happen very efficiently. And Django tells us that it has a specific set of options to work better and to work faster with this asynchronicity, but it's not going to be safe. So you can, but there's going to be no guarantees. Out of this, we have a question. Whether everything is so bad, and do we need asynchronicity? If we have a lot of code, it's very difficult to add asynchronicity. And we see asynchronous, and it might not be asynchronous, and it gives very big requests per second. And I have an example here from the PsycPG library. Its PostgreSQL driver, in its third version, it became truly asynchronous. And right now I'm going to tell you how they've been able to achieve it. They took their code base, the one that was written in synchronous mode, and they cloned it. And they displayed same methods, same classes, but with async in prefix. So we take class connection, it had some interface, we create async connection class, and in the same functions that were available in the initial class, we, instead of def, we add async def, and then we put await. The same thing happens with cursor, the class that we need to work with those records that we acquired. And the same thing happens with other functions that we've used to work with database. What does it mean? We have cloned this code. Now we have twice more code. And we have twice more places that have to be corrected. If we have been correcting something in one place, we should correct it in another place. Otherwise, there will be problems. But real code, which has changed, if you will describe it roughly, you can describe it by one module. Module waiting. Waiting of the answer from the database. And code lines, well, there could be 100 of them. I mean, changes for 100 code lines. And expectation waiting while true select from the database that was in asynchronous mode was replaced by sync wait for. Basically speaking, these are those changes, roughly speaking, that were made. Only expectation, only waiting. But what has been changed? RPSs have changed and they've grown significantly. In asynchronous version number 3, by measurements, we can give 700-800 RPS, and asynchronous mode to 200, 2500. It's double growth. At least double growth. How and why this growth is happening? Give me an example where we measure the speed. We have some synchronous code which shows waiting and I/O operation, asynchronous code which shows waiting of a synchronous operation. For every pseudo request, we create thread in the framework of synchronous code, and for every asynchronous code, we have tasks, and we will launch it on different numbers. Prior to 1000 requests, speed difference will not be obvious. From launch to launch, it can be very small, but it's, as an error. But discoverable difference starts from 1000. Even though I wouldn't say that it's too big, but this is pseudo 1000 RPS which works simultaneously, and our site is able to handle them. What will happen if we will increase them by tenfold? In case of 10,000, asynchronicity works for 1.05. With multi-threading, we have an error. We cannot create more threads, and this is a problem of multi-threading. It's not in speed, but in the volume of what can be created. As a result, we have to limit the number of threads that we are creating. We cannot create 10,000 threads. We can create thread pools from 1,000, and processing of 10,000 threads by the pool from the pool of 1,000 will take approximately 10 seconds. Why? Because thread pool is limited. Every request comes to the separate thread, and when a new request comes, it has to wait. That's why 10,000 requests after 1,000, 10 seconds. In asynchronicity, everything's better, because at this only working thread, we add new CPU operation, and there's not a lot of them. A new socket is being added, and basically speaking, it can be scaled significantly easier than multi-threading. And we have this indicator that we could see on 1,000 requests, up to 10,000 requests. This is the amount of the memory taken. In multi-threading, 1,000 threads will take 4 gigabytes of operating memory, and in the other one will be 100 megabytes. Why? Because every thread is 4 megabytes. You have to store stack, you have to store some other information, and this is expensive. Every created socket and task in async I/O, it's only 4 kilobytes. You just have to create socket. Because with the same speed of work, the asynchronous will be less resource consuming. But speaking about the speed, changes will happen. If we'll speak about 1,000, asynchronicity will win due to this switching of context, which is happening when the thread is ready to work, because when we have 1,000 threads, context switching takes feasible time. Not significant, but feasible. According to those measurements that we made, it's available. The same will happen. More load for the planner schedule. We'll see it in their list. It will have to ignore. It's more logic, which has to somehow play. In async I/O, the work is happening with something that is ready to work. It doesn't have this non-efficient thing. What does it mean? Does it mean that async I/O has one, and the second one, last 15 minutes I've been telling you just funny stories, very cool stories, and nobody needs them? Honestly speaking, yes, but no.
Все не так просто. В примере, который
It's
я показывал, у
not
нас
that
только
simple. In
асинхронная
the
нагрузка.
example that
И
I was showing,
наши
we have only
веб-приложения совсем
asynchronous load, and our web applications are not like that. Because fashionable web applications, Flask, Pedantic, it's more different CPU operations. So this is incoming load, goes to routing, Pedantic. We are processing that DTO class will be added. We will create this DTO class, and then JSON.
Если говорить очень
And then through the RAM.
соотношение времени обработки
Speaking roughly, comparison of the time can be represented as 20 by 20% of time CPU operations, 80% of time is...
И здесь как раз-таки асинхронность особо улучшиться не может. А многопоточность
Here, async cannot improve significantly.
использовать эффективно
This 20% of the time,
no-GIL.
these can be used with
Время GIL наша
no GIL output. With GIL, the scheme looks like this.
GIL-версии, оно выглядит теперь вот
With the release of the GIL version, it looks like this.
значительный
That
рост
is,
нашей скорости.
we
А
secure
так, мы знаем, что
significant
async ее версия выглядит
speed
точно
up.
так же, как многопоточная,
Since
она
in the
останется
async,
вот такой же.
it looked pretty much the same as the multi-threading version.
Добавилось в
What else was added in the no GIL?
совсем часть доклада, но есть
This is just in a nutshell. It's not part of the presentation, but there are a few conclusions that make me feel happy as I make comparisons. First, they changed the link counter. It's not based on generations. There are 3 versions depending on the object we deal with. Links will be calculated differently. Secondly, GIL that used to be at the level of operations with bytecode was replaced with synchronization of C libraries. We can only switch GIL between bytecode operations. Now GIL has been removed, and every library that implements its features at the C level, it knows that nothing can help it. After coding a C library, GIL would block anything. Now there is no kill. GIL, and when, roughly speaking, multi-threading code now has high performance and single-thread lower performance. This is yet another type of criticism towards single-threading. Because why so? Because with GIL, a single-thread code would perform better, would work faster, because we had only one location to sync. It could be done efficiently, especially in single-threading. Now we have lots of syncs at the C level, C library level, and it takes up much time, more time. But still we have the 20 to 80 ratio. Further improvements to multi-threading. What do you pick for CPU-bound operations? The answer is obvious, threading. How can we further improve it? There is a way. On top of that, we have a task that helps us implement this in practice. In our cloud, we have a new dedicated region. Within the cloud, these data centers are located in different cities. At the same time, they need to be in sync between each other, even though the link between these two is no longer guaranteed. Obviously, a source of such synchronization is the message broker. We gave it some thought, and we believe it would be great to have a certain variation of Amazon SQS, AWS SQS. And you might think, oh, that's awesome. There must be Kafka on the inside. Let's do that on Mongo. Indeed, we have plenty of engineers. They are qualified to work with various Mongo implementations. It somehow happened that Mongo didn't perform quite well. We were surprised. We took our available solutions and we considered plenty of them, and we focused on Redis. That's a big thing for this discussion. Speaking in rough terms, Redis can change this 20 to 80 ratio
Соотношение типа 40 на 60.
to a 40 to 60 ratio.
Мы как бы подыгрываем, конечно, но все становится сильно лучше. Поэтому
But the situation is significantly better. Let's take a look at the code. This is just a rough example of code. First, sync wrote. The same is done in a synchronous fashion. Multi-threading with GIL
2800 запросов в
yields
секунду.
2.8K requests per second, which is fine. Let's take this as baseline.
Второй роут в
If we
синхронном потоке, точнее,
Run route 2
в потоке
in async mode, in asynchronous mode,
1500 почти.
we get almost 3.5K
Это плюс,
requests per second,
600
which is
запросов.
quite good.
Вот просто, ну, точнее, не
Another
просто, а
600
учитывая
requests
асинхронность.
by rewriting the whole code base to make it asynchronous. With Node.jl, what's the situation like? The situation remains unfortunately at the same level. It's a bit faster than it used to be, 3.5K. Okay, this is yet another value. What's the situation with multi-threading?
Правда, надо. Ладно, многопоточность дает 3
You really want it? Okay. It yields 3,540. Therefore, multi-threading in this variation becomes a bit faster than async. What's the main conclusion here?
Я говорил в начале.
This is the very thing I mentioned at the beginning. Do we actually need to rewrite our multi-threading applications to make them asynchronous? In order to transfer a large project from the left-hand side version to the right-hand side version in the present-day Python,
Увеличение потока.
we realize that is associated with a significant increase in the number of requests being processed.
Поменяли.
And on the left-hand side, we hardly did anything. We just changed the Python version. We had to double-check the code, but the speed is much higher. Conclusions.
Асинхронность это не
To me,
совсем про скорость.
async
Это скорее про
is not
экономию ресурсов.
always about speed, it's about saving resources. If we have up to 1K simultaneous concurrent requests, it doesn't matter what we use. But threading will take up 4 gigabytes of RAM. That's not much.
10 тысяч одновременно.
Let it be.
Конечно,
If we have over 10K concurrent requests, async is much better. But there is a subtle detail. If we have take 10K simultaneous concurrent requests, the code will be written horizontally. And horizontal scaling, in the case of threading and async as well, will yield more FPS. At the same time, async is less expensive, so we'll save money on service.
точно ли у вас
But there is a subtle detail here. Are you sure you have more than 10K RPS, requests per second? We all say, oh, it's high load, but it's not actually high load for all of us.
RPS-ов это
And tens of thousands of RPS. That might be a very industry-specific case for 2 to 4 companies, like big tech companies. Even in our cloud, not all services have 10K RPS.
подход с многопоточностью в Node.jl становится тем быстрее,
The
чем
multi-threading approach with Node.jl becomes faster the more CPU operations take time. So this is why the 20 to 80 ratio shifts to 40 to 60 ratio.
скорости вы будете получать. Потому что Node.jl
The higher the improvement in speed, because Node.jl does not increase the performance of I/O operations, only about CPU. And finally,
это
this is just to give you some
Node.jl,
food for thought. These are the further capacities of Node.jl for virtual threads. What do I mean? As suggested earlier,
поток Python мы создаем отдельно
for every thread of Python, we created a dedicated thread on the OS level. This is the problem that prevents us from scaling to tens of thousands. But there is a solution to that.
здесь
More flexible solutions.
пора называть это, как на всех докладах, это Golang.
And it's Golang.
Точнее, переход на Golang в целом как-то работает.
It's not a transition to Golang, but how does it work in Golang? But actually, this is the way it works in multiple programming languages. For every thread, we create a virtual thread within which we have multiple queues. Under Python, That can be a specific framework, a special framework that combines two approaches, async and threading, by relaying the expectation on the OS, saving resources and creating sockets, while all CPU operations are detected and run in threads. Probably some of you will be interested to take part in this discussion. Probably one day we'll move away from threading and async, we'll use something mixed. And that's it on my part today. Thank you very much for listening.
Последнее, пока Леша не пришел.
And last but not least, before Alexei
Давай.
comes, over to you, Alexei.
Один вопрос. Это был феерически.
That was an awesome presentation. Now we have time for Q&A. Look, over there we have two people by the mic side. Testing 1, 2, it works. Awesome. Thank you for your amazing presentation. When you mentioned Go, you actually answered half of my questions I was about to ask. This is about getting the best of both worlds. You refer to async. You say that we use threads and the thread supporters are there. You have a pretty old project. It all started with that. It would be stupid having a large code base to start changing features, but in a ready-made project it would be not the best idea. But if you start from scratch, a new project from scratch, like say we take the latest iteration of Python and start a new project, according to your benchmark, it has async. Async is going to take up much less memory. And the major problem of present-day development, it doesn't matter resources are cheap or not expensive, we can afford it, but then this results in extravagant costs of resources. If we are to start a new project, what do we go for? Threading? Waiting for Nogil to be a major game changer, and the structure moved within large frameworks that have global routers, global states, and they are shared. They are likely to get blocked, and you will not see a performance difference. It takes specific frameworks on the C level with their own structures, so there is probably hardly any gain in there. What do we start with now for a new project? Answer? Look, you are right when you say that it's all about saving resources. We say the resources are cheap, are not expensive. But now we have a whole chunk of tasks, and resources are very expensive. We want to save them in advance. These are different operations associated with LLMs. The ratio of CPU I/O operations is on the side of LLMs, and you expect the model to type characters and symbols. It is 95–97% of I/O and only a little bit of CPU. For such projects, I would start them in an asynchronous fashion because they're pretty easy to understand. The rest will largely depend on the tools you prefer working with, depending on your tooling. If these are Telegram bots, even though I suffer, I will write this asynchronously because of the libraries are that way. There is nothing else to do. But there is this belief, at least I share it, when you write your own project, you can write it in what is faster. You don't think about resources, because it's faster to write in threading or for async. It depends. Most projects will die out, and it's fine. If you become a unicorn, new guys will take over, they will criticize heavily your code, and they will rewrite it the way that they see fit, so that it is faster. Thank you. I got it. Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. But I have a question on the fairness of comparison of Nogil and asynchronous. A 20 RPS increase is there, but the Nogil resource is more resource intensive. Yes, I'm biased. I'm forced to write things in a synchronous fashion. Thank you. Second question. why don't we consider an extension that are threads and they have no deficiencies typical for standard threads? By managing switching, it is occurring in the context of the interpreter. For C, they consume less resources. And it's easier to manage both synchronous and asynchronous code in a project. Answer: we consider this, but what happens in large-scale enterprise projects? Because it's very difficult for me to come up to the guys and say, okay, guys, let's use threadlets. Quite often, enterprise is ready to take on technologies which are 10+ years old, well-tested. It's difficult to adopt something which is brand new. For some, asynchronous becomes something new. But for Grenades, we haven't reached that point yet. But for small projects or for running experiments, we can give this a try, definitely. Good, thank you. Over to you now. Hi, thank you for your presentation. My question is this. You showcased your view pipeline. It has Pydantic. It takes some time, but you enabled GIL, but you did change the code base there, right? So you added the execution to thread pool executory. In thread pool executory, no, you in your code base, you added that. It wasn't there before. GIL and no GIL, thread pool doesn't change. For testing purposes, without GIL and with GIL and without GIL, in both cases, yes. In both cases, we have thread pool executor. Hence the question, in Pydantic, at least the second version is written in Rust, and under the hood we have GIL. And all this machinery with the scheme validation, it is executed in threading mode. So what do you run in threads? Answer: indeed, it's worth mentioning the following. Within our project, we still don't have the second version of Pydantic. We're actively making the transition to the second version of Pydantic. Just update Pydantic, and the situation is going to improve a little bit. And you don't want Node.jl any longer. There are lots of libraries, including Rust libraries, squeezed into Python. Not compile, not built even without GIL. It's either you have to patch libraries or add code base. Type 3 is not yet supported for the no-GIL Python interpreter. Don't you just update Pydantic and save the trouble? Answer: Pydantic is not sufficient. There are lots of libraries that do not support asynchronous. It will be difficult to maintain everything we have. Okay, we can update Pydantic, but that is not going to be mission critical in our case. Okay, I got it. Yet another question then. How did latency increase when you enabled GIL and added thread pool executor? You have countered the atomic, object ownership, all the checks, verifications, runtime. It does cost some CPU time. It takes time for processing. You can increase your throughput, but latency is expected to increase. Answer: latency did increase, but this is negligible within margin of error. It depends on the MVPs we have and the things we consider. And we think about ways to build SQS. SQS was an example. These are the technologies we use, the Python frameworks we use, and the way it's going to work as a whole. Good, thank you. That was an awesome job interview. Thank you very much for your contribution. I love the fact that we have conflicting views, we have differences. I'm going to be provocative now. You can optimize the system and raise the mic just a little. My provocative question is that async is more difficult to learn than threading. When making the transition from C++ to Python, I love the fact that I no longer have to manage memory myself. I only pay when it's needed, when needed, if needed. There is systemic programming in most tasks which can be written in Rust, in Go sometimes, but it's more fun in Go. Critical sections, mutex
То есть очень много чего нужно думать на самом деле.
Memory leaks, so you have to
Не забыть await.
take so many things in account. For async, just remember await. This is blocking code, you can identify it. There are tools like IO Monitor, and you need nothing else. For multi-threading, for threading or multi-processing,
Вот эти гонки.
you have to look for lots of tools, you have to reproduce that kind of race, and there are lots of problems associated with that. Why do you think threading is simpler?
Гонки.
Есть гонки, но они типа супер редкие.
But this is a very rare occasion. Yes, it's there.
Позиция асинка, что ты в один момент
The
времени...
async position is that at a given point in time you work in a single location. And the second provocative question is this. We're not
И
religious about async or threading.
ты запускаешь work.
When you mix them up, you launch work webs.
В разных процессах.
I have 10 workers across different processes. They run in parallel in terms of data. It doesn't have to be written async completely.
Все
It can be split across threads.
как бы короткое.
Answer. It is exactly that as you described. The short and global answer is this.
Ну, то есть,
I
действительно, если прям
made
серьезно
some
к этому подойти,
baits
начать с
and you
последнего.
took the bait.
Когда мы запускаем Unicorn,
Let's start from the final part. When we launch Unicore, we have multiple workers launched.
самое, что условные виртуальные треды.
Basically, this is like virtual threads. We have a single thread, it has multiple asynchronous sockets, and we have multiple processes like that. It's not only about processes. The only thing they get from virtual threads, we have shared memory.
Проще синхронизировать вот эти
It's a bit easier to synchronize Unicore workers, but the rest does not yield any benefits.
ну, ты
I don't know what to tell you. You are right, indeed.
И про предыдущий вопрос, скинуть вопрос.
I follow up on the previous
Информацию, что
question.
Марк Шеннон предлагал взять
Could you please share information regarding the fact that Mark Shannon, who suggested that we take Java and the fancy virtual threads and try them out in Python? This is pretty mature, but there is a lot of work to be done.
Привет, Джон! Хе-хей! Друзья, у нас 3 минуты и 3 вопроса.
Guys, we have 3 minutes for 3
Чуть
questions.
есть от перерыва, но надо начать в полдень следующую сессию. Погнали.
Next session is supposed to start at noon. Thank you very much for your contribution. My question is regarding distribution 20 to 80, 20 CPU, 80 for I/O. It looks like a sequential pipeline, which is difficult to break down in parallel flows, which get thrown down to the thread pool. Question: wouldn't it be an optimal solution in terms of resources to use just a Node.js build and split async task which could be distributed across process cores?
Да не, я понимаю, на самом деле...
Running two-thread
Async,
answer. The async framework I mentioned, this framework actually does virtually the same thing. We now have fast API. It accepts asynchronous for its request. It goes to async app, and it takes all the asynchronous parts and it runs them in two-thread and then works. Yes, you can do it like this, but this code is going to be pretty complex.
асинхронно-интерфейсной библиотеки, которые внутри...
And this is the way the asynchronous interface library is going to operate, which are actually multi-threading libraries. You use a Node.js build and you get a performance increase through the fact that multiple requests are run concurrently, not sequentially by the CPU. I got it. Just a few comments regarding UI. There is Fleet that supports asynchronous UI. And for I/O files,
да.
yes, you can use I/O file instead of I/O files. Yes, there is a solution worth noting. If you just patch an interpreter with two-thread I had a case where 60 seconds for reading IO files and 5 seconds for reading in asynchronous. Every read operation goes to a dedicated thread, async thread. We're coming closer to a single thread, so we can
Спасибо.
beat that.
Друзья, через 7 минут
Thank you.
здесь битва вокруг веб-фреймворка.
In 7 minutes, we have a battle
Если вы собирались как-то на перерыв куда-то
with
выйти, то перерыв сейчас.
Python
Мы отвечаем
frameworks.
на вопросы. Пожалуйста.
The break is supposed to be now, but we're still taking questions. Thank you for your presentation. My question is about the screenshot that says that 20% is CPU bound, 80% is IO bound. You say that multi-threading code is better and single thread is less performative due to the synchronization of async libraries. How does it happen? Why does single-thread code perform less through these synchronizations? Why do you make this conclusion? Answer. I should have elaborated on that in great detail to clarify. You have list dicts that you actively operate with in your activities. When you have Jill,
И операция добавления элементов к списку, она
and adding elements to a list, this operation is at the CPython level. When it goes to CPython, this
и никакой второй список модифицироваться не будет.
list class knows that it's there and no other list is going to be modified. And now, every single time you add something to a list, it initiates mutex. This mutex
И
is taken and is released,
одной большой блокировки много маленьких.
and instead of one block, we have multiple smaller blocks, and these blocks, they take time. And the more active operations you have with various collectors,
И дороже по времени тебе их выполнять.
the more difficult and more expensive it is in terms of CPU time it is. Therefore, a slowdown in single-thread code. It was not required at start. It captures GIL, it sees that there are other threads, and it still keeps it, doesn't let it go, and then it goes through mutexes without proper need. It applies to GIL builds and no GIL builds. Or does it apply to single-thread version only? That's an interesting question. I believe it applies to Node.jl builds. I believe it is defined with certain defines. That was a bait, and we took the bait. Yeah, I did. Thank you. And we have the final question, then we award a book prize. By the way, he already has a book. Thank you very much for your presentation. Quite importantly, you highlighted the discussion around virtual threads. I believe this is something we should contribute to.
Питон развивается прямо сейчас.
Virtual threads.
И стоит участвовать в обсуждениях, и, в общем, возможно, кто-то что-то придумает достойное, реализует.
Probably
В общем, это все очень прекрасно.
we can come up with good ideas and suggest them. We need to combine sync and async and move forward. Thank you. My question is likely to cause a holy war. When we say 10K RPS, is it indeed a task for Python? Probably it's not appropriate tool for that. Overall, what do you think? What is your take on that? Answer. In our cloud, for instance, the allocation of virtual machines is written in C++. Why so? Because that needs to be done quickly, with the minimum latency possible. That's been the case for some 5 years, until C++ developers died out, and we could tell we have to do something. So we rewrote the whole thing in Python. So it all comes down to the hiring of qualified personnel. If you don't have any Golang developers, when you want to hire Golang people in the market, it's going to be a long and expensive process. Probably it would be easy to set up 5, 7 new servers. Yes, it might seem a large system, 10K RPS, but just 10 install 10 servers without hiring a dedicated team to support these. So it comes down to competences. The same for async I/O. If you could hire a person who does not set async I/O from the inside, the races within I/O, it's a challenging task. But now the situation shifts. We have more people focusing on async I/O, while
или находить вот
We need to
Окей, согласен. То есть
try
здесь
hard
еще
when
вот
hiring.
такая промежуточная точка. Еще можно обходиться питоном и большими машинами.
So 10K is like a borderline case. So we can look for more machines, more server capacity. You can go for Java.
Это уже явно не питон.
But 10K RPS is definitely not Python. 10K RPS,
Окей. Спасибо
yes,
за ситуацию.
it's
Супер.
you really need to give it some thought. When it's 10,
Кто?
it's 100K.
Но на самом деле здесь
RPS.
было два таких вопроса, ну точнее, которые
Awarding
мне
the
в целом
book prize.
понравились. Первый это
I'd like two questions.
2.0. Но
The
так
first one was on Pydantic 2.0. Since it breaks my presentation, he's not getting the book. By the way,
и процесс
the question regarding the use of workers and processes
кода, вот это хороший вопрос.
within
Я
synchronous code, that's a good question.
Так, кто это
But I don't
сделал?
remember the face of the person asking that question.
подними руку, если ты здесь.
We told you that you took the bait.
Вот, бежит,
Ты сюда.
хорошо. Бежишь выбирать книжку.
Here you are, awesome.
Большое за выступление.
Pick your book now. Thank you very much for your presentation. You're getting merchandise
Следующий, вот смотри.
from the conference organizers.
Можно поаплодировать.
Let's hear it for our
Мужики,
speaker.
аплодируют тебе, старик.
Luzhniki, let's hear it for you, man.
Стоим вот так вот 10
And
секунд.
to you,
Книжку
let's stand like here for 10 seconds. Show the
на
book.
фесте. Ура.
Peter,
Я выложу в Одноклассники.
editorial. I'm going to post this picture to OK, Одноклассники, social media. Awesome. Guys, if you haven't registered yet, we have IT networking scheduled for Python developers only in the Lawless room.
Сценический стендап,
Board games,
нетворкинг.
Python-related stand-up show, networking opportunities, and just a nice, enjoyable evening. So tranquil
Да-да, поскольку у
calm.
нас будет батл, но батл
and quiet. Since we're going to have a battle right now,
то мы их
a
должны
battle between
усадить. Сейчас
developers,
столы
we need to have them seated. Then we will bring a few desks with laptops.
Про столы с компами это шутка.
No, that was a joke. There will be no desks, no laptops.
Просто даешь человеку комп, и он тут же отвлекается. Да, да.
So once you have issued a laptop, the person will immediately get distracted. Why so? Because they have an inflow of new tickets.
Друзья, московское время 12 часов.
Moscow time is after noon.
Лучший веб-фреймворк
This is time
Python.
to select best framework for Python. Everybody who are in the back, please sit down,
Поскольку это мероприятие для айтишники, вы можете быть уверены, что
because this is IT event, so at the first line, at the first row, we always have seats, and on the second as well. And right now on the stage,
а вы прямо...
the guys will come and I will announce them, and you will give your hands.
Оксана
Лужники applaud you. Oksana Емельчева, speaker, chief engineer, developer.
Бам! Артем
Бам!
Тарасов, Альфа-банк, ведущий
Artyom
разработчик,
Tarasov, Alpha Bank,
который
lead developer,
помогает котикам
who
поступать в технические
helps
вузы. И
gets to enter technical universities, and this will be moderated by a person
вытаскивает Enterprise на Python.
who pulls
Много лет.
enterprise on Python many years.
Петров, точку!
Igor Hitrov.
Друзья, у вас 20
Boom.
минут,
Okay, you have 20 minutes.
Всем еще раз привет.
а вы не подеретесь.
Hi, everybody. You're not going to fight?
Да, я тут так только.
Well, maybe they won't. I'm just going to be standing outside and looking at them.
Такой формат.
Okay, right now we're going to have the following format. I will ask questions to the guys, questions which are usually asked by people who are studying frameworks and selecting them. They will answer them in the format of discussions, and we are going to have 8 minutes per question. These are not 1 hour, 2 hours battles, very short ones. And then it's going to be your first presentation like that. So please support support them, the support group. Okay, support them, please. There should be new faces, new speakers on the conference, so please support them. Definitely. My first question to you guys. What about the speed of your frameworks? Oksana represents Django developers. FastUp, Artyom represents. And how fast are your frameworks? Okay, Django, that's sensible. Why didn't you like Django and you haven't had FastUpper? Django was asynchronous and it worked very slow. I wanted something faster. I wanted something simpler with less elements. Everybody knows that Django pulls a lot of things under its hood, a lot of dependencies. I wanted to have more flexibility, more speed, be faster, invent FastUp, and many other things like micro frameworks. Python became faster. It became better language for the backend. And there's a lot of people who are writing FastUp, who are writing with all popular microservices. And microservices are very cool. They can work with micro frameworks where every domain is separated into microservices, and this is a FastUp container. Not even in the FastUp, Blackstar, Black Sheep, any other micro framework which works with some asynchronous web server with supervisor and works as fast as possible. Works fast. Why? Because asynchronicity in Python and very cool identic message spec validation, which gives you good quality, very cool and wonderful. It is obvious that it is faster. It is obvious that it is faster. And just recently, there was something that in FastUp just 1 month ago, it was 2,000 stars ahead of Django for a very long period of time. And that's a moment that has to be celebrated. And what Django will reply to this? Well, my main question, Django is synchronous. Everybody knows about that. But what is the problem if you don't have enough those milliseconds that we're speaking about? Why don't you add some hardware? This can be solved totally differently. It's expensive. It's cheaper than replacing the developer. Well, I'll give you the following answer. On FastUp, if you want to write a P handler, you need to write 20 lines. We hire Vibe Coder, and with a neural network writes something pretty cool, and it's going to be a cheap developer, but hardware is very expensive, and we work for the business. Business doesn't like to give a lot of money for the hardware, while this hardware is spent for increasing SLA, 999, and we have to work fast. Fail-free, well, selecting good path, initially it's the fastest way. For example, we have a client coming to us, and we need to write some. We will select something faster so that we don't shoot our foot. It will select Django if the whole team of developers works on Django. Then, as a consequence, we will be working slowly and we'll find ourselves in a mess. But what do you mean under slow? In which context you're speaking? If you're speaking about RPS, Django has introduced in version 5 support of synchronicity, and it supports another protocol as well. And right now they're continuing upgrading it, and it's not a final option. At a given moment of time, there are places which don't make it speed it up faster, but compared to Django 4, Django 5 shows 10 times more resilience. Yeah, it depends on which speed we're speaking about. We're writing in Python, but we're speaking about the speed of latency RPS. It is important to say that web framework is the intermediate between you and database. You know, with our hands, we go to the database. And if we are speaking about asynchronous Django version 5, then there are some disadvantage that under the hood, you will always have synchronous request to the database. It was correct. It will be corrected. This will be corrected, but not corrected yet. That's why we select FastApp. They do everything in small steps, gradually, because this is something that includes everything. And it is being released in small pieces, gradually, in small steps. They're moving in the direction of creating good competition. And right now it has everything. This is a framework which supports two protocols. It can work well with typical objectives, tasks, and other ones. I'm not going to argue. Slow, gradual steps, that's good, but we need speed here and now. Let's better discuss Python 3.13, Node.js. There are new things, free trading, those who've seen it, they love it. How this will touch microframeworks and Django microframeworks will get great growth, but Node.js will influence it because they will speed up, there will be sub-interpreters, and all these behind the microframework, which are small FastApp, Lightstar, Black Sheep, and others. But speaking about Django, what can I say about that? How this will influence Django? Django 5, it will influence the same way. It will be faster because it has the same asynchronicity. They also introduce it. And when they will introduce Node.js, the RAM will be completed by that time and it's going to fly. Well, it's not there. Yeah. Let's remember that Commander and many people were fired, so Node.js we're not going to see expected soon enough. You have 2 more minutes about performance, and I understand your thought, but whether everything is bad, so good about FastApp, about the speed. Yeah, by the way, there are some narrow moments with middleware. Yes, there are, but if you're not taking HTTP middleware, but you rewrite it with your own decorators, lighter ones are appeared, then you get away from this problem, or totally it's a kind of crutch solution, transfer some middleware to Nginx, and then you will get very high speed. And even with regular middleware, if you look at bench SQL power and you will bench it yourself, in all the cases, even with small requests, you will get microframework win. And it tells you something that microframeworks are faster, higher and better. Yes, there is a problem with middlewares, but microframeworks, they tell us that we can take it ourselves, remove it, and write something new. We don't have strict connection that middleware is connected to us and we cannot remove it, and there's going to be a speed problem. Yes, we choose it and we become faster without any problems. What about dependence? What can you say about that? This is also a gap. It's a convenient point. Yeah, we hear that. Django is also convenient. Everything is in one place. You should not invent anything. But there's a lot of problems in Django as well. Or rent problem with a lot of dependencies. Yes, there is some disadvantage on the side of FastApp with depends, but it's convenient to use it. Pretty cool. You don't have to build heavy hierarchies. Oh, you speed and we're very fast, but it's very convenient. You don't stand. It's different. Yeah, of course. By the way, you speak about the convenience. Okay, let's speak about it as well. People very often ask and compare, what about the project structure? Because Sochijan, there's well-known structure, FastApp also has something, but how the framework implies the architecture or structure of the project. How do you put folders, modules, because people perceive it differently. In Django, everything is clearly understandable. It has a structure. It's clearly to understand where to write, what to write, where to look, and it has its advantages because you can open any projects, and knowing how to write a project in Django, you will understand where to look for what, where you will have your handlers, where you will have the models, where do you need to look, any library that you're using. In the same way, you open it as a white page and you understand it. You don't have to understand this code, dig in it. You should understand the idea of the author. Another thing that I would like to point out is that in Django, in addition to the fact that it has a structure, it's all well documented, and you don't even have to find any third-party source to understand how it should look like. You have only one book of truth, which is telling you what is where, and every symbol, every character is described over there, and all the questions which you might have, they are described there. Well, that's advantage and that's disadvantage as well, because we all, when we see the problem, we create our own framework, because, and why doesn't it work as I want it? We have clear structure. Those who work in backend, they understand that we have some feature, we need controllers, we need some unit of work, we need routes, and we need to communicate with database through some repositories. We all understand this structure, and we make it as it is convenient to us. We don't have some strict fixation, which I think it's not something that we need. You have different microservices, different services, and what clean architecture is working for you, that's what you choose. That's pretty cool when you have some implied things, but it's not implied by you, it was implied from above. It's not super clean architecture when if you read it with all the minuses, when you have choice to choose something implied and something that has strictly fixed, or choose something flexible and build clear architecture from the scratch. If you read a couple of books about architecture, then you will build clean architecture. You will document it. Yes, you'll spend a little bit more time, but at the same time, you will have clear understanding of your own structure and where you should move and how to do it. But at the same time, there could be a problem that only you can read it and you can think that this is cool structure, but some other person will come to this project and he will get lost. In Django, there is no problem like that. You can open any project and be able to read it. All the libraries that you are using, source code, you open the source code and you perfectly understand what it's all about. Well, we have a totally separate conversation about our source codes in FastUp. Yeah, let's go to Light Start and we'll speak about Light Start. It's much cleaner. No problems. Let's read the source code and we'll figure it out. If you need connected structure, there are many of those on the GitHub. You can find one that is flexible, applicable for you. You select something that works for you. You select something that is convenient to you. And I think that this is an advantage for the micro framework. Well, I'll give you something about architecture and not just about the structure of folders. How this helps to new developers. For example, you with Junior, you gave something to Junior to roll into the project. On one side, you have very tough hierarchy of files, some architecture, some possibilities, and full freedom. How can they influence? It's simple. You have documentation, take a developer, give him, he read it, that's it, project is clear. Web framework documentation, yeah, for Django. Because everything is described pretty well. If documentation seems too big, and for people like that, there are several guides, short one. Remember yourself, we take a framework, but documentation, we create CRUDs as fast as possible, and then we are learning about it. And during the development of neural networks, it seems that on FastUp it's going to be much faster, and you will create more handlers than in Django. And this learning curve, and how to learn in FastUp and Django. For the novices, FastUp is going to be a winning one because it's simpler, it has 20 lines, and you created a handler, and then you attach something that you want. But if you are the beginner, if you are junior, if you want to find out something from the beginning, you don't have to connect a middleware. With time, on a step-by-step basis, you will come to the situation that you can do this, you can do that, you can do that. And you're not going to spend a lot of time for just simply launching the project, which is available in Django. You will have a lot of folders and nobody knows what they're for. Yes, you'll open documentation, but it's easy. If you'll do it yourself from the scratch, then, for example, you know nothing, you're junior, you will do it bad. You will make errors. Everywhere you can make errors. Django is not going to permit you to do that. It will give a possibility to develop your clean architecture architecture the way you want it, invent something you want, but at the same time you will have thresholds and borders which will not put you to shame. Okay, honestly, I have counter-argument to that. MLDS epoch, and why all the MLs and data scientists select microframeworks for their fast deployments and not Django? Well, most likely because it doesn't matter for them whether should they go to the back. It doesn't matter how the 12 layers of middleware is working in classes, how do they interrelate with each other. You take microframework, you roll out the model, here it is, no problems, and then you go and create feed predicts for yourself. MLDS friendly. It's a very good point for the side of the framework, microframeworks. But this is a totally different path of development. Yeah, we take juniors in the back end, data scientists, and they choose, as we see it from statistics, that juniors, Django is for totally different purposes, what it can be used for. Yes, of course, you can say so, but the main advantages of Django, what are they? What comes out of the box? Everything. It has everything you need as an ORM, it has admin, it has authorization, and you don't have to think about it. It will think about you, about security. You just came, you write, and if you will connect some DRF frameworks, you don't have to, well, it will take 2 minutes to deploy all the CRUD handlers. Okay, ORM, take the Alchemy. Everybody loves it. Admin, people install FastUp admin. That's it. You have the administration console. About Lightstar and everything else, I won't even speak. Some people deny it, but okay, a little bit, you'll have to sweat, but yes, here it is. What kind of admin? Why do we need admin to deploy the model or some microservice? And I think that ORM has a lot of problems. From this point of view, Alchemy is very flexible. You can replace anything, configure. If you don't like Alchemy, you will select under ORM. If you don't like something else, super influenced by Django, you'll select something else. But if they give you a lot of tools and you cannot select the best and convenient for you, well, this is more a disadvantage than advantage. Why? You have everything. Some parts of the framework, if you don't like them, you can complete it, finish it. For example, you're like playing puzzle, and out of these puzzle pieces, you create a picture. You don't need to create those new puzzle pieces and color them. Everything's ready. You take ORM. Yes, the Alchemy is different from Django ORM. Django has more abstractions from this point of view. Full architectural freedom. And I think this is the time of, the time of selecting the details. Everybody, the microservices are more convenient than monolith, and it's fashionable to create these puzzles, element to element, like Lego are being assembled, and the full freedom of architecture. Really, we assembled something we need without being implied. Okay, let's open this idea. We're speaking about freedom and implications, but what about the quality of architecture? Because as a person who's been writing Django, FastUp, and other microframeworks, I know problems exist everywhere, both from the admin point of view or RAM point of view. What can you say, according to your observations and experience, which projects did you see and how good were they in your frameworks? For example, you come, you look, oh, FastUp, okay, same shit as in the first service I've been, and here, same thing, you come to Django, oh my god, the same problem, same bad developers been writing it. What about that? Well, you can do on Django whatever you want to do. It doesn't limit you on the selection of architecture. From the developer, architecture depends. Okay, let's rephrase it. How often did you see good quality project with this architecture? Because we've been speaking about the freedom of choice, but or limitations. But how, according to your observations, it was influencing in good sense or in bad sense? Architectural freedom was leading to good solutions, but not a lot of spaghetti code when people don't understand what was being written, and they have been limited so much and they didn't get what they wanted to get. Yes, I would like to add to this. Statistically, I've seen projects with micro frameworks which were done on a good quality level. Of course, you enter some Gina account on GitHub and you will see a lot of spaghetti code which is unclear and mixed up. But both in Django, I've seen pretty cool projects. The thing is that we've been speaking about flexibility. If there are cool developer who can assemble machine from Lego, he will do it. If he can create some kind of a small house from Lego, he will do it, and he won't be able to do anything else. So from this point of view, flexibility is both advantage and disadvantage. And with Django, they assemble very often big houses, big things. So on the fast app, you've seen good code. No, I'm speaking about microframeworks in general. I've seen more good code than bad one. And speaking about very good and cool code, not on GitHub. On GitHub, the code is bad, closed, and in your corporate repository, it's better. Well, you can say it both. On GitHub, there's a lot of cool things as well, if you know where to search. But in closed ones, they write cool things. Well, in Django, there are cool projects, and I've seen a lot of them, and people do a lot of surprising things, where in Django, you cannot even trace of it. You open it, and you'll be surprised that things like that can be done with this framework. You've seen it inside of the company? You can look at a lot of the libraries written in Django. Well, let's not speak about libraries, but services or some examples of services. You've seen it both, and mostly this was good code. Of course, there is bad code, but more often. But what do you see more? Good or bad? More good code. Because people who start writing big projects, they already understand how it should look like, and they understand the structure, and they make it beautiful. More good code, because you don't look at the bad one. True. Of course, she's looking at her favorite Django, as we all look in our favorite framework. Okay, our time is coming to an end. Let's try to look who selected framework. So, who votes for FastApp? Give your hands. Okay, and those who votes for Django? Clap your hands. It's 50-50. No winners. Okay, let's stop this holy war. Who's more? In the recording, we know that FastApp. Wrong. Everybody selects Django. So thank you very much for participation, for coming to this battle, sharing your experience and knowledge. Let's give our hands to speakers. Thank you very much.
И через 6 минут мы
And in 6 minutes, next speaker will speak about VS Code. Break. Thank you. You are beautiful.
Друзья, мы все еще в Лужниках. И это все еще Python.
We're still here at the Luzhniki Stadium, still talking Python.
Обожаю. Суббота.
Such an awesome audience. I love it. It's Saturday. It's great weather. It's a great location, but we talk shop. I'll just love it. I'm thrilled to announce the next speaker, Alexander Goncharov with Reef Technologies. Hi.
А я пошел. Друзья, через 40 минут задаем вопросы в микрофоны.
Take it away, Alexander. In 40 minutes, ask your questions, and we have a prize for best question. Let's get started. Let's get started.
Настройку VS Code и всегда я начинаю.
Today we talk about the configuration of VS Code, and I always explain why I deliver a presentation on a given topic. It all starts with the history of programming. The same for this presentation. We were working, programming. Of course, I'm looking at my friend's screen, and I see that my friend has no outline view. A panel that says that views displays a hierarchy structure. I enabled it for him. Another colleague comes over and says, "Okay, what's that?" I enabled outline view for him as well. Another one comes. So I enabled outline view for him as well. There must be a certain dependency. There must be some reasons. There are some things that I consider to be a must-have, and some people just live with them normally. And then it occurred to me, probably I am missing out on something myself. Why does it happen this way? Because we're lazy to learn documentation. When installing IDE, no one opens the IDE documentation. We just open up IDE, start coding, and then figure it out along the way. Even if we do read the documentation, but it changes over time. Plugins change, rough changes, format change, interpreters change. It's impossible to track this via changelogs. Therefore, you need to stay tuned for updates. Hence this presentation today. Before I proceed with my presentation, I'd like to make a few disclaimers. I support Unix philosophy. What does it mean? One piece of software should do only one thing and do it well. When we go out into the sea of various IDEs, it's a combine. It's like it has multiple features. So I'm not going to talk about features not related to writing code. Disclaimer number 2. It was a fun case. Nikita Sobolev was supposed to be coaching me on this presentation. 1 month before the presentation, we met one day, and I started telling him about the topic of my presentation. You can add a panel on the left, on the right, you can highlight things, you can install a dozen plugins, and it's going to be awesome. Nikita says, yes, okay, I see. He writes in C Python. He must be very knowledgeable. His IDE must look like the cockpit of an airplane. He opens up his system and it looks like that. Bare bones, just code. Sometimes he opens panels using hotkeys, but very rarely. And we had Nikita Pastukhov watching and I said, "Oh, what a piece of work." Tastes differ. Some prefer the cockpit of an aircraft. Others
Если они вам понравились, вы их можете скачать и использовать. Может быть, кому-то...
use the minimum.
Если хоть одному там, хоть человеку хотя бы...
So it's up to you to decide. If at least one of you finds some of the messages useful, it means my mission has been accomplished. This is me trying to grasp the whole code. I started digging into plugins and settings, and this turns out to be way beyond my scope of perception. So, this is not going to be an exhaustive presentation. For the sake of time, I cut out several elements.
Что они делают? Как я уже сказал, они
What do IDEs do? Integrated development environments. They help you write code. They also can run tests. It has a built-in terminal. It has remote coding when you can code something and debug something on a remote machine. It has live share for pair programming, a version control system, VCS. You can have diagrams, graph, REST client, 3D model views, lots of various plugins to suit your taste. We only talk about writing code. It's broken down in 3 parts: orientation code, optimization of input.
оптимизация ввода, да? Как нам более эффективно
How do we write code more efficiently?
автодополнение вот
It includes formatting, templates, autocomplete,
улучшение кода. Это всякие там
and thirdly, which is important, refactoring, linting, type checking, refactoring.
презентация.
I can see that you're taking pictures.
Вы сможете скачать, если вам что-то понравилось, прям с
At the end of my presentation, I have clickable links, so please feel free to follow the links and check out the plugins or documentation.
всех волнует,
As listed.
доклад, и можно пойти попить кофе.
A very important question: when does the presentation end, and when do we have Kati? 3 topics: navigation, input, optimization. Then we'll touch upon security. How don't you get infected with malware with all the plugins? Then we consider other alternative IDEs apart from VS Code. Let's start with navigation.
Моя среда разработки лично.
This is what my IDE looks like.
Пройдемся, расскажу, как у меня это устроено.
Let's go through it real quick.
Первый вопрос.
How does it work for me?
Открываю среду разработки.
Question 1. When I open IDE, where am I? What kind of a project is it?
Начинаю теряться.
When I have multiple windows, I'm getting confused.
Смотреть, что это за проект.
Here we can check this out. This is the product title.
Плагинчики специальные, Peacock или
But there are plugins,
раскрашивают среду разработки
Peacock
в зависимости от вашего проекта.
and Space Colors, that color your project depending
Вы просто по цвету смотрите, понимаете, в
on the project. You can tell the context you're in based on colors.
Обычно у всех я вижу вот открытое
This is Workspace Colors.
вот слева находится.
Normally, people have an open activity bar on the left. It's actually useless because it can be fully replaced with hotkeys. But if you're lazy to learn the hotkeys, you can pin them up there with activity bar location settings. It helps you to save some space if you have a small screen.
Дерево файлов в принципе практически идеально, да? У нас
File tree, it's almost perfect. We have a file tree where we can see where we are, which files we have in the project. We also have breadcrumbs.
находимся в иерархии файлов, они кликабельны, там можно
This is our location in the hierarchy of files. These are clickable, so we can move around across neighboring directories easily. Minimap.
вопрос, сколько еще этого кошмара.
Minimap answers the question, how
Хочется это знать и вообще
long will this stack continue? It normally takes up space. It's not quite useless, so this can be hidden with this setting. Edit minimap
у многих я вот как раз
false.
заметил, что нет такой штуки.
It saves some space. Some people don't have outline view, as I noticed. First, we activate this right-hand side panel
Default visibility
with this default visibility setting.
необходимый во всех проектах.
And it's always visible across projects.
Направо и
And we can go to the right-hand side from outline view. The setup is this. On the left-hand side, we have a file directory, and on the right, we have
структур.
a hierarchy of logical structures. We see
Классы, какие у них методы.
classes and methods we have in a file.
Получается,
It can display various variables, but it's way too much information. So
еще
you
один.
can use the show variables false setting. Another life hack to share. When you set your cursor on a given method,
У вас должен
in
подсвечивать,
outline view,
в котором вы стоите.
you expect this method to be highlighted.
Но программный
By default, this is disabled. There is no way to enable this in settings, so you have to click on the 3 dots button
соответственно,
and enable follow cursor at all times. This is indeed a very handy tool to see where your cursor is in the logical hierarchy. Moving on to the next one.
постоянно придумывают
I have to mention GitHub Next.
развлекать в нашей
The guys at GitHub Next always invent things to make us happy. They have lots of stuff for LLMs. They have a few experimental features which are not available in the IDE but can be added to the IDE. One of the
просто концепт.
fun features, unfortunately, is not implemented yet, it's just the concept. When you have some code,
Бросали ошибку, а потом
for instance, you had an error right here, but then you drop it,
вот эта строчка
and the radar shows Look at this line. It's pretty similar. Probably you want to throw
Логически связанные
it
кусочки с тем, где вы стоите сейчас.
error in the same way. It's an awesome feature. I'm looking forward to its implementation.
Мы попали в новый репо, мы только на проекте.
I have a question. We are in a new repo. We're new to the project. What is going on? We're trying to figure out.
Next как раз есть
On GitHub Next, there is a page called Repo Visualization. What does it mean? It takes any repository and makes a visualization. These are the source files for CPython.
диаграмму, можно посмотреть,
By looking at this diagram, we can tell which structures we have, which folders we have, the files in the folders,
у нас есть что-то
some news,
iOS, отдельная папочка.
something for iOS, a dedicated folder for iOS, we have documentation, and we have libraries.
Репозитории можно понять.
This is a generic representation of a repository. There are plugins.
Сварк. Ставите плагин, он подключает
For instance, Swark. You install a plugin, it connects to Copilot, trying to analyze your repositories
логическое дерево вашего репозитория.
and building a logical tree of your repository. These are not files and folders. This is the logics, the logical reasoning. You can't see it quite well here. I took a console library for working with clouds.
Основная
It says
программа, в ней есть команды.
we have the main piece of software, we have the following commands, they use utilities, and they use APIs of cloud storage. So they can provide you a generic overview of what's going on. The same for the explain. The explain. It has architecture view. It works a bit differently. It outputs a different result a little bit. It varies by the tool, but you may find this interesting if you don't have documentation, but you still want to figure out what's going on in your project. This plugin also has a file tree that enables you to view files as a tree, helping you to orient yourself. There is also Code Viz. They all work differently. Some use Copilot, others use their own models. So you need to give this a shot, give this a try, and you'll see for yourself.
Кодовая база выглядит.
So, okay, we got an idea of how a code base works. We start reading code, trying to figure out what is going on.
Типичный подход, ну, прочитать код как-то в голове
A typical approach is reading code, building logical
хорошо работает.
connections in your head, but sometimes it doesn't work out quite well. I use this classic example for all
Инструментов, потому что
the testing,
один из самых
the testing of tools, because this
читал
is one of the most terrible chunks of code I've ever read.
для взаимодействия с облачным хранилищем.
This is
Там есть команда
from a piece of software for interaction with cloud storage. It has a list buckets command. It calls the rank command.
его собственный объект.
It calls a class method and relays its own object.
Называет list buckets, а
It pulls some
где-то в комнате, оно
API, but API is defined in command somewhere. It's not clear what it does. So you have to jump around here and there trying to figure out what these methods do.
и среда разработки в этом помогала. Есть
We would love the IDE to help us to figure this out. There are pieces of software building
делает, он нам построил граф
a call graph. So Chartographer builds a chart.
команду, в ней
There is an input point, it calls a command, it has a run. This run calls another run, then lists buckets, then something gets printed. It's not clear, it doesn't follow from this that a certain API is called. We take another plugin, we explain. It shows us something.
печатается. Тоже не
It does show that something is being typed, is being printed. It's not clear either. I tried using another plugin, Source Code Visualizer. I move along the call graph, call chart, and it says, I don't know what the implementation is. What is the problem?
динамических
Automatically, due to the
свойств,
dynamic properties of Python,
вот таких вот call-графов нерешаемо, да, пока у нас нет рантайма. Вот как в примере, у нас есть функция,
unless we have a runtime, automatic
одну функцию, либо
display of graphs is not possible. Func factory, it returns a given function. And which one? How do we solve this? We only know that in the runtime. We have our hands and our brain. We can do it on our own manually. But we can use our IDE as a helpful tool.
взять кусок
Source Code Visualizer helps you to depict chunks of code on a graph
вручную, расположил
and determine dependencies, interconnections. So I have these chunks of code, and I can actually see what is going on. There is a call, and this is the functions that are being called. We have to do that manually, but this is our case. There is code comprehension. There is yet another plugin. I'm not going to drill down on this, a similar one. On files, we can select a specific file which is important. This actually caused my brain to explode. For those who are starting out, Color blocks would be an important plugin that highlights blocks of code. It's useful because you can specify the color and how many lines, how many strings are to be highlighted. This serves for debugging purposes, for making notes. You can highlight a chunk of code to have it handy at all times. There are a bunch of plugins that highlight chunks of code, blocks of code, where a cycle starts, where a cycle ends. It's a variety of plugins. They work pretty much the same way. They logically highlight blocks. Like PyScope, it shows the beginning and the end. Another point, highlight, important plugin. Highlight allows you to highlight annotations, comments, to-do, fix me, etc. What's the big thing about it? You can determine your own regular statements. For instance, you cannot write something to self-class. So it can say that you're using an anti-pattern, so you can define your own regular expressions. Let's get back to the file trees. Why do we want to see files we want to see? Some files can be hidden. I have a trash bin of cache files, virtual environments. It's there, but it can hide it, and I'll only keep the files I need for the purposes of my project. Fold level. I've just discovered it recently. It's awesome as well. We can hide specific chunks of code with folding, as it's called. The depth of folding is determined by this plugin. If I want to see what's inside methods, I insert folding. It says that this command calls API and something is returned as an output. If it's way too much, I can set level 2. And I will only see methods for classes. If it's way too much, I will only see classes and global variables. What's the whole point of it? Not only does it work with Python code, it also works with JSON. Sometimes you have a whole long list of JSON. Even if you formatted lots of fields, lots of text, you can hide some fields. First look at depth level 1, then you can dig deeper. This slide reminds me that, stop it, Alexander, let's proceed with part 2. Input. When preparing this presentation, I thought, why don't we introduce this feature? We write code and we write some easy-to-understand comments at the same time. If it's complex code, we can do some markdown, or we can build a diagram into the code itself. Code, description, diagram, description, code. I was so proud to have invented it, but it was invented back in 1984 by Donald E. Knuth. You see the book title, and this is what we see in Jupyter notebooks. Code, some results. Below, we can see some markdown and more code below. But this is no full-fledged code. We would like to see this in code. Jupyter is not code. This is like rather a notebook for research purposes. What I found for VS Code is comments as markdown. So you write comments as markdown, and by pressing the button, they can be rendered immediately. And there are no other plugins available. Removing the routine from our programming. Why write something if you can avoid this? There is this folder templates plugin to create structures for projects. You run a command, and a given tree or the file system is created. And you can start writing your business code right away. For instance, a component has been created right here.
Вот эта вот лампочка, которая...
It turns out that this light bulb that is displayed when writing code, sometimes it is indeed useful. I always ignore it as visual noise, but it turns out that once you have determined abstract basic classes and you write its implementation, you can press this light bulb button. It will display a menu. Create all required methods. So roughly speaking, it creates the methods you need to write implementations for. Also very useful, please sometimes check out this light bulb, jumping around the code. On multiple occasions, I see
Зачем, если у нас есть...
developers digging in DLL files. Why do this if you have hotkeys? The most frequently used are navigate back and navigate forward. Every time you change the placement of a cursor, actually it is being stored. You can jump around this. You write something in one location, then you switch over to a file, you fix something, you have to go back. By pressing a hotkey, you can get exactly to the point where you left off, thus navigating across the history of your editing. This is an awesome tool, very useful. Bookmarks,
Закладки в ваш код.
it's a vital plugin for me. These are not the bookmarks you think about. So you can add these symbols or signs or characters. If you need to highlight a chunk of code and return back to it, you leave these bookmarks, you save them, and they are well organized. You found a bug, for instance, when releasing a feature, you mark it with a bookmark, you finalize the feature, you fixed it, and then you go back to fix the bug.
Path go to...
Oh, very useful.
VS Code думает,
Path
что любая
go to definition. The whole code, VS Code believes that any string is a string, but quite often a string is just a path to a file, to template, for instance.
что-то там
And you might want to go back to this template and add something.
можете просто нажать.
It understands absolute and relative paths, and you can click on that and you can go straight to a text file or an HTML file. Basically,
Горячими клавишами.
most problems of navigating across code are solved through hotkeys.
Выкладывать
Highly recommended. And by the way, Microsoft publishes such cheat sheets on the VS Code website, available for VS Code on Windows and Linux. If you say, no, I'm lazy, there is key promoter. If you perform a certain action frequently, it will suggest hotkeys for that.
в VS Code это работает.
Such a feature is available for PyCharm. In VS Code, it's not working quite well due to the restrictions of the IDE itself, but at least we have something.
Когда мы хотим что-то исследовать,
That's better than nothing. If we want to investigate a chunk of code, we need superpowers. For instance, we need to be able to test regular expressions right in our development environment. There are a bunch of plugins for that. This saves you the need to visit third-party websites. Indent nested dictionary. You can input any kind of dictionary, unformatted. I cut it in half and I insert it in VS Code, apply the plugin. It provides neat and nice formatting. It saved my life multiple times when you have dirty data. It tries to format it nicely. It works with JSON, it works with Python dictionaries as well. Timestamp previewer.
Unix time перевести в
It converts Unix time to human-readable time.
Далее мы плавно переходим к AI.
We gradually transition to AI.
Вскользь их затрону.
I'll really touch upon them real quick. If you're asking yourself a question, which model to go for to chat regarding your code,
Ленивый подход, когда
I like this lazy approach. Don't check
за что люди голосуют.
models separately. I
Просто сохранить
visit WebDev Arena and checked up the leaderboard,
WebDev Arena.
which is the most upvoted one.
Нравится.
Here is an example, WebDev Arena leaderboard, so we can check the upvoted ones. Auto-completion, LLMs,
На тысячи.
there are thousands of them. It's difficult to choose from.
Пайлотом почему? Потому что
I actively use Copilot. Why?
можно прям вот
Because it features inline edits.
прям вот
You
настроить.
don't have to go to any chat.
Ответит.
You can ask the model right away in
От refactoring.
the plugin.
Есть голосовые
There is the button, refactor it. There are voice commands. You can tell it
Значит, будет
what this code does, and it's gonna respond.
поговорим. Есть extensions. То есть теперь не
There are extensions. There is next edit.
да, как в чатике.
Not only can you chat with the model like in a chat, but you also can enable various plugins, asking the model, what was the latest thing in Sender?
Если вы хотите,
it will actually provide a response. There is a free limit. If you want to give this a try, it has a free trial, it has a limit. They have lots of change logs, but there is continuous progress. It keeps developing. That's a good thing. That's right. We're not limited to chats. Features in Copilot are released on a regular basis. Windsurf, this is a decent model. I also use that. We have Codeim. I'm not going to drill down on this. This is a topic for a separate presentation, optimization.
чтобы он был
How do we write VS Code so that it is optimized? How do we perform debugging?
привык, если отлаживаю код, я пишу log debug.
If I debug code, I write log debug, and in the worst case, I say print, and the code gets contaminated with these expressions. You can install log points, they're going to print something, but the code is going to be neat and clean.
Можно запускать
We all know that you can run scripts and debugging right from the IDE by pressing a single button. I like the Unix philosophy. Actually, I can run a script manually
код, к нему подключится
using this
и будет, значит,
debug
сессия.
debug pi, and VS Code will connect for debugging session. We have conditioned breakpoints. This is when breakpoints
Если итерация равна 143, тогда
fire off
у нас break
at a given condition. If iteration equals something, then it is triggered. The triggered breakpoints. If a given breakpoint is triggered, another one will be triggered.
уже говорили,
How do we look for errors and bugs?
когда вы пишете
We have Copilot next edit. As you write code, what does it do? As you write code, it suggests
подходило в данный момент.
the most appropriate next change. As you write bad code with bugs, with mistakes, and it suggests, wouldn't you want to rewrite this properly? If you have mistakes in your code, it will suggest edits. It's awesome. We have Copilot review. Please give your expert opinion regarding this code. Do you like it? Normally we use rough, all of us. It dovetails with error lens. That displays the bad things about the performance. It's a dangerous thing. When you open a project without type annotation, everything gets highlighted. There are workarounds for that. We're not going to cover these. It's awesome when you write code and you see that you forgot to do the type annotation, or you did something badly. I have to mention SonarQube 346 rules for
И, наверное, не все еще слышали, а может быть уже и все.
checks and
Команда
debugging.
пилила Roof.
Probably you know this. The team that made Rough,
Это Astral, команда Astral, которая Roof и UV,
the Astral team
они запилили
that
еще
released Rough and UV, they're now working, it's not released yet, for a static code analyzer, TY.
И у нас уже VS Code,
It is already available.
чтобы его запускать. Она реально работает, я проверил.
There is a preview in VS Code. It works already. I gave this a shot.
В принципе, если вы
I tried to
хотите прям уже пощупать, уже можно.
add a string to
Рефакторинг. В принципе, у нас есть встроенный функционал, он достаточно
an integer, and it does complain about that, which is correct.
символ какой-то. Можем переменную куда-то вынести, можем метод
We
куда-то
can
вынести.
move methods, we can move
Нам помогает,
variables if it's not sufficient.
позволяет объяснить.
We can use Copilot that helps to explain code, fix something, generate review, generate docs, generate tests.
Немножко хотел бы поговорить с вами про
Security. Let's talk about security a little bit.
плагинов. Все непонятно.
There are a variety of plugins from various
А как нам не подцепить какую-нибудь малварь? когда мы
sources.
ставим?
And how do we avoid malwares?
Во-первых, там есть галочка, когда вы ставите плагин, что
When you install a plugin, there is a checkbox. It says domain confirmed, no malware released over the last 6 months from this developer. If it's not sufficient, automated checks
только потом оно может обновиться.
are run continuously. When an extension is updated, it gets double-checked. All the extensions we run, the Microsoft corporation keeps track of their behavior.
Случайно опечататься и поставить какой-то левый плагин от левого разработчика.
It checks for name squatting, so you cannot possibly make a spelling mistake and install a random plugin. If there is malware,
Ваш VS Code. Я не знаю.
the malware will be automatically removed from your VS Code and from the market
Прям вот
at the same time.
работаете в VS Code, обязательно
Let's talk about other IDEs real quick.
больше вы хотите какой-то.
If you want to get more, if you want to enjoy a different experience, if VS Code is not sufficient, I have to mention Cursor, Windsurf,
Куча других всяких
Try,
цветразработок.
and lots of others, IDEs and plugins which are more geared towards AI and its integration in development and IDEs. This is a dedicated topic. I'm not going to elaborate on this. I rather support hardcore programming with
Прям боялся не успеть по времени, поэтому
minimum support from AI. I try to be as fast as possible. That's all, folks. Here is my website. I wanted to respect the time limit. I forgot to post this PowerPoint to
у меня есть
the website. Here is the link. I just updated the presentation. Please feel free to contact me via Telegram. Thank you very much.
Это было хорошо. Быстро.
That was
не обязательно
awesome.
плохо. Давай разыграем книжку. Среди
It was fast-paced but very impressive. Let's award the book prize for best question. Thank you very much for your presentation. Here I am. Hello.
Спасибо.
That's an awesome T-shirt. I love it. Thank you. You touched upon other ideas. This is a type of VS Code. I would like to get to know more of your opinions. Not about forks of ideas, but forks overall. There are two approaches. It's either you take VS Code, install a bunch of extension, and you fine-tune it to fit your needs. And there are other forks. So I wonder, what is your attitude towards forks? Probably you don't need them. Probably you should rather write a separate extension. This is a pretty interesting topic. These are two different approaches. There are various types of development, and tastes differ. Yes, these are two different ideologies.
Ставить все плагины, он будет летать у
You can install all the plugin, it's going to fly, it's going to be for you. Well, it's a separate topic. And this is VS Code, and this is almost VS Code. It's just a fork.
Я и той стороны придерживаюсь, какие-то вещи
I support both sides.
устраивать.
It's
Те же
sometimes I'm lazy to tune it up. Those terminal emulators, I've installed Fish because it's out of the box, everything works, and nothing has to be set up. But with Code, I spend most of the time there.
вот гранулярность,
So I
то, что
prefer
не нужно.
granularity in settings.
Слишком много всего, то, чем я не пользуюсь.
In other IDE, there's a lot of things like PyChart that I'm not using.
Мне не нужна такая
The cursor, I don't need such deep integration. I think the best tool, it's a tool that you assemble for yourself. Okay, as one of the options, some people make forks out of the code, plugins for themselves. Possibly the ideology is different, that we want to do everything with our own hands, so we want to call it ourselves, we want to attach our own logo.
да, типа,
Yeah.
На последней картинке that's all forks.
And then on the final picture, it's going to be that's all forks. Thank you. Thank you.
Меня зовут Кирилл.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Kirill. I would like to ask you, do you know plugins to simplify work with C extensions and to debug such programs?
я не Никита, я не работаю в C и в Python.
I'm not Nikita. I'm not working C and Python simultaneously. That's why. So I have not even dig in this direction. Thank you for the presentation.
Смотри, вот, видишь,
Who knows? Give me your hand.
пьешь
You see the
кофе
hand?
с ним и проверяешь его данные.
Drink coffee with this guy and check his data. That's it. Wonderful.
Такой наброс
Next.
будет вопрос на
I have another question.
Привели очень много примеров всяких планов.
You've made a lot of examples of plugins, etc., but you said nothing about why, if all these plugins are needed, why not for HR? It has a lot of different things like that.
Не люблю
And I will tell you, I don't like PyCharm.
темы Никиты Соболева.
I prefer Nikita Sobolev's topic, only code and minimum irritants. However, if you need a lot of plugins, integrations, some interrelations, etc., then maybe you should take a tool which has it all and work normally, because it's
Там это сделано не на коленке
paid. It's not made by 3 open source developers underneath, and it's not supported anymore. So it looks like, okay, let's take a block node, and from 2 developers from 1 country and 1 Chinese guy will assemble all the plugins plugins and they will work, no cross-integration, the support may be, but what's the sense if you need a lot? Maybe you need to use the right tools for it. I agree. And then I'm going to help you. You've been listening to masterclass how to briefly speak on somebody else's presentation with your own ideas. Good job. It's the right thing to do. I was expecting that somebody will speak about PyCharm. You know, we did an experiment in our company. We have created a table who is PyCharm VS Code, and we create feature PyCharm VS Code in PyCharm. Out of the box, in VS Code, all the columns. Install this plugin and it's going to work. Basically, you know, different people like different things. Some people like PyCharm, everything's in build, and everybody who's programming, I say, install PyCharm and don't think. VS Code is more about control, extendability, free, freebies.
На самом деле вкусовщина.
Honestly, it's all taster's choice. I had only one argument. I have installed PyCharm, it was slowed down. Then I've installed VS Code, and since then, I'm not living it. That's my basic argument that I have. Accepted. Thank you. Thank you. Next one. Hello. I have the following question. Sometimes, well, you mentioned that you use Copilot and it scans code. Sometimes you want to work with projects where safety is important and you don't want to scan anything, but sometimes you need to do it because Copilot simplifies development. How can you integrate these two methods? ID, that's one thing, but somewhere we want to use Copilot, somewhere we don't want to use it because of the absence of the code scanning. I think this is more a question to how this is organized in this security contract, but nobody prohibits you from taking models and launch them locally. Once again, you go to the code arena, you look at which model is liked by most of the people. If it's available public, use it for yourself with licenses.
Ну тут как бы с Microsoft и с Copilot
Well,
такая история.
as for Microsoft and Copilot, the story is following. We use GitHub from Microsoft, VS Code, which is from Microsoft, collects telemetry. We use Copilot, also from Microsoft, sends data. So
Безопасник, наверное,
it's understandable that safety guy will hold his head and will say, do it differently.
соответственно, VS Code
Therefore,
телеметрию, GitHub
we switch off telemetry, we don't use GitHub, and we switch it for something safe. Thank you. Wonderful. Let's continue. Okay, guys, we have time until 1:20 with questions, so maybe somebody will be missed, but we will try. Alexander, hello. Thank you for your presentation. It was very useful. Well, I will install something out of your selection using the code, but I have another question about the speed. Maybe something wrong with me, but sometimes VS Code, it takes 1 minute, minute and a half to launch a probe. I don't use a graph. But my Pi, it takes like half a minute to do it. Are there any plugins to increase the speed or do something in settings? Well, I know that all plugins are to reduce the speed. Never heard about improvement. Maybe antivirus will switch it off. Well, I'm on Linux. I'm waiting for some virus to arrive. Well, it's a proper question, a more general question. We've installed a lot of different things. It will be slowed down. And if there's something regular, that will light it up. That's why don't install it all together. That's why I'm saying I don't have all this zoo, maybe only some plugins which were checked. Some bookmarks, fault. Why is it slowing down? It's a general question. And no silver bullet that will suddenly speed it up, and you will have to fix it up. Typical answer of the programmer, you have to clear it out. You'll come to the professional conference, and then they will give you 17 silver bullets, and whee, and you fly. Right. Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. I have the following question. Do you have cyber security people, DLPs, etc.? And if you do, how it works with these different extensions, and if you would move to PyCharm out-of-the-box solution if you have the security guys. Well, about security.
Месяца 3 назад случайно...
Perhaps about 3 months ago, we have just discovered that I have committed private key in a repository, and it was there for 6 months. This is what you have to know about security, people from our team. I'm the main destroyer of the security in the company. We don't have these problems. With each client, we discuss whether it's possible to use Copilot on their project. No client said no. It's specifics of our projects. We're a small company. I'm not from a big corporation, and it's a totally different story. And what would you choose if you would implement some DLP, installation of applications, etc.? Would you go to... Would you remove extension and would you stay on a VS Code without extensions or PyCharm? Well, PyCharm, it also has some Junie and those that send. Whether we send to PyCharm or Microsoft, because if you say for the license of PyCharm, here, yeah, I need to test the extension for the cyber security. It's a question of trust. Which company do you trust? If not everything has been prohibited, you can launch it locally. And right now, for some private things, I have only a local model. Video card, 16 gigabytes, will work with something like that complicated. Thank you. Is it okay? Do we continue press conference? Yeah, New York Times. Yeah, welcome. Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I came because I'm writing to Visual Studio, and Visual Studio is not a friend of submodels. When you work with Git repository, you connect submodules, and it just can't push it or spool it in the normal way, or you should do global settings of something that with attachment of Git pull, all submodules should be pulled. Do you have any other plugins which help you to resolve the situation? And possibly I'll switch to this new ID if you have breaking point like that. Yeah, there is a plugin called Hands. I use it every day. Go to terminal. I write git pull, git somebody need. Why? Because honestly, I've noticed the trend that novices, they don't know these commands. They click IDAs, commit, stash, etc., and they don't think what happens under the hood. And I don't like the fact that IDE makes us complacent, gives us interface, and we forget how to work with Git, what teams are available, what commands are available. Well, this is a Unix philosophy. For Git others, Git, and if this Visual Studio doesn't work, maybe it's better. Okay, thank you very much. It's just my view. Sorry, step forward to the light. You've been speaking about plugins for saying the difference between different projects so that you would mix them. What should you do in this situation if you have a workspace with big number of interrelated projects, and how inside this workspace you can see the difference between projects? Because very often I see the situation that within this workspace there are things that are overcrossing. How don't I mix them? Well, it's an interesting question. I didn't have such an experience. One workspace, usually one project. Well, roughly speaking, project consists of a lot of different repositories. One part of the project in one, another one is in another one. So you need to change the space. But the spice inside, they are really similar. And sometimes there is a situation when you mix up and you change the wrong file. So things like that. How can we say the difference between them? Well, the situation is awful, especially when you don't change the right file which you think that you're changing. I never faced this situation, so I never looked at this topic. If I knew, I would look at something. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Good presentation. But you started with positivity, ended with negativity. I like the only slide with the squirrel. And I wanted to say a couple of words about it. Why? It's year 25, 21st century. Everybody uses clouds and their cloud IDE. Don't worry about PyCharm, which doesn't work with Java. You shouldn't be this squirrel. Open the browser. You have Copilot. If you don't like foreign AWS Cloud 9, VK has produced SafeCode, whatever. All the plugins are available out there with syntaxes, selection. Everything's modern, beautiful, and it works on any notebook.
Облако. Вот.
It could be advertising of the paid cloud. Yeah, with all this. Tidish. Yeah, you can add it yourself. But why people don't use cloud gaming? Why people buy computers, buy expensive video if you can pay NVIDIA or VK, play 500 rubles a month and you can play. Why don't everybody does it? So that you can approach your friend and say, well, applying you is not included, not switched on. Let me switch it on. Well, it's not always you have access to this cloud, first of all. In Moscow, there was a parade, but we are not going to a parade. We don't have access. We cannot sit in the cafeteria. The internet got broken. Let's go to our summer house. But the main question is a question of trust and control. Do I completely trust to store everything in the cloud? And second of all, this cloud may create some another smart feature which will destroy all my ID, with like Windows with all the Excels. Today they have one location, tomorrow they have changed everything, and it has, well, the question of safety. Okay, you said as one of the first things, as one of your first rules, Unix way. Why all these plugins? If the main objective is just to fix the code, why don't you take Vim and then, well, nobody writes on a clean Vim. They enrich, tune it up, etc. So the question to this two, who writes on pure Vim? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we have people like that. Okay, I don't see how do you write on a pure Vim. Vim enhanced with syntaxes show up.
Смотрите, когда не
Beautiful.
связываться в спор,
When you don't want to argue, you just look in the eyes and you say, yeah.
Спасибо большое. 40 секунд.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 40 seconds and 2 questions. I don't know what's going to be done. Thank you very much for your presentation, Alexander. Question number 1. Have you used PyCharm? Very actively. Then I have a question about refactoring. You missed this slide. Any JetBrains product has very good refactoring with structure interface, top indexes, which allows us to quickly change the names of functions in code. So I have the following question. In order to achieve something similar in VS Code, they use LSP servers, Playwright, for example, but it's incremental. It doesn't hold the whole code. It has some data structure inside of it. Do you have anything modern, more modern way to provide this refactoring functionality to all the project, especially if it's big? And the second question, what is the complexity about writing something similar realization that already exists in PyCharm? Well, the problem is super important because for a long period of time, there was even less polyfactor in VS Code. You couldn't transform any method somewhere. And when I switched to it, I was hating VS Code just because of this. But right now, something kind of you can use Copilot, but you know the situation is painful. When you rename the variable, it can rename some similar name that was previously available. It irritates, really. It's a bad situation. I didn't find anything, similar looking just at the Copilot. So it's a good question. Why wouldn't anybody write it? Please write. It's any question to the open source. Why don't you write this code? I wanted to write something to the presentation, show it to you. Well, I was able just to make the presentation. That's it.
Да-да, еще поднимите руку.
Open source, as if. Okay, who has private life? Sorry, your time is up. Everybody says it. Very quickly, team lead runs. Okay, man, just for 5 minutes. Okay, right now we're going to take the microphone from Sasha and you can approach him and get exclusive answer to you. And who asked questions? Who should get the book? Only one book.
Мне
Only one book.
refactoring,
Yeah.
честно говоря, понравилось не потому, что у меня память...
I like the question about refactoring, not because I have memory only for one question, but because really it's important and it's really painful when somebody says, what about refactoring? And I say, okay, can I leave? That's why
Предлагаю
Good.
справься,
My
задавшему
suggestion,
вопрос, идти сюда и выбирать книжку.
the person
Тем
who
временем, тебе
asked
тоже
the
место
question,
конференции
come here
напротив.
and select the book.
Спасибо большое за
And right
доклад,
now,
за
conference merge is for you, for the
Друзья,
memory.
спасибо
Thanks for
за
answers,
то,
thanks
что
for
задаете
questions.
вопросы.
Thank you
От
guys
души.
for asking
Да,
those
надо выйти на
questions.
сцену и выбрать книжку.
So go to the stage and select the book.
Вот, пока
Tonight.
коллега выбирает книжку. Вот они все здесь.
While colleague
Сегодня
selects a book,
Будет Python
Tonight,
со стендапом,
there
с
will be
нетворкингом,
stand-up
на неё надо
networking,
зарегаться по QR-коду.
and you have to get
Просто
registered to
если
this
вы зарегались,
party.
сделайте
Nobody will
это,
let you
пожалуйста.
in.
А
Please
через 11
register
минут
yourself. And in
здесь,
11 minutes,
выступит заморский
we
гость,
are going to have foreign guest, super
Сейчас
expert,
пока
get
небольшой перерыв,
ready.
можно подышать
And right now we have a small
теплым
break.
воздухом.
Breathe in,
Продолжаем
breathe
фестиваль.
some warm air. We will continue.
доклад на английском языке. Под флагом можно забрать устройство, которое позволит вам слушать доклад по-русски. Я понимаю, что у всех в резюме написано, что вы говорите без акцента, что идеальный английский там и так далее. Но вот для полного user experience лучше возьмите переводчика, пусть в одно ухо вам бубнит. И мы начнем через минуточку, потому что сколько-то секунд нужно, чтобы заполучить устройство. Вот, возьмите устройство для синхронного перевода, и мы начнем.
Make sure you pick yours up right away, and we are getting started soon.
Будем.
Starting in 1 minute.
Друзья, великолепный день.
It's an awesome day today, isn't it, dear friends?
Котики получают устройство для синхронного перевода.
As you are still picking up
So how long did it take you to fly in from New York? How many flights did you have?
2 flights.
2 flights.
That was crazy. Like
That's too simple.
13 hours flight to Qatar, then Qatar to Moscow, 25 hours in total, 5-6 coffee, and yeah, caffeine just like took me over, made me travel so much. Yeah, that was like fine.
It's all right. We have prepared, because yesterday the weather was awful.
Oh yeah.
So we've worked on the weather all time.
That's good.
By the way, have you developed a skill of giving a talk without a presentation?
I have, but like it's we need something because it's a talk on visuals, and we need some visuals for that.
That's all right. We are working on them as hard as we can. It's all right. It's the time where you check your phone for maybe working dialogues or maybe your mother texting, whatever.
Yeah, I think the time zone's going to be different. They must be chilling by now, evening tea. And here I am, just like trying to fix the screen and just like trying to speak up on WebAssembly.
Коллеги, а можете на пальцах показать, через сколько у нас будет преза? My favorite story happened in Cyprus, where like the second person from the president who works with the digital community was about to give a talk. And so he said, you know, I've been a programmer for years, so I knew there would be technological problems, so I decided to go without a presentation. And so he had like an inch of A4 papers with his talk, and he was just reading it, you know.
Yeah, that's how professors work. Already, by the time you're just like fixing this thing, give me a raise of hand, like how many people here know about WebAssembly before? Perfect, I see a couple of them, that sounds good.
Say 7. At least.
I hope like by the end of this talk, like at least 100% of everyone knows what WebAssembly is. And how many of you ever worked with something like a Pygame or just like created 2D games in Python? I think I've got more hands now. Cool, so yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. And yeah, that's the 2 questions I have got.
What is your background? How did you start writing code?
Oh, so I started writing code when I was like 12 or 13. Just
12.
Like 12, like first thing I did was like plain HTML websites. That was the first thing I used to do, and I used to have this like colorful sections and divisions, and I used to be like, oh, this is cool, dude. And then I used to see my brother just like, he was like in university giving me his textbook, like, dude, just like go for it. I'm like, yeah, this is cool shit, like, it's like fun. And yeah, then everything just like piling up, pieces by pieces, got into web development, got into data science, got into AI, got into security for a bit, and eventually became a climate guy. So I plant trees now, apart from doing my technical stuff. So it's been a hell of a journey, and I'm enjoying it.
Wow. Did you have a dream to work at like a big tech, or did you start with gaming?
Oh no, so currently I'm trying to build my own company. So I hope it works out, so I don't have to work for someone else. And if that doesn't work out, then
you want to work for them. You want to become them.
That's very apt, I would say. That's like
sounds like a plan.
That sounds like a plan, yeah.
You know, now I'm happy that I did study English at school and then in college, because otherwise we would be like, you know, looking at each other right now.
Yeah, we would have just like, you know, used the sign language somehow and figure it out.
By the way, for the previous talk, we had a discussion on all the tools that are working from the cloud. So you're not updating any hardware or any plugins that you have for your work on your computer and like at your desk. But there are lots of stuff that's working from the cloud already. Where are you in this situation? Are you the hardware guy and the plugins guy, or the cloud guy?
I'm the cloud guy. It's easy now for a small team. Yeah, you can't just like plug in, plug off, take care of the servers, take care of my code, take care of the bugs, and take care of AI. I think the cloud is like a much better option. It's cheaper as well sometimes. But yeah, we have been in both situations. But now I feel like cloud is like a better solution for me, maybe not for everyone else.
Okay, when your team says 1,000 people, Is it still going to be cloud-based, or
I think
maybe something
at
will
that
change?
point, I think we're going to be switching up. We're going to be taking up our own servers. It's going to be a hardware thing. Because at that scale, I think it's much easier to manage your own dependencies rather than just like relying on some other big company to have manage all those things. And it's more efficient. You can just like scale it as soon as possible, and if something breaks, you are responsible. And you don't just like go to AWS and say like, hey guys, what's up? What's happening to my cloud servers? So I think those are the things which are interesting. And it's still not fixed.
It's all right.
We got time. We got time.
Yeah, it's a question of SLA, yes. But one final question. So I see that there's the technological community where hundreds of people are learning to write code. The code is working right. We're testing it. We're sending it into production. But then it comes to a conference. Like yesterday, you were just a code writer, and today you got to be a rock star, you know, on the stage.
True.
What are your steps on becoming a speaker?
I think if you want to become a speaker, just like go attend some meetups. That's the first thing. See how people are speaking, and just like take up a single task, like go for conferences, volunteer for conferences, and yeah, just don't be shy. Just like go up and speak about something. I mean, everyone has something to say, because I'm talking about WebAssembly, maybe Valentin is going to talk about WebAssembly. It's going to be two different perspectives, and perspective matters, not just the content. So I think those are the few key skills. But I mean, there's no like skill when you're speaking. It's just like you're talking about something. It's not something you're going to be not finding on the internet. It's definitely there. But like you want to listen to us so that like you want to know my own perspective and how I'm going to just like convey the message to you. And expect like by the end of the talk, everyone understands something and learns something new.
Yeah, thanks for that. You know, I think maybe I should offer you to sit down, maybe drink your water, and just wait for a couple of minutes, and we'll just sit quietly for a couple of minutes. What do you say?
Maybe I'll just like interact with everyone. So, how many of you guys are here who doesn't do a typical data science or a web development kind of a job, like not working with Django, Flask, or NumPy and all, but doing something new up with Python? Would like to like speak up or something? Would love to like talk about these things. Or maybe working with climate, geospatial information, data, and all these things. I saw a couple of hands, but like no one's. Is that mic working?
Most of the guys that raise their hands work for the company that is giving this festival to the community.
Okay.
Yeah, so these are the guys who are home.
All right.
Any more questions? Do you like blues or rock and roll? Jazz?
Jazz is good. Jazz is good. I mean, I spent a lot of time in Berlin, so I'm also like a deep house kind of a guy, just like chilling with the music, dancing. Sometimes techno, hardcore. But every week, I can just like listen to that and just like stay awake for like 24 hours and just like dance on the floor.
And my final question, I hope. Have you experienced Moscow yet? Have you seen anything?
Yeah, I saw a couple of things yesterday evening. I mean, I flew in yesterday afternoon at like 4 o'clock. I got a chance to go across the, I don't know if you call it a river. Is it the Spree? Is it a river? The Moscow has this river, like next to the stadium?
Yes, the Thames. Yes.
Okay, I thought that's a Spree. So in Europe, we mostly have these like small passages. Or in Amsterdam, we have like sprees or canals where people are just like taking up their boats. Alrighty.
Nice. And this spot is known for best concerts. So the stadium over here, we compare it to Wembley, to Wembley Stadium.
Right.
Because if you're a rock star, you want to perform here. So there was a concert of Metallica I came here for. And now you can tell people that you were at Moscow. You were in Moscow.
Absolutely.
And you performed at Luzhniki Stadium, right after Metallica. You know.
That sounds fun.
Maybe now is the time for you to sit down and drink your water. Just stop the small talk.
Okay.
And probably as soon as those guys will sit down, we will start our talk. Now, we'll be the sponsors of Minutes of Quiet Time. I'm so sorry for what's happening.
That's fine. I mean, I've done like quite a lot of like hands-on sessions, and things break. Unexpected things happen. Like your code stopped working suddenly. You're just like running a collab. Once I was just like running a collab, and this night before, they literally changed the version. They deployed a new version, and by mistake, I pip installed the latest version, and the entire tutorial was screwed. Then we have to go back and depreciate the older version and then give the talk. That was unexplainable. Yeah, that was a fun thing to debug, live debugging. That's what they are doing right now.
I hope they're not asking ChatGPT how to fix the thing and just know how to do it.
I mean, there was no ChatGPT at that point, so I wish.
To present it, but rather I'd ask about using WASM in websites as a powering point. Like, for example, my company uses Blazor WASM.
PyScript is like the interesting project you will see. The most interesting Anaconda people have been working on it day by day. And Pyodide in general has been the, the backbone of the entire WASM, like the infrastructure. And when you see like the use cases are just like going wild. So it's just like, has become the mainstream thing, like companies are still adopting it. And, alrighty. Oh, it's working.
Yeah.
No, they're clapping because you're beautiful and smart. Yes.
Oh, that's also good, Valentin. Thank you. So companies are adopting. We are also like we're not using GIF for gaming specifically. We are using it for geospatial data because we have so much of data coming in. And so these like, when you work with like GCM, global climate models, the data is in arrays, and arrays are like so big, and sometimes they even close up to petabytes of data. And then we use it to ZAR, and then when you're just like doing some sort of a visualization on the browser, generally, if you just like load this much of a heavy specific file on the browser, it starts stalling. But like when you make it using WebAssembly, using a C-native kind of interpreter in between, things go very smoothly. So that's another use case I can tell you. Then there are companies working. A lot of REST tools have been just like building up, not directly Python, but like it doesn't matter. It's just a WebAssembly ecosystem. For rendering, for 3D visuals, for mathematical computation, even machine learning, you can now run on. We will be talking about like how we'll be running those computational models and machine learning code now on the browser with WebAssembly. So yeah, so I think it's not like it's getting to die. It's just like it's going up. So it's like we're very early in the stage, but a lot of these companies are just like doing a lot of things, especially a company in the UK, I think it's called Fermion. So Fermyon has a tool called Spin, and Spin does serverless AI. So now you don't have to, now with the serverless AI, you can, instead of running your machine learning models on the servers or the cloud, you can simply call the SDK, which is running in the browser with Rust and WebAssembly, and it's blazingly fast.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty.
That was beautiful. Let's give this thing a fresh start.
Yes.
Давайте поаплодируем техникам. Ребята, спасибо. Спасибо.
Let's hear it for the technical team. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You made it happen.
Страна победителей. Да.
The country of victors.
На сцене. CEO Vivid Climate.
CEO Vivid Climate.
Панды!
Niraj Pandey.
We are at Positive Hack Days. Thank you so much for joining in. This is From Desktop to Browser, crafting browser-native game with WebAssembly. And I'm Niraj Pandey. So I'm not a typical security guy. You must be thinking, why there's no security guy? I'm a climate guy. What I do is I plant trees. I also, not just plant trees, we work with enterprises, crunching numbers, deploying our own AI models, geospatial data, model downscaling and everything. But I am also a generative artist. I have been working with a lot of these like new media arts, NFTs at a point now, the NFTs are gone. But I've been just like doing a lot of these generative art and stuff. And apart from it, I'm a Pythonist. I go to conferences, I talk about Python. I also help newcomers come up to these conferences and also contribute to like upcoming events all across the globe. So coming back to the topic, this is going to be the agenda. We're going to be talking about like a high, not a very high overview, but like a very brief overview of how WebAssembly works. What are the challenges in bringing the desktop games to the web? So Pygame basics for those who don't know what Pygame is. And then we're going to be introducing Pigback, which is going to be something similar to how a package manager works, but it's mostly a package distribution tool. And then we'll see like how we can convert a Pygame game to the web version. And hopefully we'll have time for QAs. Alrighty, so beginning with WASM. So if you go with the definition says like WebAssembly is a binary instruction format for a stack-based virtual machine designed as a portable target for high-performing web applications. Trust me, it took me a week to understand what this means. So what they actually mean is you're writing a code in any specific language, be it Python, be it Rust, be it C. But until now, before WebAssembly, all those V8-based engines or the browsers like Chrome and Safari can't make anything work on the browser because browser needs JavaScript code or something which those machine translation think or the binary code they can understand because you can't directly work with the web APIs or IO operations on the browser. And what WebAssembly gives you, it takes your code, it interprets it, it compiles it, and it changes to a machine translation, which is a universal code. And what happens now is like you have a binary set of instructions. You can use it. You can use it on Linux, Mac, Windows, your own operating system, whatever it is, and run it on your browsers. So anything you were making it initially or running on C or Rust or something, and you were concerned about like how it will be on the browser, now you can simply take those code, compile them, we'll see like how we can use those like toolkits of those like OnScriptum and all, and get those binary instructions and make it work on the browser. And the best thing is like the speed you get, the performance you get, it's going to be very close to, or maybe exactly the same as the native code you're going to be writing in the Rust and everything. So to begin with, to understand how WASM or the WebAssembly's execution flow works, we'll try to contrast it with the Python thing, because we are at Python Day. That's the language we know. So you start with a Python source code. You have a Python source code. You write it. This is the most human-readable code we write. And it goes to the Python interpreter. What happens? It's like it goes for compilation. And during this process, what happens, it converts your Python code into a Python bytecode. So for those who don't understand Python bytecode, it's not the final machine code like those bits and bytes. It's an intermediate representation of your file, like a set of instructions. You can think of it as have you guys worked with languages which operating system understand, like assembly? So where you're specifically saying like, hey, move A which is the variable to 0 and all those things. And the bytecode is then stored as two different files, because there's a myth, like everyone thinks like, hey, the Python bytecode is being stored as a PyC file, as in the cache, which is not true. Because only the modules you're importing, only the files you're gonna be re-importing or just like running it again and again is gonna be stored in the PyC modules in the __PyCache folders. And every other logic, it's gonna be at runtime instantly in the memory. So it's not going to be stored anywhere. It's just like those modules will be there in the PyC file. And we take those two files and send it to the PVM, the Python virtual machine, which is the brain behind the entire interpreter. It takes those instructions and say, OK, just like you go and you give instructions to a chef, like, hey, you need to put like some first ingredient, the second ingredient, and so on. In the same similar manner, it just like take those instructions and deploy them one by one, and eventually it produces the program output, which you see. Pretty simple. Similarly, when you're working on the WebAssembly execution code, we have the same format. You write your code. Here, the thing is like you don't have to be writing the code in Python. You can write it in any single specific language. Goes to the compilation, goes to the WASM ecosystem, the interpreter, and it first creates those WASM bytecode. This bytecode is not the one which is very similar to what Python makes. So what happens is like WASM takes this bytecode, converts them into a WASM module file. So what a .wasm file is like something which is very similar to how the Python bytecodes work and how those assembly kind of instructions are. And once this is done, it goes to instantiation. It's sent to the WASM runtime, which behaves like the same, like the Python virtual machine. And here the only difference is like, here the memory is not like what you have in Python. Here the memory is a linear memory. So what do we mean by linear memory is like it's a contiguous block of array, and it's not a static kind of a file. It doesn't have like garbage collection happening over there. If initially WebAssembly deploys a 16 megabyte of like initial memory, and somehow your computation part requires 40 megabits in like the next minute, it will just like scale automatically. So everything which is there in the WASM runtime, all the WASM files just like gets stored in the WASM memory. All the I/O operations are happening there. We'll see in the next slide like how these I/O operations can eventually talk to your browser, and those I/O operations can be connecting or talking to, like interoperability will be happening with the web APIs. And once this is done, it's then executed and your program is run. And this program output could be anything, whatever you want to run, be it on your a browser environment or any runtime you're working on. So it could be Pyodide, it could be OnScriptum, it could be anything. Alrighty, sorry. So the only difference now is like, what happens when you're working with the web? Same thing, write the source code, compiles into WASM bytecode, stored as a WASM file, instantiate into the WASM runtime. But now what happens is, oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. With the incoming of WebAssembly, it does not mean we don't need JavaScript anymore. Because it was my concern also, like in the beginning, like, hey, why do we need WebAssembly? Why do we need JavaScript anymore? Because everything is being done over here. Because still, the browser don't understand anything apart from those JavaScript, because it needs JavaScript to interact with the DOM and manipulate your the web APIs. So what happens now is like your WASM file can directly load the JavaScript, which can now talk to the DOM or the network or the web APIs you're working on. And you have a linear memory, which is being allocated at runtime, can scale and everything. I/O operations are happening. But now everything is running in a sandbox environment. So why we need a sandbox environment is for the security purposes. So let's say I'm running a bunch of Python code on the browser. I don't want my Python code to have access to any other I/O operations the JavaScript or the browser is doing. So everything which runs in WebAssembly is in the sandbox, so that it doesn't have access to the other resources which are happening on the browser and everything. And that's it. Everything is done, and we get the output. Very simple. I hope it's very simple by now. Cool. This was supposed to be a video, but like somehow it's a PDF file, so I'll still try to understand, make you understand this thing. So why execution flow matters? So these were the particle flow, like thousands of particles dropping from top to bottom, and a lot of like, they're just like falling under gravity. So we have a simulation, or you can say a stress test. If you're making games, you know like things are moving so rapidly at so short interval of time. So if things are working, if things are falling, it's just like happening. Millions of pixels are just like changing within a second. So the first thing, the first image was from a Pygame. It's all running on Pygame. So every example you're going to be seeing is going to be on Pygame and something on the normal Pyodide. So what is happening here is like those objects are falling, and the same thing is working on the browser using WebAssembly. And when we tested like how much time and everything, the metrics were, the performance index, we saw like the average frame time was 6.31 millisecond, and when it was running on Wasm, it reduced by half. Similarly, the particle updates were happening at 0.16 million particles a second, and when we just like started running it on Wasm on the browser, the speed increased to twice. And the third thing is like currently the CPU usage was being taken up to 95%, and when we switched to Wasm, it dropped by half. So we clearly saw like there has been a drastic change of performance when you are using WebAssembly, because it's much, much faster. And one of the main concerns you might be thinking, why is this like suddenly drop, is because of the garbage collection. Because Python the garbage collector stops, clears up those spaces, and then start again. So this takes a lot of like memory in the process. So the benefits, it's high performant. You can make any kind of high-intensive game. It can be a little complicated at times, but like it's going to do the job. You're going to get the near-native speed. Portability, it can work on almost all the browsers you can think of. All the modern browsers, I would say. Security purposes, it minimizes the risk of malicious code because it works in a sandbox environment. Nothing can come in, nothing can go out. And interoperability, which means it can have a possible combination for web application, which we're going to see. So like now you can make use of Wasm for the performance and make use of JavaScript for manipulating the DOM or your web UI components. So how do we combine Wasm with Python? It's just an overview of what we just like saw. Like Python code is converted to WebAssembly into a Wasm module, then it just like loads this thing in the browser. JavaScript interacts with both Python and Wasm at runtime, and there are different kinds of runtime. So one of the most famous one, which Pygame the PyGBy don't use, because PyGBy and both uses unscripted behind the scenes. So any kind of LLVM we use can be just like compiled using unscripted. But Pyodide is another one which is mostly being used by the scientific community on Python, and you can use it to make visualizations. Maybe you're working with Matplotlib, you are trying to have those like interactive dashboards which you were making before on your local systems or those Jupyter notebooks online. Now you can simply integrate into your websites or whatever you're working on using WebAssembly. So that brings us to Pyodide. Like, what is Pyodide now? So Pyodide is, as I said, like it's like a package manager, but it's not a package manager. It just like packages everything and make it work. So what I mean is, it's basically a port of the CPython interpreter. It takes your code, interprets it, and compiles it to Wasm. And it has a support of more than 75 scientific libraries, NumPy, Pandas, and everything, and it uses micropip. So what micropip does is, just like your PyPy, when you just like use your package installer, you can use micropip to install any kind of package from your any kind of pure CPython written package you can install directly using micropip into your environments. And yeah, that's pretty much it. This QR code is somehow wrong, so I just like realized this morning. It's an old QR code, and they have just like updated their link. And if you see on the diagram on the right, this shows like everything. JavaScript is at the core of our thing in the browser. What it does, it interacts with Pyodide, which already has a pre-interpreted WebAssembly code. which runs on Wasm. But what also PyroDite does, it's also loaded the packages at the same time during your runtime, whenever you're just like running it. And when it does, it compiles those binary files, it goes back and return those data back to the JavaScript, and then you can interact with the web APIs or anything and show it on web browser. So what's happening here is, you're going to see in a bit, is to understand the syntax. We start with like initializing load PyroDite. That's one of the main thing. And second thing is like you always use asynchronous operations for this because it has to be in alignment with the browser's single-threaded architecture. Otherwise, you don't want anything you're working on your browser to be stalled or to stuck. And the second thing is like you initialize it, you call it like run Python, and you pass it into the string literals, and this will basically return everything back to the browser. So the control is going to go to the PyroDite interpreter and comes back to Python. Second thing is you can also call functions like, hey, PyroDite.run Python async, import the time, import the modules, give it a go, and just like print it up eventually. And this data will eventually be returned back to the JavaScript, and then you see like how it can be used up. You can also load packages. So let's say we are working on NumPy computation. We are working with matrices, determinants, linear algebra operations, and everything. We can simply load the package and do some operations. We can also work with JS variables. You can also make sure like anything you are like working on the JavaScript ecosystem or on the DOM can now be run directly with PyroDite. So you just like set the global variable, set the JS var, and pass the JS value. And the last thing is you call PyroDite.run function. That's a small function, and then you can simply call it from your JavaScript event handler. It could be anything. It could be an event handler. It could be a DOM operation. So let's say let greeting is to PyroDite.globals.get greet function and pass the value Elise, and it's going to return hello Elise. So now we're going to see like how we can have a simple NumPy array. We are calling a function, use NumPy. We're initializing the load PyroDite into the PyroDite variable in JavaScript. And we're saying like, hey, await load the package, which is going to be NumPy. And we have the result. And in the result variable, we're just like calling the function and saying like, now you have PyroDite loaded into the runtime, because everything is being loaded at runtime. There's nothing, it's not loaded at runtime. It's being called whenever it's required. We call the array, we call like numpy.array, we pass the variables, we say like, hey, this is the mean, calculate the mean, and return the f-string value back to the browser. And how it works in a HTML environment, or like whenever you're working on a browser, it could be React. It also has like compatibility with React and Vue. So you have those script tags into your browser, you call it, you call the function, you have that async operation, you say like, hey, there's going to be an event handler, get element by ID, which is going to be output. You pass it like loading, and then you say like, oh, now let's start with PyroDite. Load the package, result, and everything function you're writing in Python has to go up, has to go in a string literal. And you pass in the function. You say here what you're doing is like, we're just like calling a 3x3 random matrix, calling the determinant, and that's it. We're just like finding the determinant of the matrix 3x3, and we just like saving that value into the output field, and output is going to be eventually be updated by the JS DOM. And if this is the same thing like which I just like told you, it combines and executes the Python code in the PyDite environment, and Python prints the statements and the errors, and now the errors is not going to be coming into your console. It's into your Python environment. It's going to be coming directly to your browser, just like your normal web applications work. And if you run it, you're going to see like a single click of button will now be doing all your computational tasks which you have been doing before on your systems or on your Jupyter notebooks and everything directly on the browser with no compromise on the speed and performance. That brings us to Pygame. So Pygame is one of the oldest libraries in Python since 2000s or something. And it has been an abstraction on the simple directive media, SDL. And what SDL is again an abstraction on OpenGL. So it's just like abstraction of abstraction. And there used to be a project called PySDL, which just got stalled. And some cool people just like came in and just like reopened the project and just like started working with Pygame. And what it does is like it gives you those abstractions to the hardware you're working on. So it could be anything like a joystick, keyboard, mouse, anything. So we're going to quickly go over through this because we have only 16 minutes. So what is Pygame? I just told you. It's a cross-platform set of Python modules designed for writing video games. Mostly it's for 2D engines, but you can also make your 3D engines out of it, but you will have to create your own engine in Pygame to render those 3D objects. And it can also be used to render those computer graphics and sound and videos, anything you can think of as a part of the game, built on top of the simple direct media layer, and allows you to make games. So very simple. We'll be saying by the end of this 5 slides, you'll be like, oh, I know Pygame. I'm going to make a game tonight. Key features, you can render images, as we said. You can render sounds, you can play with sounds, you can see collisions happening and just modify those event handlers with the sounds. Even user inputs can be coming in from your anything, it could be your any kind of hardware. It doesn't have to be some specific one on mouse movements, on keyboards and everything. And the last thing is the game loop. Game loop is the backbone for your entire gaming engine, which is it's like a function, it's like a never-ending function unless or until a condition just fails or just condition satisfies, which breaks it and brings it out of the game. So what it does, it updates the state of the game. So if you think of a 2D game before, you used to have Pac-Man and all, you used to have state of where the object is and where the object is going next. So game loop is one of the one which is responsible for doing those things. A couple of slides on how Pygame works. You import Pygame, you initialize it, and initialization is very important because Pygame has abstraction to multiple different modules. This is how the hardware modules work, and you need to specify which module you're going to work with, so you need to have those initialization steps. You can't simply just use Pygame. And we need a canvas, we need a 2D Cartesian plane to draw something upon it. So we simply say display underscore set underscore mode and pass in those width and height. Then we have the main game loop, which is a continuous loop, which keeps on working unless you have a specific condition which met. Here I've written if the event type is going to be pygame.quit, running is going to be false, and we're going to display.flip. So what does display.flip means? You have two things. You have either you flip or you blit. So you have two buffers. You have a queue of buffers, and buffers is going to be what's going to be interpreted on a screen. And your process is you have one buffer and the other buffer is just lying behind. If you flip it, the front buffer is just gone away, and the back buffer just take place of the front one. And we'll see what blit does in a bit. We can also do event handling. So be it your keyboard, be it your key press, be it your mouse change, or any kind of event handling, we can simply make use of those event handlers and do something out of it. And we can create our own objects. So Pygame is very flexible. You don't have to rely on images or pixel games out of the box. So if you even think of Pac-Man, the creatures are just filled up pixels on the canvas. You can do the same. You can draw your images. You can draw whatever you want to draw, and then make your own characters and fill up to the variables you're just calling your character. And so we import the game. We set up the display. We put up the caption. That's how you initialize some basic functions. And when you're working with some images, let's say you have a pygame.image.load, you pass in .png or a WebP files for faster processing because you want the file to be as small as possible. And you say hey, blit it. So what blit is you just want to have some specific things taking over, and you don't want to, you still want to keep the previous state, so a global state as it is. Similarly, you can use the mixer module and just add the sound, and you can add the .ogg file .ogg. It's a much better operation. They don't prefer using .wave. I only had .wave, so I just use .wave file. So you can use it, and you can just make it play. Event handling, as I said, if you quit it, you flip it, and everything like that. So again, this was supposed to be a video. So you can think of it as the green is the snake, and the red is the food. So we will be building a snake game in the next 10 minutes. And what happens is the snake keeps on moving, and once it moves, once it eats that food, the size increases by 1 block. And the same snake game, it touches the walls of the canvas, it just like stops, or just like it touches itself, it just like breaks the loop. So how we're gonna build this game is, so first we're gonna be talking about like how Pygame, we're gonna build a game, and then we'll see like how we can then make use of PigBag and then make it work on the browsers. So you import the Pygame, you initialize it, you set the canvas, you also set .time.clock. So what does time.clock means is like you want to also control the frames of the game. Maybe you want something like a 60 frame per second game, or maybe 45, 120, everything, but you need to use a time module to clock everything so that like it knows when to refresh those rates. And we're just like defining a small rectangle as a character over here. Then we have the game loop, which detects the user inputs. If it's quit, so this is not the entire one, so it's just like showing you like if something happens, just like break it. Otherwise, keep increasing the speed of it. So keep moving on the x-axis and just like fill the space with black color, or add a character on top of on between, and flip the entire screen, make it go back to the initial one, and make it at a frame rate of 60 frames per second. And this is an extension of the same thing, like how we can make it work in an actual game loop. So we can also like add movements. So how we're going to be adding movements is we click the button. If it's the left button, we just like move it to the left-hand side. If you're at the right side, we just like move it to the right side. If it's an up button, we just like change the y coordinates accordingly. And we then blit it. We say like, hey, just like put like a text on top of it and just like flip it. So this is what it says, like to blit or to flip. So display.blit means you don't want that state to totally change. You still want that previous state to be as intact. But there's a new state coming in. Just like don't take away the buffers, but like keep it in the front and just like pop it out, just like your arrays or like the heaps are working. Then what you're going to do is like a flip, which takes care of your previous buffer. So you have 2 buffers. So this is the one. This is the second one. What blit does, it puts it in front, makes it visible, throw it out. You have a flip. It brings it here, but also throws it out. So the entire state changes. Collisions. So collisions is something which is like one of the main components of like when you're making games in Pygame. So there are like a couple of strategies which everyone has been using. The most common one is like AABB, circle, circle, hash map, pixel perfect. So the example you're seeing here is called the AABB, axial aligned bounding box. So what happens is like checks for axis happening. So if they're like 2 rectangles and these 2 has only 1 axis, I mean, this is still colliding. Just imagine like they're like one square, another square, it's still here, so one axis is like matching. So you must have seen in games which you see in 2D Cartesian plane, where it says that, oh, it's too close. So that too close has been figured out with this collision, which is the axis-aligned bounding box. And when 2 axes match together, it's a collision. So then you can have an event handler which does something out of it. Again, sorry for this. This is not, the snake is not moving. We're just like making use of the keyboards, left, right, and just like touching it, and the game is over. So brings it to PigBag. So PigBag is very similar to how Pyodide works. The only difference is like it doesn't have an abstraction, directly make use of Unscripten to compile your Python code and makes it to WebAssembly. So it's not even a package manager, but it's something which you can say it bundles up all your code. So what it creates a event bundler. Eventually, it bundles up everything into a build file. And what happens next is, during this process, it's using Unscripten to convert your Python files to WebAssembly and creating those static HTML and JS files, in which you can simply run into your browser. And it can run natively on browsers. You have asset management, which is it creates a virtual file system. I mean, Pyodide also does the same. So if anyone here has worked with POSIX, kind of like POSIX kind of like file system, it creates a very similar file system which keeps store all the data, all the memory, and unless the file system has been refreshed or something like that. And it packages game assets, so everything will be packaged and will be used by the interpreted WebAssembly code eventually. It has an asynchronous adaptation. How it helps is like it makes sure like you are working, whatever you're building a game or something is in the alignment of the event loop of the browser. And it bridges the Python synchronous code to the, I mean, you can use asynchronous, but like it's not the native one. So with the browser's event-driven thing, so now what's happening is like your games are always going to be working. It's not going to be stopping. It's not going to be stalling. It's not going to be lagging. If you make sure like if it's using the proper event-driven approach. I'm going to skip this slide. Same thing, packaging tool, code translation happens under the hood. It does the asset packaging, creates those web app creation, creates those HTML and JavaScript, and it's very compatible with most of the browsers. And again, it's also running in the sandbox environment. So how do you adapt this Pygame to Pigback? You don't have to do anything, because Pigback works as a tool chain, and tool chain works apart from your code base. The only difference you need to do is like you just change your display.update to display.flip, because display.update is like pretty slow, and when you're working with a browser, it sometimes gets stuck. So it's preferred to use display.flip to change those buffers. You need to convert everything into an asynchronous operation, because browser won't understand what you're doing. Also, one more drawback is when you're working with Pyodite, Pyodite gives you this operation of parallelly running everything. It makes kind of like a multi-threaded thing, but WebAssembly, the browser stops it. So still until today, we can't run we can't do like multi-threading on Pyodite on the browsers. Still working on it. Still somehow something we'll figure out. And we also need to call asyncio.sleep, passing the 0 variable. Why is it necessary? Because we need to yield the control back to the browser. Because if you're running on something, we also need to give it back to the browser so that like the browser knows, oh, I need to stop in between. These stops are very fractional seconds, like momentarily these are happening. You won't see them, but like when you're seeing the animation, those can be super smooth. And yeah, if you have a non-blocking asynchronous approach, it will work. So what's happening here is we are creating a small Pygame approach, but using a Pigback approach, which is converted the main function to asynchronous, calling displaying the 2D Cartesian plane. We pass the clock size so that like we can control the frames. Now we pass on those like characters. We call the gaming loop. We did like once it's said like quit, unless or until just like keep running, and that's it. This is just to show you like how we just like convert simple Pygame thing to Pigback. This is just going to give you a small rectangle. OK, the last thing is going to be how Pigback works properly. So you have a Pygame code. You don't do anything else. You still write those Pygame code. Pigback takes it and does under the hood, like uses Unscriptum to convert those things into WebAssembly. But it also needs JavaScript to glue that code. Maybe you're doing some sort of like IO operations. It doesn't know the browser still needs to access those IO operations. It uses the JavaScript glue code and bundles them up. But at the same point, it might need some sort of images or music you must be asking for during the runtime of the game. So what Pigback does, it directly gives you the asset packaging and sends it directly to the bundle which the Pigback is creating. And eventually what it does is like it creates a wrapper on this bundle and sends it to the browser. So now what's happening is like entire game has been converted into a static thing, into a static wrapper, which you run on the browser, or maybe call your Python server to run those HTML files. It'll start running that game on the browser. So the last thing is going to be, so I'll be real quick on this, because I think we have 2 minutes left. Maybe you can get the slides later, or maybe you can go through this. We'll have a code base for this. You can go and run this thing. We initialize the game, all the necessary imports, Pygame visualization, set the 2D Gaussian plane, said like, hey, the snake block size should be, total should be 20. The speed should be initially 10, which we're going to be increasing. Thus, how many blocks of snakes will be there? We just like create an empty list and start adding on top of it. We create the main loop. We're going to be passing on a lot of these event handlings of the snake. What happens if there's a key down? What happens if there's a key left? If there's a key left, we're going to go it back. We're going to change the x-coordinate back. If it's a key right, we're going to work with the x-coordinate, increment the size. If it's a key up, we're going to work with the y-coordinates, not the x-coordinates, and so on. And you just like keep persisting in the memory. collision. So how we are doing is like we are doing multiple collisions check. We're checking like, hey, if it's the snake itself and touches its own body, that's a collision. We just like stop it. We say like, hey, game over, game is closed. We're also checking for food. If it's a food, we are incrementing the size of the snake because it's a good thing for the snake to have. And then you can also like draw different things, like we're drawing the snake, we're drawing the food objects, everything we're just like doing directly goes there and just like convert it to in Pigback. The only new thing when you're working with Pigback is make it asynchronous, call it until in async you're done, call the function, and you're done, you're good to go. And if everything works correctly, just imagine this is the snake, you keep it moving and keep it down, and just like so. It happens. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And I think we are on time. So thank you so much for playing. Thank you so much for coming. And see you next time. But this was just the game was just an example of how you can actually make use of one of those applications. But with WebAssembly, this is like a super basic thing which we could cover in this time. But with WebAssembly, you can work with a lot of different things, from geospatial to anything you can think of. Alrighty, question time.
We are completely out of time.
У нас
We have time for one question in English. Скиньтесь на камень ножницы, кто задает. Пожалуйста.
Maybe we'll start with them.
Давай. Все, Свет, сорян. Пожалуйста. Остальное в кулуарах.
We'll come to you next.
everything else behind.
We get this light on them. Sorry.
Thanks a lot.
Посмотрим на этот слайд.
I wanted to know your opinion on one matter. Do you think that Python can like rise and gain popularity and acknowledgement in web games? Because I think, at least at my like people that I talk to, they a lot of time they think that web games that should be written with JavaScript, and Pygame is just like a little library which is used only for kids to learn Python. And actually a lot of time that's the case, because I actually also learned Python with Pygame. And I love Python. That's my preferred programming languages, and I also wanted to maybe sometime move to game dev, and I want to know, like, is it possible to be more popular?
Technically, yes, everything's possible. Computationally, it's going to be difficult. So you can even you can convert your Unity gaming engines to browsers now. That's still possible, but like computationally, it's going to be too hard. You'll have to render just like the 2D games in Pygame. You can still make. I mean, Pygame was meant for 2D games. If you have played those games, which is like there's like a missile launcher and there's like invaders coming in. You just like keep moving. Those games are like made in Pygame. That's why Pygame was very interesting project in the 2000s. Now you can also make 3D games, but the only problem is like there's no specific STL directive which can be just like used to make those things. You need to create your own wrapper on top of it, because eventually down the line it's giving you an abstraction OpenGL, and now you just have to, because everything on the web, even 3JS and everything is like working on those GL libraries. So yes, it is possible. Secondly, if you are using some other gaming engines like C#, you can simply use OnScriptum and convert them into the browser. So yeah, that's also possible. But for the entire web, I'm not sure like how much adoption it can be, because if you're already working with JavaScript, you don't need WebAssembly, or maybe you can to speed up those like binary instructions format. But if you're someone like coming from a different background, let's say Java or something, definitely you should be using WebAssembly as soon as possible, because then you can simply convert those desktop applications to your web. And that's not just for the games. Even if you're working on something like a desktop application, like Electron kind of apps, like Tauri is like one of the one which is using Rust these days, and that can be also like converted into WebAssembly. They are currently working on, if you go to the issues page, they are currently working on like a migration for this thing. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, it is possible. And you should give it a try because Pygame is like a DEDIC abstraction. PigBag is a DEDIC abstraction meant for Pygame. And was not called PigBag, it was something called Pygame Wasm SDK, but then it was named as PigBag. But yeah, for other libraries, it's also like possible.
Thank you so much.
The time, unfortunately, is up. So we have more questions, and the people will, and you have to take the questions personally, if you don't mind.
No, not an issue.
The sun is shining. We have enough.
Not an issue. Not an issue.
And now you have to choose between this speaker and other speakers who asked questions. Who gets the book?
So maybe I'll just like take a very quick question.
I say we give them both books. What do you say?
So they'll need only 2 questions?
I counted. We have enough books. Yes. I personally...
Are you sure like there's no other question? Okay.
Да, девчонки, да, выходите, пожалуйста, возьмите книжки.
Please come up here on the stage. Ladies, please feel free to ask further questions on the sidelines of the meeting. A big thanks to our speaker and to the interpreter.
Absolutely.
Please.
Thank you so much.
И следующий батл, друзья, здесь через 1 минуту. Будем...
In exactly 1 minute, we proceed with a battle comparing DI tools. Stay tuned.
продолжаем прекрасный субботний день вместе с вами. Мне кажется, надо пошуметь. Давайте поаплодируем.
It's an awesome Saturday.
Очень круто. Значит, сейчас...
Let's hear it for everyone in this room. We carry on with our agenda. You see 3 chairs on this stage. It means that we are up for yet another micro battle, looking for the best possible DI framework. As you applaud, I'm announcing the speakers. Alexander Kovalev, Head of Development Group, IVA Technologies, who was not allowed to ask a question to the previous speaker. He can have the floor now. And Georgy Borodin with Litras, team lead at a Python conference. And Mr. Petrov will be the moderator, preventing any physical abuse. Let's get started right away. Let's create more room for more holy wars. Every next battle is more intense. That's a very relevant topic. DI. Who uses DI? Virtually 50%. Those who support DI and those who oppose it. Not quite so. Okay, please remind me. I'm not against DI. I just believe that we do not need frameworks. We have everything DIY at home. But without frameworks, it becomes chaotic. But chaos originates from the code base, so the only person to blame for that is yourself. And framework is not going to help you in any way, but you don't have to take it apart. You can just put it in order. Since we address the audience, raise your hand if you ever changed your repository via DI, your layer of data access. We only have 3, 4, 5, 6 people raising their hands. As suggested, I'm a team lead, I'm not good at counting. Counting is not my forte. I believe the vast majority uses the old trusted repository, never using that magic. Oh, we're gonna swap this repository from Muscular to Postgre. And no one does the MVP with swapping components and layers. Obviously, this is what I'm referring to. This means that it doesn't take a framework for MVP. I had a case where I was building a minor microservice. And how much delays a container causes? 30%. For the boilerplate. And if you build a microservice system where you have, say, 50 microservices like that, where boilerplate goes to all of these, and if you still decide to change something, you need to perform 50 commits to update all of that. It doesn't look quite good. Well, now, if you have a microservice in 50 different dependencies, this is a giga service, but I love modular monolithic structures. We respect them totally, at least REST, we deal with them for sure. But obvious is better than something which is not. There is some cognitive difficulty in reading project. We could have limited ourselves to a single point of assembly where neat, a good trusted platform works. There is some deal of magic to that, but not all frameworks are equally good. There are some that are not going to deteriorate the reading ability. The same dependency graph can be made, can be built. Once you've done that manually, it's going to be a problem to figure out where dependencies go. As you analyze the problem, as you analyze the bugs, it would be easier to track these using a framework because everything is centralized and is initialized and embedded, integrated. On the one hand, yes, but I still would support my argument that it doesn't take a framework. The assembly point can be in the module. I would like to counter your example, where a similar project with lots of containers and dependencies led to an outage of a critical service. The metrics looked like a COM. As you can see, I don't need one. Why so? The colleagues took down one of the services we were dependent on by pulling in memory cache from the base It wasn't needed at all for sending text messages. That was not displayed at all during the testing phase. Hold on. How is this associated with the fact that you configure that manually or via framework? You can pile up lots of stuff when you do this manually, cause more problems when you do this manually. I don't see direct connection with that. But while you do this via framework, in any case, you have a certain register of dependencies. You can go through them one by one. It's still easy to analyze rather than having random initializations. As you add dependencies in random chunks of the code. Let me follow up on the fact that obvious is explicit is better than implicit. I'm sorry, I'm wearing white clothes, a white sweatshirt. Please do not throw tomatoes at me. When we had no asynchronous behavior in Python, it was not Python-like, but now it is. I have no arguments to counter that because they're going to throw tomatoes at me. Let's wait for asynchronous behavior to be cancelled. You mentioned dependency graphs. What do you do when you have objects that rely on a specific scope? One of the buttons of using DI, including in web frameworks, some supported out of the box. You have a request. This is assembled via certain DI. It has a scope. And across all the stages of forwarding this DI, you're going to get the same kind of request if you're within the same message request. What do you do if an object needs a specific lifespan? How do frameworks do that? And if you don't have a framework, how do you do this manually? Answer. You're going just to declare the dependencies required for a given scope and the parameters associated with that. I'm not going to explain this in layman's terms, but once it's needed, this dependency will be initialized. When it is no longer needed, you can kill it. There are no memory leaks. Where necessary for the respective scope, we can initialize dependencies. And we don't have to write a bunch of boilerplates to implement this. Gosha, you win. Let me contaminate. You still have to write boilerplate, because this is a complexity that we put away in a container. It remains somewhere, for instance, at the assembly point, written without a framework. If we refer to scopes, let me reiterate. We do not oppose DI. DIs are all good. If you write in Python, you must be using DIs. But Django configuration is the same kind of DI. When you choose a storage backend, it's been a while since I last used it, the code. Speaking of scopes and dependencies, first, quite a lot depends on the framework. I understand that there is some use to that. Obviously, getting the request scope out of the box, ready-made, pre-canned, but as I say, a burnt child dreads the fire. And this is my case. In the event of using DI, and normally you use ones like Cargo Cult, I'm still trying to be provocative, since this is a battle. I'm being provocative. DIs with Cargo Cult, it's easy to shoot yourself in the foot. Pattern session in middleware. You get too many RPS. And then you realize that it was not a good idea to collect these objects. And you would only want to work on the data access layer without applying dependencies. Okay, listen. When you have a huge inflow of requests, you don't have to put together objects every single time. You can cache some part of the initialization, which may also cause trouble. But this is an okay pattern that can be used. with proper consideration of invalidation. What else? Overall, we argue, as I recall, it was public servants kind of response. You mentioned there is scope, the connections, and that the ones that require scope, but we don't have the time to expand on this. Let's proceed, and then you will be thrown out with tomatoes on the sidelines. This is a holy war topic. There is little agreement about the fact that what needs to be done with objects that have two initialization phases. Say we have some connections. We need to allocate the object, and we need to tell the socket, you go there, and we have objects like flows. You need to create a thread. It needs to be launched. Collectors, senders, collectors of metrics, metric collectors. What do you do about these? The favorite answer, which is used, it goes, it depends. Now give me a proper answer. If we understand that we can initialize such an object once, connection to a database, we don't want to do it every single time it sends request. We want to establish a connection at the start of a session using a certain connection pool. Even if we keep the lazy initialization. At the first connection, at the first use, we can establish the connection, maintain the connection as long as required. We have terminated the session and terminate it afterwards. In a generic case, I'm against the following. When you declare an object and this dependency, I'm against performing any kind of initialization-related actions. And phase 2, yes. Phase 2, I would keep it. I would keep it for manual calls, which is well supported by frameworks. And the lazy initialization. In some frameworks, it is quite well initialized by these methods. Gosha, what do you think? There is no arguing with the first answer. It depends. Indeed, it is so. Actually, I would like to recall what DI is all about. What kind of a principle is it? I'm not a very professional person, as I suggested earlier. Parent classes responsible for what happens to child classes. Frameworks imposing containers on us do not imply a single correct implementation. Containers do not equal DI. And for lifecycle, for me personally, I would prefer the app to be in control. If it's fast API, if we refer to Celery, it has its own mechanisms like bootstraps, which are awesome. This is where the phase 2 situation should be resolved. And of course, lazy loading. It's a big thing for us. Overall, I agree, but I think it doesn't take a framework to make it happen. It's good that you mentioned that there are a variety of approaches for Celery, Fast API, and elsewhere. And when we use these components, from each of these, we need to operate sequentially. It doesn't look quite good, you know? When you can take something like, say, Magic DI and use it across the board, we're going to have uniform core code, the same approaches are used. I don't know. So half of the project, you were dealing with one component, then you get transferred to another part, and you don't have to study it from scratch, especially when it was initialized manually. It can be an entire zoo of various solutions. And it's more difficult to keep track of. On the one hand, yes. On the other, while working at my previous workplace, I've been working with such a number of frameworks. If these were simple needs, it would be much easier. And we completed the removal of DI frameworks only 6 months ago. You took You couldn't manage that. You were not strong enough, so you took some unknown shit instead. This is my private comment. On boilerplate now. Do we need boilerplate or not? The framework takes this away, but is the game worth the candles? We have a few more minutes. Just to conclude, this is another major topic, testing. There is a real case, for instance. The logic is that I email something to a client. How do I test the logics? Whether it works correctly, whether the email client is being called. I don't want to set up an actual server or a mock server. I want to mock it on the code level myself. What does a framework offer me? What does manual processing offer me? You go first. Frameworks. When initializing a test, you can specify on your own that you want to replace a certain dependency, one of the dependencies. You can call a method. Instead, the dependency that is connected by an object, it will be replaced by the mock dependency. It will be swapped. If you use MagicDI plus PyTest, you can use just a fixture. You don't have to write anything else. You just specify a fixture, the respective fixture. What else? What else? I was about to say something else. Ask Gosha. And you get a whole lot of pain when trying to figure out how your framework works with testing. You have to take a deep dive. I see that you support MagicDI, and frankly speaking, I don't have vast experience working with that. But the Python dependency injector, this is a standard one. It's either we're not able to work with it, but hopefully there are plenty of good engineers at Litras, I'm not the only one. Or alternatively, our fixtures are in a quagmire. We have to rebuild containers, and frameworks do not help us at all. And we see a lot of unexpected stuff in tests. Speaking on fixtures, no one connects them to frameworks. They can be used in the same fashion. From my own humble perspective, the only one which is correct, it can only cause a whole lot of trouble, a lot of cognitive overheads. Regarding interesting approaches to the implementation of DI, there was an amazing presentation. I'm sorry, I tried to remember their name. It was back in 2015, PyCon, an awesome presentation. There are a few ideas I don't agree with, I don't share, but it's a very elegant representation of how something similar to DI could be implemented based on MRO classes of Python only. Well, look, in any case, as you initialize manually, you still have to forward things manually. In any case, this makes it more explicit. But frameworks differ. Consider the case of MagicDI again. It kind of hides it from you, but it is pretty transparent, pretty logical. Before using a certain tool, one must familiarize themselves with the documentation, read the documentation beforehand, without lame excuse like, oh, I don't know how it works, I don't know how to work with that. Yes, I expected that I would be reading Python documentation, then I have to read that of Fast API. He's a team lead, he's not coding himself. And the worst case scenario, I attend a review and say, I understand nothing. Probably you forgot this once you have become a team lead. There are lots of packages, and it would be a good idea to understand what each of them does. Having said that, we conclude. We are running out of time. Please hear it. Wait. Don't rush. Please clap those of you who believes that you can write a DI in Python. It doesn't take a framework. people clapping in the room. Quite good. Now clap those of you who believe that DI should be used, frameworks should be used for DI. Now, probably it's a 50-50 split. Now you can tell it's a 50-50 split. So many people abstained. Aren't you using DI? Aren't you using Python? Clap those of you who doesn't use Python. There is someone, at least. Guys, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for this thrilling dialogue. I hope the audience enjoyed it. Thank you for listening. Good shout out to all of our speakers. Let's hear it for our speakers. Thank you. A big shout out to Kolya for moderation. Indeed. Thank you, guys. That's an awesome entry point to networking. So at a party, you approach a person and you say, listen, that was an awesome presentation at the battle. And then you strike a conversation from that. That's a good start. Now we have a short break. Next up, we have a major specialist in ML. We're going to be looking for anomalies with your assistance. So we now have a quick break. See you soon.
Продолжим, друзья. Дорогие
Let's continue, friends.
питонисты.
Dear Python lovers.
Вроде бы никто не расстраивался.
Generally, nobody were disappointed.
Настроение, когда
Nobody have lost their consciousness when we call team lead to the stage, because expertise should be shared. It's a cross training. We continue it. And right now we would like to invite to the stage great ML specialists to speak about anomalies and how can they be caught at Python and what should be done with them, because anomalies can be super problem and they could be a possibility, opportunity. So right now on this stage, let's give our hands, and I will call
Maxim
Vasilyev from MAC-S Company, group of Company Garda, senior specialist on machine learning. You know, people say that Japanese love guests more than Japanese people, and I see here that in Python community, ML people love more than experts from Python community, because most of the people of this community are boys.
Слушай, ну молодец, набросил.
Okay, good. You haven't even started presentation. You made a good job. Okay, 40 minutes for the speaker, and then you ask questions into the microphones. And for the best question, you will get the book. Let's go.
Да.
Yes.
Привет, коллеги. Меня зовут
Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Mikhail Vasilyev. My presentation today is about searching of anomalies in Python.
слайд о себе.
Traditional slide about myself. I am senior specialist in machine learning in the MAC-S. We are doing corporate security, and I'm solving tasks of computer vision, processing of natural language, and search for anomalies, and I'm going to be speaking about it. Also, I'm contributing into the open source if I have possibility for that.
Начнем.
So let's begin.
Вообще говоря, это подразделение.
Anomaly search. It's a subset of data science. It's a very interesting subset, but it seems that not much attention is paid to it. And at least in the RuNet, I've discovered not enough materials where people would speak how it has to be properly cooked. So I decided to make a presentation like that.
В основном бэкэндерская.
I think that this is a back-end audience, at least it seems to me. There are data scientists who can leave their hands, at least we have few. Good. Okay, I will speak to backenders and I will chew it up to small pieces and dissect it for you. But I will make references to classical ML so that data scientists would also have something to catch on to. So, anomaly search. Anomalies are data records which are so different from other normal records, so that it seems as if they were born by some other distribution. It's not really understandable definition, so let's give a more specific example that I really like myself. On Random Coffee, I've been communicating with a colleague. She works in online gaming industry, not casino, but online games. Her task is to discover and ban, with the help of ML, bad players. Those who write bots in Python so that it would collect loot for them, play for them, etc. Or the players which use bugs in the game to get certain advantages and collect a lot of loot. Or maybe some unclear players, unknown players who somehow have accumulated a lot of score, definitely dishonestly, but you have to figure out how they did it. So my colleague, she finds them and bans them because they are reducing the pleasure from the game for good quality players. So her job consists of two stages. Stage number one, take the data, find examples of those bots, put them on the board, and train some machine learning models so that in the future it would work all these petabytes of data. Well, it seems everything's okay. But there's a peculiarity. As soon as she rolls up this model, binary classification, basically, well, data scientists, hello, an interesting thing begins. Bots, they are being rewritten. And then the fight begins. The bot was clicking once per second on the screen. Okay, it will click with some noise, not once per second. And it's much more difficult to find them. And if you want to find accounts like that, it's much more difficult with every iteration. And you want to automate something. And you want to automate this data collection part, because it's not really understandable how to find them. You need some accounts which are really different from other accounts. And what it is, how can you formalize it? Nobody knows. And one of the ways to formalize it, it's, okay, let's see. I have a certain synthetic data from two signs measured in snakes and parrots. Squares with data. At the bottom on the right, you see the cluster, very dense cluster of normal data, and it's surrounded by some anomalies that we'd like to discover. A beautiful solution would be to invent some anomaly index where every data record will have some number, which if it is big, it's going to be anomaly. If it's a small one, it's a normal data. We don't know how it's going to be happening, but it's wonderful. We have to sort it, take it, and take top 10, top 100, top 1,000 records on this index of anomaly, and then we should analyze it, and it's going to be much simpler. Or we can do the following. We can build a histogram of these anomaly indexes. We can select some threshold value, after which we can say, okay, if it's going to be more than this threshold value, it's going to be an anomaly. So in my synthetical calculations, I've done it like that. I knew, because it's synthetics, I knew that it's going to be 20% of anomalies. I've selected this threshold value. And look how beautifully all anomaly data was cut away. In reality, it will never be like that. But still, this is a pretty cool result, but nobody knows how to get it. Okay, I would like to tell you a couple of words about practical applications so that you would understand that it's not only about online games, it's also about banks, where it would be good to search for fraud and criminals. It's to provide cyber security, because I'm working in this sphere. It's easy to search corporate spies, hackers, and others. Let's dive into the problem, and then we will go to interesting algorithms. I will tell you that I will search for anomalies in table data. Doesn't matter which kind of tables, Excel tables, SQL tables, just search. And search of anomalies you can also do in numerical lines, in text, in pictures, graphs, everywhere. And I'm speaking just about the tables. Base and methods out of the table data are easily transferred to other domains. So I would like to give you 3 properties of anomalies. Anomalies are very seldom. Well, by definition. Second one, anomalies are very diverse. Bot holders, people using bugs, players that are using different mechanisms, different types of anomalies, but nevertheless, they all have to be found. And then anomalies are evolving, they are variable, and as we've searched about the online games, if we cooperate with them, they're changing, and it complicates the objective. Complicates the task. The task of anomaly search can be divided by different ways. The most popular one is training without a trainer. When you get certain data, you know that this data has anomalies, and you have to find them. It's a very good objective. Go, you don't know where, find, you don't know what. But people find it. The second type of tasks, learning with a teacher. For data scientists, well, they know it. You have data. In this data, you have a certain setting. For example, in a certain column, every anomaly has one normal data says 0. And classical data science solves this problem, but it's not as popular because, first of all, it's not a fact that you have all types of anomalies in your markup, and it's not a fact that after you will search your beautiful data science classifier, anomalies will not change, and its value is not going to drop. And the third type of objectives, I don't even know how to call it in Russian, it's a semi-supervised learning. This is when it's interesting, the data is delivered to you, also not marked up, but you somehow know that in this data, either there are no anomalies or anomalies are very small. And we are going to learn how to work with these. This is also a pretty cool moment. And we'll speak about what kind of anomalies exist. The simplest one, even though, well, it's called global anomaly. This is when some signs in data take some seldom values, very big or very small or very rare. Well, it's very easy to search for them. For example, in this graph, you can see an example. Yellow points is a global anomaly. Sometimes we have a context anomalies. They are tricky. All signs have normal values, which regularly are not different from regular data, but the combination of these signs is unusual. My great example is Moscow's weather, 29 degrees. Well, it's a normal weather. It happens in Moscow like that. But if you observe it in November, then it's an anomaly. An anomaly combination of signs. And collective anomalies, well, everybody knows this. It's DDoS. When every request separately, it's not an anomaly, but the fact that collectively they came at the same time or very close time-wise, it creates a collective anomaly. Today, we are not going to look at them because there are separate methods for that, and we are getting closer to an interesting part, where I'm going to tell you about algorithms, but first of all, how can I call it? A warning. Sometimes anomaly search can be solved very easily. For example, you know from empirics and communication with experts that you will observe the only type of anomalies when the temperature from the sensor is above 50 centigrades. This is also an anomaly. The temperature has grown, but you know that only such anomalies exist for us. Or, for example, you can apply some normal distribution to your data, and you can say, okay, I'm coming from the preposition that my data is distributed against some median value equally. So the difference from this median value is the index of anomality. If something is too far away from the median, it's anomaly. If it's close to median, it's normal. If in your task you can apply one of these simple empirical knowledge, apply it and don't be too smart. This is my disclaimer. And right now, let's go to the interesting part. How in Python we can realize this complicated objective when you have to, not marked up data, determine their index of anomaly. That's how. 4 lines. Because this is Python. Everything is solved in 4 lines. You, in data variable, pi array from your in variable scores, you record anomaly index. The only question that you might have, what is this iForest method that we are using here? If other methods, and how is this method applicable to us? Spoiler, there's a lot of methods like that. For example, in PyOD, a library, which is very central, one for the Python for search of anomalies, they have realized approximately 50 different methods. They are various, they have strengths and weaknesses, and today I would like to make a presentation and tell you about different classes of algorithms so that you would have a general understanding of what is available, what can be used, and let's see how can it easily be attached to anything. This is wonderful, and it can easily work in your startup or sub-project. Classes of methods, I will have some linguistic setbacks so that humanitarian people would feel pretty good because I'm a humanitarian person. If you've been reading Canterburyan stories, you can lift your hands or give me applause. Somebody read it. Okay. HEKIPS, it's an epigraph to the methods based on proximity. Okay, this is our data graph, which I've been using today, and we've been saying that we have a cluster of normal data. Around it, it's surrounded by noise and anomalies. And the first idea that comes to my head, okay, let's see. Normal data are in close proximity and anomaly is too far away. Okay, let's use it. Let's see, we take a random point. Around it, I make a circle and increase the radius of this point. But honestly, the distance from this point in the center to the neighboring point, close neighboring point, can be some index of anomaly. If it's a big distance, it's anomaly. If it's close, it's normal data. Logical. But the only situation when it's not going to work, okay, let's see. somewhere on the left,
Кластер аномалий образовался
we have some cluster of anomalies
близко друг к другу.
in such a way that they are very close to each other, and this approach is not going to
Давать очень малые
work with them because they will give very small values and we will take them for normal data. It can be solved very easily.
соседнюю точку. А, например,
We take not closest point, but 10th, 15th, and 20th. And number 5, the distance is very good and big, and the point is shown as anomaly.
уже узнали, что это
Data scientists already have recorded its K closest neighbors method, but adapted for search of anomalies. And I have shown the graph, K nearest neighbors, K equals 10. I've marked up all my data. I put it in the algorithm and shown it in a graph. The more yellowish they are, the more anomaly, the more pinkish, the more normal they are. It works.
метода в том, что он очень
Plus of this method is that it's a very simple method. I have a nephew, Sasha, 10 years old. She can do it in her better than Pythonist.
наверное, тоже кто-то
But the disadvantage of this method, some people feel, those who've been solving projects and LeetCode, complexity of square point. For every point, we have to calculate distance to all other points. We repeat it for all other squares in a square. In the Python, realization is much faster. It's optimized, but nevertheless, disadvantage is that it's very slow. Okay, let's move on.
французский язык. Il faut savoir.
Fault savoir, se faire petit parfois. Those who know French, you can wave your hands. Somebody knows French? Okay.
Это цитата из Джо Дассена. Иногда
This is a quote from Joe Dassin. Sometimes you should know how to be small,
эпиграф к вероятностным методам.
and it's an epigraph to probabilistic methods. Everything is very simple here. Okay, let's see. For example, we have data about certain company and its employees. For example, we know that 4 signs of these employees, age, salary, premium, bonuses, and we would like to understand that certain employee, 30 years old, with a salary 50,000, bonus 15,000, and 5th grade, how anomaly he is or not.
Давайте вот просто.
Okay, we can begin with a simple thing. Okay, let's put him on the graph. Here he is.
И опять же, есть очень простая
Here's the guy. And there is a very simple idea that, okay, let's see.
столбец, в который попадает этот сотрудник.
If the column where we find this employee
Аномалии. Там,
is very small and it gets from its anomaly. If it's very high, then it's a normal data.
хотим это, ну вот как-то это все
But one thing that we'd like to find, we'd like to unite all these 4 signs.
как-то сложить, как-то усреднить.
So we have to combine them and find a median so that we don't compare and don't add up apples with oranges. Okay, let's normalize this data. For example, let's see. We
Попал один сотрудник.
say that age has 1 employee, salary 29, etc. And for example, we divide it by the height of the tallest column in the histogram. For the first one, the tallest one is 100.
До 25.
Age category 20 to 25, we divide it by 100.
Мы просто усредняем.
What's next? We just
Это уже
calculate the median.
единственное, что
It's almost the index of anomaly, except for the fact that we want for anomaly data it has to be high and for regular low. Okay, let's divide 1 by this number. Equal.
мы сейчас
Good,
рассмотрели
it
очень
works.
упрощенный
So right now we have looked at a very simple
У него есть класс
histogram-based outlined core. It has a
Кларды также.
empirical cumulative reduction method. They have wonderful property. They're very fast. What should be calculated? Easy.
Секунды.
Histogram, just few seconds.
Свойства, они
There's another cool property, unexplainable one.
Почему мы считаем
We can explain why we calculate this employee as anomaly because his age is not typical and bonus is a very seldom bonus. An explanation in ML is a very big bonus and it's inbuilt into the algorithm.
какой минус? А он не
What
работает.
is the disadvantage? It doesn't work with context anomalies. Do you remember? We've been remembering about Moscow weather in Moscow in November, and this method will give us normal data 29th in November. Come on, it was always like that.
Аномалиями работает потрясающе.
But speaking about global anomalies, it's wonderful to work. It's fast, it's explainable. My favorite German. I don't believe that we don't have German-speaking guys. I think Inter der Charme, der Meister, it's from Goethe. Master shows himself in limitations.
Перебивка к линейным методам.
And this is a transfer to the linear methods. Let's see. We have a certain cloud, point cloud, 3D graph. Nothing is clear. What do we have in this graph? I've been making this graph. I can't understand what's there. For example, we want to show this graph graph to our boss, and we have to somehow put it in 2D so that it would be easy to read. How can we do that? Okay, it's logical that we would like to keep maximal information so that we don't lose data when we're going to project it. And we have to project it to a certain two axis. And the first axis should be selected so that we can keep maximum data spread, maximum dispersion, and the first axis will be selected like that. Looks logical. The second axis should be perpendicular to the first one. Well, in this plane, we search for another plane, an axis that keeps along the biggest data distribution, like that. And then we can project data and see that it looks a little bit more understandable. Seems that there are two ellipses that penetrate into each other, and it's much more obvious. And data scientists understand me that I'm speaking of a principal component analysis method. But what's anomaly search has to do with it? Well, this plane was selected in such a way so that axes would include maximum data distribution. So normal data will be located relatively not far away from this plane, but they vary in those directions where this plane is located, but in other directions they fluctuate less. But anomalies, the biggest distribution space, it's different. They came from different distribution, from different mechanisms. And therefore, this plane is different. Well, sounds very strange, but honestly, well, I've marked it up. The yellowish data, the more anomaly it is. The pinkish it is, the more normal it is. And it looks, well, it's logical. In the center, we have cluster of normal data. Around it, it's surrounded by anomalies and noise. Everything works. This method has a lot of disadvantages to it. First of all, it's not going to work if your data cannot be described by this plane. Maybe your data is distributed to a certain curve or spiral or another curvature, and then it's not going to work well. Or in your data, you have a lot of anomalies, and they will shift this axis in the direction of their dispersion, and it's not going to work. Why this method is needed if it doesn't work well with anomalies? Come on, the method of anomaly search which cannot work with anomalies, but it works in this case. In case number 3 that we've been looking together with you, when the objective is that we have normal data and we think that it doesn't have enough anomalies or not at all. It happens sometimes. For example, you purchased expensive equipment with a lot of sensors, and these sensors transfer absolutely normal data in the beginning. And you don't want to break the equipment to get anomalies. You want to have a model which will warn you when anomalies will come, and PCA works well here. Wonderful. Okay. Some people know Russian. All happy families look like each other, and some unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. This is connection to the neural network. It's a Tolstoy phrase, to neural networks, because we cannot work without neural networks. Neural networks in the search of anomalies, an autoencoder method is often applied. And it consists of two parts, which is called encoder and decoder. It's very complicated, but I will call them the archiver and dearchivator. They work in the following way. The input data is delivered to the archivator. It's been compressed. Neural network dearchivates it. What archivator has compressed, decompresses it. It's not really understandable what I'm speaking about. But here's an example. At the input, we have vector from 10 sets of data. The first neural network compressed it into 5 data, vector of 5 data. The second network, out of these 5 data, have restored initial vector. At least it tried. But honestly, yes, it is possible. It seems that it's strange, but archivers, they work somehow. They search for certain data templates and repetitive patterns. In my data, I have a very good repetitive pattern. First 5 numbers and second 5 numbers are interconnected by multiplication by 2. Sixth record is a first multiplied by 2. Seventh is a first multiplied by 2. Neural network, in this case, quickly understands that if you store first 5 elements of the vector, and the second neural network will understand that it's easy to restore. You multiply it by 2, connect it in the end, and then it works. In real data, this also, it's a little bit more complicated, but it also works. They also have some interrelations between the signs. Neural network learns to find them learns on the normal data, compresses, restores them, and the quality of the work of this neural network can be checked simply. Restored vector, you deduct the initial vector, and then you look how different they are. Very simple. Okay, what the anomaly search has to do with it? Well, because we teach this neural network with normal data, and as soon as we get an anomaly, which, well, interrelations are different, and then we have picture like that. Well, we have received a record where 5 secondary numbers, they are not related by multiplication by 2, but by multiplication with 3 on 3. Neural network have already learned, and it doesn't know that anomaly has flied in. It compresses it into 5 numbers. The second network uncompresses it into 10 numbers, and we get a big error because totally different data, anomaly. And this type of neural networks works pretty well. Works pretty well in the cases when you know that normal data are very few and not anomalous at all. Cool. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Okay, Chinese. I've tried. I've been searching. It's a Chinese Qinhui, something like a saying. TC Guangyin. Anna, if you're watching me, this is my Chinese teacher. And this is an epigraph to the ensemble methods. Data scientists, you can close your ears, and backenders, I will tell you what is ensembles in data science. Ensembles in data science can be done very easily. Here's going to be an example. You take data, for example, on the left part, you have the data set, and you divide it into, for example, 9 parts or 100 parts, as many as you want. I divide it into 9 randomly. And then each one of these subsets out of 9 parts, you get some machine learning model, weak one. It can forecast something. And then we remember the principle 1 head is good, 9 heads better. And then by uniting these forecasts from these 9 networks, models, we do the averaging. We average them and we give it out. This is a very cool method. It has a lot of useful properties, and one of them we're going to look at. But right now, let's go deeper into practical application of this for anomaly search. Let's begin as it was expected. We take data, we take a piece out of this data. On the left, full data, on the right, piece of this data. We look at the piece of the data and we see that, once again, anomalies are scattered. So if randomly I will look through this graph, then from one side I will have anomalies, and on the other side, anomaly plus normal data. I'll put a line. And this can be applied. For example, like that. Easy. It's a Python code, and then I have understood that there is a little error, but nevertheless. Randomly, I select certain one of the 2 axes. Randomly, this could be balls or parrots, and we select one threshold value. 395, cut it away on the graph. Okay, let's see. On the top, we see anomaly. Cool. It seems that if we will continue, well, it makes no sense on the top, but at the bottom, we still can have some fun. If we'll continue, then very fast we'll isolate anomalies. Okay, let's continue. I've selected another axis and threshold. I'm working with the lower part. It has been divided into parts, and in them we can recursively continue. It's a recursive lead code. Everybody loves it. Let's continue. We build it, continue, build it, continue, build, and if we'll continue like that, then, by the way, on the left side, you see that these 2 blocks, they will be isolated very fast because there's one cross-section on the right, and everything is going to be isolated. But with normal data, it will be very difficult to isolate them because they're very dense, and building those separating lines, it will take forever. And in principle, it seems that this is a wonderful search method for anomaly index. The earlier you isolated point, the more anomaly it is. The only thing that you have to formalize it. Lead code, binary trees. We build binary tree in the nodes of which we record our axis and our threshold value. If you have isolated the point, you make a list out of it. If you have not isolated recursively, you continue building this tree. Cool. The higher, the deeper in this tree you go down to isolate a point, the more normal it is. The higher you isolate it, the more anomaly it is. The index of anomaly is the depth of the tree, but okay, let's take it to the minus so that it would follow the property that big value corresponds to anomaly. That's it.
ансамблируем это дело, строим
Ensemble this thing, build 100 trees like that, and average their forecast. So I build a forecast on 100 trees. Looks that it's pretty good. They marked up our data. They have selected this cluster and separated anomalies out of the pool. Why do we need the ensemble? Why don't we do one deep tree? But let's see. I've built a contour map of this anomaly. Alongside these lines, anomalies are continuous, constant. We've building the contour maps in school, and you see what are nuances about this space, because we've been averaging our forecasts. Forecasts from every tree is a cut stage, cut step where every cross section is parallel to a certain axis. But forecasts of 100 trees is a super thing which looks for global context anomalies, and practically is a cell method. If you want to start from something, it will give you good result. Isolation forest, it's wonderful.
Эсперанто, я думаю, кто-нибудь знает.
Esperanto, dansu diablosh, set and mia arbaro. It's a saying, it translates, you know, if the demons are going to dance, not in my forest.
Я уже говорил, что я работаю в компании.
And it's a practical example. I work in Makbas company. We do the cybersecurity, and one of our products, Makfest DCAP, includes module which is based on anomaly search. We need it for specialists in the area of IS, information security, so that among all the events which are happening in the corporate network, to find anomalies, to detect some problems. Our product collects data, then puts it in database from different platforms, Linux, Windows, clouds, etc., and then records and then shows to information security specialists, well, you have a problem here. We did have limitations, of course. First of all, we've been working only with the synthetical data because nobody shares data about their own large company. Second of all, we've been selecting fast algorithms because nobody's going to wait. And it was very important to have explainability, because just to say to the specialist that, well, do you know you have an anomaly here? It's not enough. It's good, but not enough. He needs to be explained, why do we think this record to be anomaly? It will save his time. Out of cool thing, what did we get as a result? Our database holds 10 billion events and offline anomaly reading once a day, and anomalies are calculated in a few minutes. That's pretty cool. Out of interesting part, the best work after 3 billion events. It becomes faster. We thought, why? And then we have figured out assimilating 3 billion events. It's approximately 1 quarter. At the end of the quarter, anomalies happening for everybody. Everybody make reports. But after 3 billion events, quarter has passed. Then it understands that it's a normal event and then starts working pretty good. And the cool thing is that information security specialist, thanks to things like that, can catch corporate spies, hackers who are masking for users, unhappy employees who are having some negative action against the company, employees who make some stupid mistakes and violate something. They also have to be punished somehow and calm down. Well, simple application of anomaly search gave us a very good and interesting result, useful for practical application. Resume of my presentation. Okay, we have looked at different approaches. Each of these approaches has its strengths and weaknesses. However, each of these approaches can be realized in Python very easily, in 4 lines. You can put your data and look at what's going to happen. Maybe you will find black swan. Maybe you will find white swan, or some seldom event which tells you that, hey guys, we have a profit here. Let's study it. Maybe we can earn some money here. But in any case, these are very small time spendings, code spendings, and gives you big result. Try it. Try to attach it to your sub-project. Play with it. Saying to attach anomaly search to your startup. People don't have time to analyze data. People collect data and store data. But anomaly search seems as a good option to, without spending so much time, quickly get some interesting information from unmarked up data dump. It's going to be pretty cool. Try it. literature.
честно говоря, не нашел.
In Russian, I haven't found a single book. I found a chapter in the book, forgot the last name, but it's very complicated. You have to read it in the end when you have learned about everything. But in English, there's a lot of books about it, and I recommend you, if you're interested, please read book number 1. It's, fire. It's 600 pages in English, pretty cool. But it deciphers everything. If you want a lighter reading, number 4 and number 5, they are relatively fresh and more practical books with code examples, etc. And at the end, QR code for my site. First of all, it has links to my previous presentations on this topic and other topics, and you can find the code of all the graphs. I have beautiful graphs. You can look them at the GitHub. Also, there's a code with anomaly search examples, my LinkedIn. So subscribe, write, communicate, talk to me, give me stars at GitHub, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Да, старик, у нас конференция, на которой мы
Yeah.
за микрофоном.
Man, this is a conference where you follow the microphone. Stand up, and here's a free microphone here on the other side. Yes, welcome. Give me some light. There's going to be some light.
Спасибо большое за доклад.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have the following question. When our data is like numerical data, generally all algorithms understandable, many things work pretty good. But as soon as we have categorical parameters, especially with big number of different classes, and if we add to them vector of numerical values, and out of this we have to find anomalies, then many methods stop working or they become very non-effective. What could you recommend in this case? And recommendation algorithms, how would you speak about it? Would you recommend recommendational algorithms? You mean recommendations, classical recommendation algorithm? Well, in recommend algorithms, if from some point of view, if you look at them, they are very similar to anomaly search methods, because we, roughly speaking, there is a user item. If they are paired with 1, it's 1. If not, then it's 0. And then somehow we make random sampling. We use, roughly speaking, classification method, more complicated by matrix factorization. And then it's anomaly discovery method. If we are inverting these markups, so everything that is available in this data is pointed with zeros, then we do random sampling with categorical parameters. It's not complicated. You have to think about it. And then theoretically, you can have this anomaly search algorithm. Thank you very much for your question. Pretty cool. Honestly, I have to think about it. It's very difficult for me right now to give you the answer out of the blue. Answering your first question, what should we do if it's not only numerical? Well, all classical ML methods are operational. One-hot encoding, something else, you just take and use it. If you have something more complicated, something like texts, then please look in the direction of NLP1 task, anomaly search in text. In natural languages, they also have a lot of cool things, but it seems like it's going to be a separate presentation. Thank you. Sure, thank you. Next one. Thank you for your presentation. A couple of questions I have. Have you used during anomaly search in order to transfer the task from clusterization into the classification of certain bootstrapping, synthetical generation in order to make, example with anomalies, to densify this space, to make classification more simple? Yes, we've been using synthetic data due to obvious reasons, because it's impossible to use normal data. And synthetic data, you have to be careful with synthetic data, because you can shoot your foot. So we have been inviting experts to tell us, okay, guys, look, anomalies can be this way, and especially specifically incorporate, say, security, and we've been modeling them. Well, yes, we've been doing that. Thank you very much. And the second question, how strong, how often you have to retrain the models? how much they're drifting. They're drifting a lot. Retraining is done once every day, once a day, because in 24 hours, a lot of things can change. Speaking about, it's not about drifting of data, but there's a separate analysis of anomalies in flow data when the data comes as a flow and continuously changing. And I hope that I will make a separate presentation about this, because there's also some cool ideas about it and many articles written about this topic. Okay, I will wait for this. Next one. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have the following question. Are there any universal methods on anomaly search? You said that there are different types of anomalies, but is there any universal method which you have used while you're in the course of your development? You know, absolutely universal, which with a guarantee would catch all the anomalies. It doesn't exist and it will never exist. Isolation forest. This is something you can start with, and it's a collective and global anomalies. Good approach is that you apply the method, look at its markup, apply another method, look at its markup, ask experts to evaluate, do they find different anomaly types, and then most likely we'll have to use 2-3 methods simultaneously, because, well, that's life. That's life. Yeah. And also, you've told us that you have a model. What kind of this common model? You have some ensemble from different models, or one model you use? We have ensemble out of 3 models. Installation forest, I cannot tell you about other models. Well, maybe I can, but I'm not sure. But yes, we are following this particular path. We've been looking at data, which model finds which types of anomalies, and then it was the initial point. Okay, I understand you. Thank you. Then another question. How you've been generating synthetics? How did you generate synthetical data? Maybe it's a certain algorithm. Yeah, there is algorithm. You assemble expert data in a certain area of certain field. Ensemble of 3 models. I almost died. That's our work. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a continuation of one of the previous questions about data drifting. What should be done, and can we detect anomaly in situation when data drift constantly, randomly? Is there something more smart and effective than continuous learning of the model? There is nothing more smart or effective than continuous learning. All the algorithms that we've been looking at right now, they are based on the idea that you cannot train them once and forever, because anomalies evolve, as I've told you. However, the fact that we don't use any specific marking up, it allows us to avoid this problem that we have trained the model once, and after a certain period of time, everything stopped working gradually. Yes, periodically we train it, but this training is not so long. It doesn't require additional markup, and it's not expensive. Out of those algorithms, which are the more sustainable for these situations? Depends on data. You have to check it on your own data. I like isolation forest, but maybe it's not going for you, but I have recommended it to you. Thank you. One of those questions to which you should answer not into the microphone, but if you recommend something to public, and then people will say it's your fault. Thanks for the lecture. I'll ask you a simple question. You've been telling us about methods on a probabilistic basis and distance matrix. How do you select for different data, for different distributions, perhaps? What should be chosen, probabilistic or metric methods? I would not look at distributions. I would look at your task. What is your technical specification? How much do you need to explain the forecast of your model? How much the speed is important to you? How much is the quality important for you to catch precisely these 3 types of anomalies, and better more? The more the better. That's it. Basically speaking, relatively speaking, the situation when it's not important for you to find context anomalies, but it's important to explain them, then histogram basal file score, and empirical cumulative author detection, they are beautiful for this. But, for example, you don't care about the speed, but you see that you don't catch context anomalies, and you just add up K and N, and then suddenly they start catching them. Everything becomes super slow. So what? You just have to look at the task and technical specification. Okay, I will be more specific. The task multi-class classification, data, very strange. Unfortunately, there's no possibility of taking an expert who would say, okay, yeah, this is anomaly because it has something wrong with business logic. This is network request, traffic exchange. Explainability has a problem here. So this is not the most important thing here. Well, if you have multi-class classification, then perhaps you have a marking up. Yeah, we have markup. And then it's a very classical data science. You can use it. Just remember that you might hit new anomalies, or maybe there could be a drift of these anomalies. But if you have markup, follow the markup, create heavy transformer or light cut boost and look at it. Thank you. I like it. It's a basic data science. Okay, we have 3 minutes, and it's not a fact that everybody will be able to ask, but we'll try. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. I have a brief question. Have you ever tried to help in search of anomalies use language models just because they are everywhere for LLMs? I haven't tried. I've been reading articles of people who did try, and not necessarily male people. I'm not sexist. So what happens? Out of what I've been reading, they work, they find some obvious anomalies and the principle, okay, this value has grown significantly, it's an anomaly, cool. But it seems that it's not super useful, and you can find it just by looking at the data. Investigative analysis. Out of interesting what I've been reading, you put statistics of your data, like I have this distribution with this average, with such a dispersion, with so many signs, so many data, and here is I'm looking at this algorithm, some tags, something like this, algorithm is explainable, and this is like that, can you recommend me an algorithm? And this gives you more interesting results. So you have to get down and explain. It's a very cool question. Thank you.
Спасибо большое за доклад. У меня такой вопрос.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have the following one. How do you define the isolation force thresholds, and can you use some other models for these? Whether it's going to be optimal, and do you do anything like that? I don't really understand your question. I understand that you're asking from which thresholds we select this random number for. Yeah, exactly. From minimal to maximum database. But if it will select somewhere in the medium of the cluster out of the normal data, and it will cut it in the middle, yes, it will cut it in the middle. It's not bad. It's not a problem. First of all, look, we purposefully hit into the head of all these trees. We don't want them to be too smart. We don't give them too much data, and then we average them. And if one have been split in wrong way, nothing will happen because we're 100 of them. Well, it will divide them. Normal data will be split, but it will have to isolate it, and we'll have to build it until it will completely be isolated in some of the cases. And by simple split, you will not be able to isolate normal data. But if we don't have too many anomalies and the data is very scattered, if you don't have a lot of anomalies and data is scattered, then use something like PCA. Okay.
Спасибо большое.
Clear. Thank you very much. And if you don't have too much anomalies, switch off VPN, or maybe you don't know about them. Okay, who asked your questions? Lift your hands. So who will be selected for your gift, and who gets the book? I have 2 gifts, one from the company and another from Positive. So I loved one question about, my God, LLM. And one question, somebody was telling us that they have some anomalies in their network. Somebody said that they already have practical task about it. No?
Вот этот
Yeah.
Так, а первый?
Yeah, this colleague. And the first one,
Отлично.
LLM, your question. Okay, wonderful. And who gets what?
сюда, а
The blue bag here and the book there,
наоборот, в общем,
Хорошо.
or vice versa.
Начал заговорить просто.
But because you already started speaking about sexism,
ой,
what
да,
would you like to have? The book or the gift?
Там внутри,
там все хорошо, бери.
там
Everything's okay, take it.
новая пластинка ансамбля 3 моделей.
Yeah, 3 model
Отлично. Хорошо. Друзья, выходите, пожалуйста,
disc. Okay, guys, go and get your Postgres and good prizes to you from the conference. Thank you very much for the presentation, for questions. You can select the book, and the gift is just a gift. Enabling IT network for adults.
IT-network.
Expert IT network. It's going to be a stand-up. There will be a lot of networking and a closed zone, and together you have to get registered. So QR code.
Ты можешь взять любую,
Hoorah!
что лежат
You can take any book out of those that are here. Yeah, you can take this one. Of course, you can take it. Yeah, it's yours.
У нас
Thank you.
10-минутный перерыв. И
We have 10-minute break, and then
здесь
we are going to speak about work with an expert
делает рекламу.
who makes advertising for social networks.
У нас тут на экране Москву показывают. Как у вас дела?
Okay, what about you? How's life?
Супер.
How's life? Super.
Благодарю.
Thank you.
Услышал 3 вещи, которые возьмет с собой на работу в понедельник.
Who heard 3 things you will take to your job Monday? 2 things? 1 thing?
Хотя бы одну мысль, кто с собой унесет.
At least one idea that you will take to your workplace.
Прекрасно.
I'm proud. Wonderful. Then it's not in vain we're here. Okay, right now we're going to dive into big tech. And we're going to look in the direction of advertising from inside. The head of the team, backend interfaces, VK Advertising.
Готовьте вопросы.
Suren Harinyan, prepare your questions. We're going to ask them in the microphone in both lines. I will be back in 40 minutes. Success to you. Hello, everybody. Checking my microphone while presentation's on screen. Yes, it is. Once again, I would like to ask you, well, do you watch different videos in the internet? Can you lift your hands if you do? Okay, wonderful. Not many of you, but very few. Put down your hands, those of you who do not speed it up. Okay, acceleration. So, you don't speed them up? Acceleration? Well, 1.5, 2x, correct me?
Поехали. Поговорим сегодня про сложности.
Okay, today we're going to speak about Python complexities. My name is Suren Harinyan. I'm the head of the development team in VK Advertising and backend interface of the advertising room for the advertisers. I do open source development, contributor. Well, I do contribute a little bit. Also, I teach Python in many places, and I've been approached several times. Everywhere I come, I see you there. Well, you will see me in more places. Okay, let's move on. Let's speak about what's going to be happening here. And we're going to speak about typization in Python, why annotations of types are needed to us, how should we follow the following of the rules, which tools will help us to follow the rules, about complex situations and examples and solution of these complex situations and tools. And situations where tools don't work, what ways around we have for cases like that. Today, we are not going to tell you what was in the old Python's old way of annotation, how the parsing of synthetic tree, how is it technically possible that one program checks how the code is written in another program, comparison with other languages. I'm not going to do that. We don't have time for that. Not everybody have context to dive into this. You need a lot of time. So let's move into the core. And I would like to be more specific. Python is a language with dynamic typization. Any variable can take the value of any type, which means that we can, into any variable, we can put number, line, dictionary, list, and this is convenient because we want to store this. If we want to store it, we will store it. This is wonderful until the moment, well, when we launch the code, because in the runtime, sometimes we see errors like string not int can only concatenate string not int. A non-type object has no attribute lower, any other attribute which you wanted to take, but suddenly none came instead of the object that you wanted to see. This is minus of this typization, dynamic typization, because in runtime you can get something wrong that you've been expecting initially. To solve this problem, there is simple approach, statistical code analyzer. We're not going just to speak from dynamical to statical, but in a dynamical language, we can transfer some tools in order to add more statics into our code. Statistical analyzer is a separate tool which can read the code, go through imports, analyze the code that was imported, methods that we are turning to, and then look and see what values and which types will come to us. Statistical analyzer does not run the code. That's why it's called statical. It's not a running of the code. It's not tests, even though statistical analyzer allows you to reduce the number of extra tests, because we are not just going to check something that's not going to happen. But this is not a run. We're not running tests. That's why we're not getting rid of other tools. We're just adding one more. Checking MyPy. We're going to speak about MyPy. They don't guarantee proper execution of the code. If you have launched MyPy and you will see the pure output in the terminal, doesn't mean that your program is going to work. And vice versa, if MyPy argues and said that everything is wrong, it doesn't mean that your program is not going to work. Maybe everything's going to work. That's why you should agree with MyPy, properly put type annotations so that MyPy would be happy and your program would work well. Let's compare the simplest code. In the first example, we have just add AB, return A plus B. And in the second case, A integer, B integer, and return integers. Technically, this is the same code, which in runtime will work similarly. And the annotation of types in Python does not make us to use these particular types when you work with these objects. So you can easily put anything in there. And anything in Python, it's any. Any automatically in Python is put to anything. And anything can be any. Anything can return any. As soon as we get any type, usually this is relation with something from outside. For example, we have requested API, or requested something from database, or put some data from the user, and everything that we received, we don't know what it contains. If we get answer from API, and we at least expect that it's going to be JSON, and we'll try to make JSON load, and then we have successful JSON load, what's going to be returned? We can return anything, and in particular with JSON, none will be none, string will be string, boolean will be boolean. Also, we're going to have array that will transfer into the list, object will become a dictionary, a lot of different options, and inside we can have a lot of things if it's list or dict. And we don't know what's going to come back, so we have to validate it. At least we have to put some of the instances, but for this, we are using different forms, if it's Django, native models, if it's a fast type, Flasks, Boost World, and there were validators, because we have to be convinced that data that we're expecting, they came in the type that we wanted to see. And let's go back to the example. For example, we have this function end that we've been writing, and we've been expecting int, and b is int, and we're returning int. But what if we are going to give string here? Everything's going to work. We see print result upper, and it returns a full bar. It prints into the console in the upper registry. We have added A and B, which were full and bar, and concatenation of the work is done as adding numbers. So we have put together two numbers. We glued two lines instead of numbers, and we received a line, and we made upper. Works in runtime, everything's wonderful. However, if we launch MyPy for this, then everything will be said that we're wrong. A was wrong, B was wrong, and what was returned to us, it was expected it was integer, but we work with it as line, because integer doesn't have upper. The code works, MyPy argues. So we might have a situation that everything works, but MyPy said that it's an error. And it's a very important topic, because in Python, dynamic typization stays dynamic. No matter how many tools you apply to it, in runtime, it means nothing. Yes, there are tools like Pypentic, which build their own logic on a type annotation that you have installed. But these are settings. You can compare different frameworks. But right now we're speaking about code on Python. Python code. And why do we need it all? We have been writing more code initially, and we have received more problems. MyPy said, okay, you're wrong, even though I think that I'm right. Strict typization in a language with dynamic typization, statical typization, yeah, typo, gives us advantages from both worlds. Where we want to do something, we can do whatever we want to do. But if we want to have strict checks, we have strict checks. We have flexibility of dynamic typization and reliability of statical typization. Strict, strong, and weak. Okay, annotation of Python types. We have them long time. It was a conference where Guido and MyPy creators have agreed, and they said that they will implement this support into Python. And right now, as a consequence, this is something that we work with. And of course, I would like to typicize everything in the Python. Everything that comes out, everything has to be typical. But nobody will let us to do, because we need to do features, because in Python we put types where we have to say that we want this. But why should we be helped? Of course, it's difficult to think about somebody else, because in the future we are different person, but we should think about ourselves and other developers if you care about them. And we, for example, will read the code and we see get user function. User ID, what type? Get user, what is going to return? Dictionary, class, event model, what is going to be? How are we going to work with it? We know nothing about it until we put type annotation, and this is help to us. Get user, receive integer, and returns user object where the ID is a user integer. We connect it in our head, and we don't have to go inside of the function to see how this is being realized. And then you can tell us, is it difficult for me to look? But if you haven't worked with big projects which are multi-year, sometimes there are functions which take hundreds of lines, even thousands of lines, unfortunately. And in this case, it's just either you will go and dig inside of it, or just you look at the function protocol or its interface and specification, and then you see that int in the beginning, user on the output. Okay, int, that's a popular type for ID. But if it UID, we see that it's UID. UID, you can accept the line, convert it to UID, and it has to be shown in annotation. If it's not, then you transfer UID, and it's a good help to us, to those who want to call this function and receive a user in this code without giving the detail on how this function works. But not only about how do we use the code, but about how do we write annotation. It helps us in how do we write code, because they tell us that we forgot something, and they say that function will return string. You check something, you return string, and then you check it, and you forgot to realize it without paying attention to the text inside of the function. Then you look at the red or green code, and they say, okay, you forgot to return. I said, yes, by default, it's return none. But in this case, it should return string, and I have pointed it out in the beginning. So in advance, we explain to ourselves that precisely there should be string return, and you forgot about it, then before the code launch, you have not launched the program, and you already see that there is a problem, and it's very important. Before this, we can narrow it down. If we take some literal, and we can say that we can return spam or X. And if, for example, I will return not X, but X with one letter G or something else, something different, they will tell me, you wanted to return this specifically, not just a string, but this you wanted to return. Okay, be a good guy. Look at what is to be done. You have to agree. Either you just say that you wanted to return this, or we fix what we wanted to return. Either we have define the function that will expect this or that, then most likely you will have to check the code. You're just writing the code, and you already get annotations. Annotation is very good, understandable. Annotation by desire is even better. You don't have to put it everywhere. You put it only where you cannot output out of the context which type will happen. Another observation that I've had, Nassim Taleb, Anti-Crispness and Black Swan, author of the book, he said that any contrast actions more useful for the system than continuous and monotonous ones. And the great example was that if you will run to the bus stop, for example, or to the store, or if you will walk the same distance, the first option will be more useful because there will be higher load on your cardiovascular system. You will warm up, and it's going to be better for your health. Of course, it's better without extremes, but we'll see how the topic with contrast is going to help me to keep your attention on the presentation. A couple of words about common mistakes. I think we have to speak about that. Somebody can say, I know that, but in open source, I see things like that. I see it at my work. That's why I think that it is very important to properly annotate. What are args and quarks? When we take arguments, positional arguments, even though functional parameters can be called differently. So what do we annotate? When we want to get args or quarks, you have to annotate which specific element you want to get inside of the function. So if you accept args, it will always be tuple. You cannot make args, so it wouldn't be tuple. So what do we annotate? We annotate one element in this tuple. If we receive quarks, it cannot be not dict. It cannot be not a string. So the keys will always be strings. So what do we annotate? What's going to be in the values? So if we need to receive args or quarks, args will be annotated for numbers, a tuple from int, and quarks will be annotated in given case bytes. It will be dictionary where the keys to the line and values are bytes. So you'll have to write less code because somebody will write tuple, dict, and whatever. And then HR will say, why do you want to do this with tuple, even though, because you still go and follow these numbers, and numbers are tuples. If you put it properly, it's going to be okay. It will immediately understand that you work with ints. Fun fact, the pool in Titanic still filled with water, and that's how it looked without water. Which tools do we use? We can use MyPy or some other alternative, but why not MyPy? Out of these alternatives is base MyPy, PyWrite, base PyWrite, Pyre, and I didn't see it ever that it was used, but it exists. And just recently we had a TY, former X-Red node from the creators of Roof and UV and Draghi Astral. I'm using Roof, I'm using UV, and with great pleasure I will discuss which problems exist in Roof and UV, because it's very difficult to use even for pets, and it creates pain. So tip Y in 0.0.0 version we're not going to discuss, and minimum 1 year from now you will be able to apply it somewhere. It's a very cool tool, very cool, but narrowing of the types doesn't work there. That's why let's take MyPy, open Project Toml, write strict true, and work with it. Very important, strict true is a strict checkups, and this is very convenient and cool, but if you do connection MyPy to the big project, then this big project will be with such number of problems that strict true should not be switched on. Simple MyPy without strict should be applied, check how it works, and then within 6 months or a year you have to work with MyPy, then strict true, and then you have more fun, but more complicated. And then let's begin with the simple one. Union. Union is when you're ready to accept or. You want to accept or, integer or string, or something else. Here's the ensure_ing function. It receives the value type or, float or string, will return integer. Inside, you just put it to int. Note, MyPy doesn't argue to the transfer of the int, to the transfer of float, and to the transfer of string. Integer returned in all the cases, but we have announced that value will be either float or string. Where's the integer? Integer in Python in annotations, it's a private case for the float. So if you want to accept float or integer, you shouldn't float or int. You just can put float and it's going to work. That's why integer is received as a float but returns integer, because you said obviously that integer is going to be returned. It is very important, statistical analyzer. It is not launching code. It doesn't see problem in code. In foo, in runtime, will go invalid interval with base term, because the foo not to bring to the int with the base tone, but statistical analyzer doesn't know that because the value is not being checked. He sees that the line is transferred, string is transferred, and the element with integer type should return. So if it's going to be success, you will receive integer, but in runtime there could be an error, and it is very important. MyPy will not check that your code is working. MyPy will check that your code might work, and if we, as in the previous example, will transfer something that can bring to the int, it will be transferred to the int. What about the time zones? It's not about types, but we recently introduced a feature in the private room. We wanted to show for different advertisers in different regions, different time zones, how the advertising is being used in that region where they installed from Moscow. If you put advertising in Ikibi, Yekaterinburg, and we made an error, and advertising output has been reduced, and during a certain day advertising was less, and maybe I've missed bugs in the pull request, but we have corrected it, and that night, yeah, it's normal to work in the middle of the night. So, generics is how can you write more code so that you will write less code afterwards. Generic types accept other types inside of them. It's very important. Generic by itself, it's a container and a shell with additional information for the type that's going to be inside. Why do we need it? We need it to describe more information right now so that you don't write code further on. And the most popular one, generic collections, you have seen the list out of the ints. List of integer, you just write parentheses, you put the type, and this list out of ints. You can add anything to it. You can add integer, string, float, whatever. But MyPy, only MyPy is going to tell you something is wrong here. Why do we need strictly follow it? Why do we need to put integers out there? If you are going to put integers, MyPy is not going to argue. In runtime, you're not going to go and run from ints. You are confident that it's integer always, because everywhere we add, MyPy will check it's not integer. You cannot put it here, even though it's technically integer. But we know that with annotations, there are going to be problems in, and int MyPy will argue, and you will have to explain to MyPy that it's really integer. Then code most likely is not going to drop when you will try to go to this element as, for example, index in another list. where it is integer requested. Also about advertising previously, the dog would be in the internet and nobody knows that it's a dog. And there are so many metrics collected and it's transferred between different companies. Some big, your tag ID in order for you to sell better. One marketplace transfers to another marketplace and sends to somebody else. And everybody knows which food should be recommended to you. Generics can be used not only for standard types, but also you can write your own. This is an old style. From typing, you take type var, you create the one who accepts the type var, and you receive the naslедник from that here, the type or none, and type value is going to be, if automatically type is going to be shown that value has this default type, here or none. And Python 3.12, you will write less code. It's just immediately in any class, a new variable is announced. For example, t for the any name according to Python variables, and this t exists only in the world where this class is announced. So in its methods, in its internal methods, during the announcement of the methods, body of the methods, and then this T does not exist. It's wonderful when you have to announce several generics so the T wouldn't cross-sect. It also can be shown different T's. Then you don't write additional code, but the checks are working. If you make box with a number 42, then a value in box will be integer or none. Why or? Because initially we have announced it's going to be or integer or none, the string or none. What if we haven't transferred anything and none can be by default? What's there? Type for the value. It's going to be any or none, but we don't want to have any because any, it can be anything. You can work with any. You still have to bring it to some type to something else, or you have to additional checks. That's why we can in advance note which type going to be in the box without putting the value. There are two options. I'm showing two of them, but I like the second one more. The first one is more useful one, how we've been writing numbers, column, integer, equals, but we've used literal because during the announcement of any standard collections, it's better to use literal if it's possible. But in this case, literal is not available, so you can make second option. Foo means box, the type in utilizer, and you can add something else. You have pointed a generic type and this box which has none value, value or none, and it can be float, and if you will assign something to it, and it will say that we're wrong. Generic types can be narrowed. For example, you say that we have the mule function which accepts the function like in class, you input some generic type and you input T, which type can be integer or complex or float. And when you say that A and B and your returned type is P, that in the framework of this call, all belongs to this type. It's not that A can be or, B can be or. But what we have transferred, exactly the same type is going to be returned, and we will return the multiplication. And the first, second, and third case, read integer, float, and complex. And integer, I've transferred both integer option. Second one is going to be float because we transferred float, but we've transferred float only the first one, positional argument. The second one, integer, but we do remember that integers are private cases of float, and in a given case, they both are accepted as float. That's why float is going to be returned 1 multiplied by 0.4. It's going to be float. With complex, it's the same. We'll receive complex even though one is complex and another is float. So in the framework of this call, it's going to be one type. Also with generics, you can do a lot of other cool things, but it's going to be a separate presentation someday. Also, we can create generic classes and inherit them from regular classes. You do inheritance from our class, and you can create new generic types, inherit from other generic types, and specifying these generics afterwards in our generic, you can specify everything else. This is all very cool, but it requires a specific overview, so later. Okay, let's summarize generics. First, you describe abstract logic, then you do the realization. We expect that types that can be defined on the way, they will be decided on the way. And then we add help where we have no possibility. For example, we add a value. About abstract logic and generic. Okay, let's see. Everywhere where we can, we should use no. Not precise collections, but abstract collections. Not list tuple, but any abstract classes from collections ABC. By the name, you will understand, but generally, why do you need that? You can use abstract collections to abstract from realization of specific type, not list, but for example sequence, because we need to go through specific collection. Even if we don't care, it's iterable, but if we have to read it, but we will not modify it, we take mapping and not mutable mapping. If we need to change dictionary or the list, we take mutable mapping or mutable sequence, and then we don't care what is being transferred inside, because it can be tuple, list, and set, and even dictionary. If it is just iterable, then iterable from everything listed, but we can put anything inside of it. Or we abstract from realization and reduce the number of mutation where we don't want to see them. We import generic collections from the ABC collections from recent Python recommendation, because from typing it's going to be removed. If something was not found in collections ABC, take it from the typing, but please type from collections ABC. And by the way, fun fact, the pool in Titanic, that's how it looked like and only people from the first class could visit the swimming pool. The code which shouldn't be executed, just the check, how this, what is this complete check? What if this code will be written and will stay without this check? You take the foo bar, then you check value is foo, else, return something else. What if you add bus? Then on bool, you have 1 returning to bar, 2 is being returned, but for the bus, 2 should be returned. But if you don't want, because instead of a return, you can have real processing of this value, or this is just some terminal utility, and you need to process one of the commands. Okay, on bar bus, it's going to be the same thing. In the best case, you just will note that we have no new logic, and something will break afterwards. Then, of course, we need to complete it, but it's very important, of course. In here, you can note it. You have updated the function, you have updated the parameter for this function, and of course, the body also has to be updated. But what if this is in a separate type? It can be run types, a literal foo bar, or it can be enum, listing red and green. We use them somewhere else. So we have updated it here, and we are not going to remember that they have to be updated somewhere else. But the exhaustive verification will help us. And how the exhaustive verification will help us? We use special assistant, assert never. Assert never, it means assert that never light will come here. And then you read definitely traffic light, red or green, regular light, red or green, and you process the function, verify the function, and this light, it can be red, and therefore we say stand still. It can be green, and then we say run and walk. But in other cases, in all other cases, we do assert never. Not if else, but if and if else. So the exhaustive verification is added to all possible options without leaving this to what else might happen, but specifically checking what is going to return. Why is it important? Because of right now, during the check of types, MyPy is looking, okay, the value can be red or green. The first one. The first case, the first condition, you have checked this is red. So the next one precisely is not red. So you have green, you have checked the second one. Green, then if you get into else, this is not red and not green. But what is not red and not green? It can never happen. So the type for light in the else, it's never. Never gets convinced that light is never type. Why is it useful? Because tomorrow we will add into traffic light yellow, then MyPy immediately tells us, well, you have missing value. It says assert never has accepted yellow, and then some yellow came. Where did it come from if it should have never? Okay, before the launch of the code, we fix it, we add check, and we say, yeah, check for yellow, assert never. Also, don't argue assert never, we didn't touch it. In the set of conditions, we just added yellow. And our exhaustive verification helped us, before even launching the code, to write all the processes that we've asked assert never. And in the future, please don't forget to add handlers if you will add something else in the list. It works not only in else, it also is going to work with
Case точно так же. Мы
Match case,
забыли yellow.
we receive red and green and forget yellow, and case for everything says, okay, it says yellow, it should be never, but we say, okay, but no problems, we added it, it doesn't argue, and it works with any data sets. It can be literal, a list of the same foobar bus, it can be union, and then we have a question, how do we check that from union? Usually union, it's types, so from instance, it can be checked, etc.
Напоминание, что IDE
Just a reminder that IDE is different from text editors, and HR IDE and the code is an editor. You can
это чуть-чуть из
correct.
generic.
Protocols, it's from generic topics, but a little bit different.
Это инструмент,
Protocol,
который позволяет
it's a
нам
tool which helps us to say that I want to accept something here that will be accept and return without realization. For example, we have bytes readable protocol and we inherit it from protocol and we announce method without realization. Def read accepts nothing except self and returns only bytes.
process data.
Then we write function process data. We receive bytes readable. We method read, which is acceptable, and we return what was returned to us. We return bytes, and we see that at bytes readable. We return bytes from this function. That's it. Everything's wonderful. Everything works. Somewhere it's useful, or we could take abstract class and then inherit and the method read. Also wait and specify basic class. But what will you do with inbuilt open? Inbuilt open will return some I/O wrapper. And this I/O wrapper will return read or bytes if you open it at read bytes, or the line, the string, if you read. So it happens that by specifying process bytes readable, you limit what can be transferred here, only file which is open for byte reading. That's it. Otherwise, MyPy is going to argue. And then you can use inbuilt or any other object, anyone which has read, which will return bytes. What happens inside? It doesn't matter, actually. And the same protocol, very convenient. How the callback protocol? What is callback protocol? Callback protocol is when you need to transfer somewhere some function or a method, something that will be called afterwards. A simple callback. For example, we're writing some handler for the broker of messages, and we need to transfer to our handler. That will be a custom depending on situation. We need to describe some handler that will receive certain type of object and return something, or we are going to receive object like that. If we will use the callable annotation, which calls callable, it means we can specify positional argument and type what is going to be returned to you. And you can args and quarks with crutches, but you will not be able to give arguments. And this is very important. Moreover, this is additional knowledge that is required. This is additional syntaxes that is going to be useful only here. And why do we need something that's going to be useful here if you can do something universal, something that we already know? So we announce some class message that's going to be accepted for realization, and we take and create protocol, and we call it callback. Yeah, callback protocol. Then we make method call. What is call method? On Python class, it's a method that's going to be called when we're going to be calling copy of this object. For example, if a function, as if it's a copy, it's a call of the function.
Игнорируем message.
Self is ignored, message, and it's going to be type message. We return instance none. It's the same function. We annotate completely. Even 10 arguments don't do that as many. So what do we return? As in the regular function, we write it. Then we write that we have processed message, some handler that is written in the code for receiving the messages, and then it processes iterable, sequence or not sequence. It doesn't matter for us. It's a problem of the one receives them, and for the processing it's not important, and we receive the callback. It's a callback protocol. So we don't need to make some abstract class, process, message method, or something like that. Any functions announced on a way, not even lambda, you can put it in here. And then it happens that if you will have a callback which receives a message, column message, and it works. If you call bad callback message, MSG type message, it's not applicable. It will tell you, we've been expecting that it's going to be message, but it doesn't work like that. So we wanted for the message to explain in words. In MSG, it doesn't work. It should be message.
На ходу объявляем
So,
функцию, ни от чего ее не
we announce function without inheriting it from anywhere else, and thanks to the protocol that we have created previously in the call, we said it should be message column, and then none is returned. So the good callback, message column message, return none. If the good callback, good callback will accept some argument which is not mandatory and will put it as default, it will hit it as well, because technically we as that one callback protocol, we can call message equals message and transfer nothing. But this one, if we add something right here, we can call message equals message and nothing else will be transferred. It's going to work even if we'll add something.
На этот callback протокол мы можем
So for this callback protocol, we can compare to callable, we can add more information. For example, if we want in our process messages, if we want to process information about what kind of a callback we have received for the logs, we can write logging info, callback, and transfer name of the callback. What do we get? We get error, callback doesn't have name, but the functions are available, name. Okay, let's speak about callback, and during the callback, we say name.string, nothing else is needed. And everything work, nothing, no errors, because any function is going to have name. If we're going to transfer class, which has the instance of a class and method called receives message, it's also going to be name and it's going to work. And if we do need so that Blogger would transfer callback name, then we say that in protocol we expect that it's going to be. Otherwise, we will transfer callable something that's not available. It's difficult to imagine in this example, but nevertheless, all the properties that we'd like to see we announce in advance. And finally, about final. Very good tool. Let's see. We can announce constants. Yes, constants should be announced in big letters, but anybody can do it and rewrite our constant. In runtime, nobody will be obstructed by this, but if we will add annotation final, then static analyzer will say that we do something wrong. It's important. Final, we say without specification, without any specifications, without rectangular brackets, we just write final, and the type is shown automatically. In a given case, it showed as literal 42. So if in answer will be anything else but literal 42, my pi will say that we're wrong. If we make announcement and instead of answer final 42, we'll say final 7, then the type will be shown 7, but it has to be in the code review replaced and ask why do you do that? And then constants can be done not just by separate variables. We, for example, can do inner class. We have fetcher that requests certain API. Timeout is 3, and we have discerned that it's final, that in some extreme fetcher, we will not be able to redefine this timeout. Moreover, we can use it in methods, and even if we don't change the protocol, let's see, the final fetch, and we don't change the protocol, we just want to redefine the behavior, they will tell us, no, you can't. The final decorator decorated the final method, and in all the errors, we cannot simply inherit the same method. Technically we can, but MyPy will say that we're wrong. And there's also final classes. For example, we have child and grandchild cannot be done from it. We have decorated the same final class and we get an error if we try to inherit from child. So we can announce our final classes. And you can say, why? I understand constant, but why do I need methods? Should be final classes to be final. I just want to use OP. OP, I will use the OP. Okay, but how you will inherit enum in Python, it's also final. Just in runtime, it's going to be told to you that you're wrong. Statistical analyzer will say that you're wrong, and Python will say that you're wrong. So final does exist. It exists in Python, but we can take it for ourselves. Where do we want? Where it is convenient for us, that's where we use final. It's not mandatory. Other things, I forgot to cut it out. I've done it, and if you will Google about it, that's pretty good, and we'll have some more presentations about it. Good.
Спасибо, отлично.
Thank you very much. Wonderful friends. We have books that you can receive for good questions. Welcome to the microphone. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. I know it's a popular topic, but not everybody knows about it. For example, during the interview, we receive people like that who hear for the first time about it. So I have several questions. The first one, I see that you follow how the typing is developed in Python, some innovations and types. So the question is, do you think that type system moves in the right direction in Python globally? Of course it is, because where we want, that's where we specify. And there's going to be the second question. Where we want, that's where we use it.
там strict включать.
And then you say use my byte includes strict.
Как ты считаешь, вот это вот принцип?
What do you think this semi-measures principle? Well, all over we roll up the type check through MyPy.
Работать, когда у тебя в каком
Will it work when in some place you have a notation, in some other place you have any, and you will
что no any return,
disconnect that no any return or something else,
проверки, а может это просто
reduce the number of checks and maybe not use it? So what's the sense of these semi-measures?
в итоге не
I love strict checks. So there shouldn't be any in the project, but it's difficult to approach it. But it's very important to remember that this is a separate tool, because if suddenly you need to do something, you just ignore, you create it, and then MyPy have been arguing against you, but you tell, okay, I'm talking, and you just roll up as is. Because sometimes you need things like that. This is an additional tool that helps you to write code and don't pull the error if you miss something. It's an additional tool like writing in PyChart text editor when it tells you what should be done, what shouldn't be. You can write in the block in Node, but when you will roll it out on Pro, and linters will help you, and statical analyzer will also help you. Well, simply when you do it partially, as if at a certain moment of time, this partiality is getting accumulated and all the helps are breaking because they refer to each other and they use each other. There's an example how it's broken. I can discuss it.
CI меняется правилами.
All the examinations are CI, and
там определенные люди. Соответственно, если у нас есть
only certain people can do it. So if we have a rule, nobody can check it and break it. They have to follow these rules. Well, I disagree with this rule, and let's apply this. I'm not speaking about rules. I'm speaking about optional annotations. Should you or no? Shouldn't you? If MyPy is not arguing, then don't. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think this is the coolest feedback when you speak on the stage and they say, okay. Hello. I have two questions. Can you briefly speak about variant and control variant? And the second one, how in the runtime, how you can match heavy types? How don't you make it into if-else line and pull some arguments into generic and etc.? Covariance and countervariance outside, because every turn has to be explained. But how should I dive? Initially, it should come from the basic types and do more generic functions and handlers if you need specific type to handle. Then, if you have a lot of ifs, then put into dictionary. I mean, for example, following the type scheme, assemble some UI or something else. They will have some basic type, and there will be a handler that checks several different options. Well, if you have an example, I will look at it. It's difficult to understand it. Understand. Thank you. Okay. So he's going to have a... Hello, thank you very much for presentation. I have two questions as well. Question number one, do you use statical checks in CI/CD pipelines? So if something is written wrong, then you cannot push it and it's returned and you have to redo it. It depends on the project. In some projects, MyPy truthfully strictly checks it strictly, but there are situations where MyPy can be ignored. And from the specific one, it depends from specific repository, because in one it has to be strict, in the other one it shouldn't be strict, because this is a project. In here you can do it. For example, everywhere it says report, speaking about specific word, a report says that everything's okay or something's wrong, but pipeline either drops or yellow. But how do you define the project type, where you can, where you can't? What are the characteristics? If you have such a question, then everywhere you have to do it. If you switch on and understand that it's not going to be printed and you cannot print this volume of checks, so the pipeline is drops and you need to spend a lot of time for handling. It should be optional, and when you see this problem, you should do it gradually, and when you have less of those problems, you make it strict. What is to be done with big code base and legacy? If you have a lot of legacy code, does it make sense to implement it there? Will there be some profit or just more time you will spend? Good question. Really, it's a constant problem and it can be solved easily. We write additional check. Py tuned for changes, and then it follow imports for all imports that we work with. But the report that is generated by MyPy goes through our filters, and those files that we've been changing in this merge request, for them, report is being pushed. For other files, is not. So if you have edited something, the whole file will be unnoted. Good. All other files which you didn't touch in the same project could be imported from the neighboring module. You don't have to import it. There's a problem, but the one who's going to touch it will fix it. So in Big Legacy project, the files that will be touched, we should annotate, and those that we don't touch, they work. They've been working before. Let them continue to work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome. Two questions. Question number one. How can you find a balance between when you annotate in a general way, generic annotations? So when you make a function receiving 2 ints, it can receive only 2 ints, but realization is more universal. And then we have multi-level constructions of supporting, adding. So how you can keep yourself from moving in that direction, and when should we stop? Well, we should look at requirements in your code. If we need a function that adds something, we do the universal generic, and then we think that these 2 elements can be added. And then we do whatever we want in Python. Also follow the idea where you may not annotate, you don't annotate. Mostly, these are functional parameters and returnable type. Everything else should be printed by itself. Where it cannot, you should add. But if something comes should be added to function, then you should look at the example. For example, you can add anything, then you should think why. Only things can be added that can be added. Initial adding requires a certain protocol, etc. So how shouldn't we move in this direction and don't get annotation several kilometers length? The function that simply adds, of those examples, add 2 addable types, it's more about the example. Your function doubtfully will be similar because it will have several actions in addition to adding, because if you need just to do the add, you will do add in the place. You will not announce the function. And then there will be a cooperation, and cooperation, by cooperation you mean with certain types, and for this either generics collections SUBC or somebody else's or your own, and you have to look at what specifically happens with you. Maybe you need to make your own function which takes union from several and checks by several ifs. Okay. And question number 2, with time, annotations are getting bigger and you get more of them and they become more complex. So the question, how can this be tested? For example, if we take simple code, then we can write a test for it that you can check it goes as it was in the contract. But is there anything like that for annotations? I didn't understand your question. Get convinced that annotations are covering those cases for which you have introduced them. Roughly speaking, we cannot put their function that it cannot handle. It's any annotation, it will help us. Maybe I didn't see a real example of that. But if we're saying that the same callback protocol is accepted, which has only a name, and if we don't have name, it will say that we're wrong. A name and some call, then that's it. If we transfer anything, including name and call message, then anything that we'll put there, everything will work. So if you say about exclusion of this what sign and why cannot, you have to look at this. Yeah, simply like that. Requirements can be different. Yeah, understand. Get it. Thank you. I can discuss it outside if you have examples. Friends, we have time for one more question. Everybody else, I'm sorry, but the speaker will give the microphone and then you can... Okay, your question. Thank you very much for presentation. I have a question about PHR. Do I probably understand that it has all inter and how it's disconnected in series, which approaches exist MyPy, connected MyPy. Nobody tunes it up because sometimes I see 8 indent size instead of 4. This is awful. Don't do that. That's why, no, it's not tuned up. But yeah, PHR has its own passing of structure, tree structure, language, which doesn't work pretty good. And this is a topic of presentation about generics, which is going to happen. Looks Moscow Python or something like that. PHR doesn't understand it always. So put MyPy plugin. There are 2 of them.
плагинс в PyCharm и один
plugin with PyCharm and one with a lot of
количество отзывов с большим рейтингом. Берем первый.
feedback and high rating. You take the first one, which has less rating but more feedback. It works perfectly, and it covers all the requirements. It just MyPy, which is installed for you, applies and lights up where you made a mistake. And Django Stubs, what is it? Can you tell me? Couple of words.
Django Stubs, библиотека.
Django Stubs library. Stubs and type sheds are additional packages where you have added annotations. This is a big pain because it's a package which is supported separately from framework. So if I've added new parameter to the function or union for two types and I didn't update stubs, then annotation will tell me that I'm wrong, even though I'm right. But in the runtime, we do whatever we want, and in real world, we can do it. So, well, right now, I think that we can live without the Django stubs normally, but generally speaking, type sheds and stubs are way around when in real code it's not really annotated or not sufficiently annotated. And in Redis, I went to Redis Spy. Annotations were much worse than, and I'm completing right now situations when we do one thing and annotation tells you something else. Thank you. Wonderful. Suren, who's going to get a book for the best question? We have prizes from the Peter Publishing House. The question, how do we check in the pipelines? So when we do pipeline checking in MyPy, you can select one of 3 books. Well, there's a stair. Okay, you can select. And super merch from the conference for your presentation. Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you very much. Cool. Friends, after the short break, we are going to dive and we'll speak about architecture. Remember that tonight at 7 p.m. Super party. You have to get registered if you have not. Stand up, networking, desktop games, and have a good day. Professional events, Saturday in the end of the spring. This is the best that might happen to us. Us with experts. Hurrah! Так, Гош, отключай телефон. Встань, подойди ко мне. Прямо сейчас.
Уважаемое профессиональное сообщество, у нас на сцене
Dear professional community,
это значит
we have 3 chairs on the stage, which means, once again, it's going to be a battle.
сейчас будет битва вокруг архитектуры.
Right now, it's going to be a battle around architecture. You know, this old beauty.
Или
How should we say, microservices or monolith? Monolith or microservices? There's a company which obviously
монолита, и вот уже там
started with monolith in the market, and then some 3 years, 7 years, 9 years,
ходит на микросервисную.
they go to microservice architecture. Slowly, gradually. And right now, on this stage, moderator, traditionally, it's going to be Nikolai Hitrov, and he can run, jump. Nikolai, where are you? Third time on the stage. And together with him, Maxim Stolpasov and Anton Davidov.
Друзья, у вас традиционно 20 минут.
Friends, traditionally you have 20 minutes.
Прошел мимо, кулачок мне не дал, у меня гештальт открыт.
You've passed. Didn't give me. A gestalt has opened. Okay, close it.
Да, короче,
Sorry.
у нас, смотрите, прикол в чем? Мы хотели похлевать.
Okay, the cool thing is that we wanted to only work about DDT and Python, but when we started discussing, they say, okay, you think the same way? Yes. And what about this? The same. So we didn't find a conflict of interest in order to make it more interesting. And we started to think, why don't we deploy something crazy about monolith and microservices? So whatever guys are going to speak, it doesn't mean that they think the same way, but we wanted to think about some absurd situations and the point of view, and because both of our colleagues, they love to talk compared to the previous one, I will time them very strictly because each one of them will speak 3 minutes and then they will split and share, as like in real debate. So who wants to begin? Who wants to begin? Who wants to begin? Who wants? I'm the second. Okay, maybe scissors, rock, paper.
Мой вопрос, значит,
My question. When we speak about monolith and microservices, it's always there's an argument around the condition. When you're in monolith, it's much similar. When in microservices, it's better to follow this and that. But what about microservices? What about state management? Domain objects, aggregates, consistency of data. I'd say that's my question. The time. Yeah. Because it's the weakest part of our questions, I will go on the other way. Nobody knows how to make microservices because they're not focusing on business problems, as Fowler was said. Services is just the name and not business services and services. So if we're speaking about not real microservices that Fowler was speaking about, then everything's bad. But if we're speaking about real microservices, where service is a business service which is doing something, then everything's much simpler because services are isolated, transactions are not needed, therefore thresholds are defined and no extra calls between them. Therefore, the condition is much easier to be synchronized, and if you will remember that strong consistency does not exist and there's only national consistency and business only version consistency, then you can easily use any replication methods with a proper time limit of replication, and the problem should not exist. That's why we get this story that we have a set of business services, each one of them relatively can be isolated within themselves and nothing should be synced because it's a separate monolith. Therefore, but it's a cool thing. And then we can easily check different technical ideas and understand how it works. Therefore, if you need to throw something away, and otherwise don't think too much about synchronization of conditions. If it's a simple replication like in databases. Do I have a lot of time? Yeah, you still have 1.5 minutes. Oh my God. Let's move on. It's a very small point here. Yeah, we can stop and give... can I take more time for the next one? Oh, you're smartass. No, you can make a resume. Okay, briefly, the story is that if we're speaking about real microservices, which are about business services, thresholds of business services as it was initially defined, and not that stupid shit that everybody calls service of the users. It's a service. This is not a service because it's not about the business services. So in such a case, the condition change is only in the framework of the services, and therefore it's much simpler to synchronize the condition because it's not changing outside of the service. Therefore, this problem partially is falling away. But even though if this problem does exist, we still have financial consistency, which can be used for replication, asynchronous, and we shouldn't worry about that. Okay, round. Max, are you ready to answer? What about monoliths? Yeah, time's up.
Атомарность, консистентность,
Consistency,
изоляция.
isolation, atomicity, sustainability. Round.
Все это есть в нашем
All this exists in monoliths, and microservices don't have it.
Те, кто работает с микросервисами,
Those who work with microservices, they look with jealousy to those who work with monoliths. What can we do? We can put the system in one request. It shouldn't be done like that, but this possibility does exist.
кто работает в микросервисах,
And those who work in microservices, they look how in one call we removed everything from the base and answered to the user what can be done in microservices. Go to other microservices in order to create this answer. That's why
в монолитах,
basically in monoliths,
сервисах нет. Ну и
in microservices, it's not like that, not as easy. So
по поводу
I would like to put you a little cherry on your cake about condition change. You don't need SAGs in monolith.
определенных транзакций.
We don't have distributed transactions.
Пытался это делать.
And those who try to do that, you will understand all the beauty of the absence thereof.
Я думаю,
That's why in the question like this,
никакого смысла здесь монолит.
there is no sense. Monolith breaks those microservices in one shot. Okay, equal round. Okay, reference. Yeah, I understand your reference. Yeah, clever guy. Well, you still have some time, and we will ask more questions. Okay, let's move on. I have the next favorite topic, of course, about SRE. So what about the load? What about stability? There are different holy wars about what's better, what's holding better, what works better. Okay, Max, you were the second. Now you're going to be the first one to answer this question. How good monolith about this? Well, I just got ready.
Давай я.
Okay, I'll do the first.
Смотрел предыдущий
Okay, what do we have? I've been looking at the previous bottle,
по поводу Django.
the first one, about Django and microservices. They also been killing poor Django that it's not able to do something.
В целом про монолиты и нагрузку.
Generally about monolith and load.
Shopify.
Do you know company Shopify? You know these guys, they are holding the billion of transactional operations in monolith and they don't worry at all. Okay, let's think about it. GitHub. Okay, 10 years they've been living with monolith and they started breaking not because of the load. They were able to hold it. Well, normal monolith can hold up to 50K RPS. And if you have 10K, it's only 1% in the internet. Well, my God, let's be sincere. How many projects like that do we have? Single numbers, few numbers. What else I would like to say? Well,
Расхваливают микросервис.
the microservices are too overrated for their loads, but what's the interesting story about it? You know, if you want to put down microservice, it should have tracing. Because if microservice is without tracing, then you become into the genius investigator who searches for a pimple on the body of the elephant. And no matter what it is, you create tracing. Tracing does what? Cuts our productivity by half. Then we add inter-service cooperation, which gives additional latency, then realization of deserialization, then you add distributed transactions, and with this distributed transaction, you just put it all and you don't have your beautiful performance of your microservices. That's it. You killed it.
Round.
Round.
Ну что, Попробуешь ответить ему?
So, will you reply? I will. Well, it's very funny in the Python track to hear examples from GitHub and Shopify written on Rails as an example of how the distributed code should be written as a previous Ruby Rails. Well, speaking about architecture, please come to Ruby Rails. Rails is very scalable, it's wonderful. But seriously speaking, GitHub and Shopify, this is not monolith because geo-replication, geo-sharing, and other things available, a lot of info. So it's more to microservices, specific distributed structures. So that's what it is. And if we're speaking about microservices, then we have wonderful story like reliability, where if one service is dropping, potentially, if we're speaking about business service, it drops, other business services work. Look at monolith. If something is going to fail, nothing is going to work. Scalability will work for specific things instead of scaling monolith, which is 64 gigs of RAM. You can scale one service which is written on Go, and it's a 30 megabyte of RAM, and you can scale it to eternity. Forgive me if you know what should be scaled, because immediately, okay, let's do it here, let's do it here. Stop, don't stop. You did have your time. So generally speaking, we get elasticity very high. When you have under big load, you should scale thanks to Kuber, because small service can be scaled much better than big monolith for 20,000 pods. And variability is higher, elasticity, reliability, and other characteristics. And even if it's not going to be enough, you can always go to event-driven architecture style, which becomes even faster, even more distributed, even better, scaled, better reliability, etc., etc. While if you look at monolith, scalability or elasticity, they are very low in those approaches, because this is all the same monolith application. There is no modularity in architecture, etc., etc. At the same time, in monolith, there could be a situation like a lot of layers, especially when you have controller, which calls object service, which calls model, which gets data from database. After this data is being realized, and then no business logic, and there's only a billion code of different layers between themselves, which does the same thing. At the same time, performance issue happens because if you write everything on the Python or Rails, God forbid, then at a certain moment of time you have a history that you have to do something, and then you should write it on C, or you can take and make another new service on Rust or whatever is fashionable and use it, and everything's going to be wonderful. That's it.
Совсем за умных еще монолиты до одного кванта масштабируются, но это...
And monolith can be scaled up to 1 quant. That's it. It's a small thing. Okay, equally, I can see in your eyes, Max, he wants to reply to all your reliability and other ability. Max, are you ready to reply, or are we going to dig deeper, or you want to move on? Honestly speaking, I fell asleep on half of those ability. I would sleep, especially I was caught by the fact that modularity is not available. It is. Rails didn't catch you, no. Python is the slowest one, and Rails is much faster. Oh my God. When I talk to the Pythonists, they say, oh, Rails is faster, blah, 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 blah.
Ладно, окей, ты уложился, видимо,
Okay, you're able in a slower, smaller timing. Okay, let's move on. What about, you've been talking about the topic of stability. I liked it, but we didn't disclose it completely. What Monolith can say in reply about the failback points? When the microservice became stable, when point of failure addition makes the system more stable. It's laugh. I'm laughing at it. I don't understand it. For example, I have a monolith. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a cool thing. I was thinking about it. You telling me that you can scale in microservices. Of course you can. Usually, immediately, like a monolith. Okay, let's scale everyone because we don't understand where do we have the bottleneck. So we raise this one. Okay, still slow. Okay, let's lift this one. Okay, let's remember about a service mesh. I don't know, STO or what are you making it off? And plus 32 resources immediately. Boom, you catch it. Oh my God. And where is this stability? Well, I can say only that if we're speaking about distributed monolith, then everything's valid, and I do agree, but we're speaking about microservices. So each one of them can do microservices and not distributed monolith, and from this point of view, it happens that even if one business service drops, it doesn't mean that you will not be able to give your money to pay for something that doesn't work on the business side and get some money for it, and generally speaking, continue your development, think about modularity. Well, I'm speaking about something else, like you have good microservices, they have good tracing, etc., and observability is pretty good, but somewhere on the path out of 5 of yours, what the distributed monolith, I'm coming to this. So it's somewhere breaks in a narrow bottleneck. Sorry, but generally the system becomes slower. Just in case. And you don't know where you have to scale, and you start scaling all these systems and not specific microservices. Well, wait, if you're saying that you have good observability, that it means that you know where and what, and I'm not going to repeat this word so that I wouldn't be banned. That's why you already know, because you knew that you have good observability and good separation. In monolith, you can get the same thing. The availability doesn't give you this knowledge. Well, you know what is the business service, which one fails and which doesn't keep the load, and that's what you scale. Well, he is eating your time for the answer. For your answer. That's what you've been giving. Okay, I will define with my time. You know, these two, they have to be. But what was the question? I don't know. You already gave him the possibility to answer and you moved in some other direction. Okay, the next question is, we have some more time left about development process. And this is the most painful topic, because if everything is understandable about the load, you understand how much it's understandable. But from the point of view of development, how can you build a process between people, because people try to invent something new all the time. So let's try to have intro. Okay, how should you develop the development process with microservice architecture, with monolith, and why it should be done this way and not the other way? Should I begin? Okay, if you are a great Wolf or a former front-ender, ex-front-ender for microservices, and because every 5 minutes new thing is being published, and every time you can use CV-driven development so that you have the coolest and best resume on the market, whatever market, and you get a lot of money from it. If you want to be serious, I don't want to speak about it, but you can write any language, you can use any language, and you can cover any market demands. If there's not enough of Pythons, you need Gophers, you hire more people in Gopher, they get crazy from Python, they leave, you hire Java people don't get crazy from it, and that's how you live. At the same time, business always has different stories when they need something new, and if this new by properties is different from what you've had before, then you cannot do it in monolith because you will not achieve proper characteristics. Microservices is the only approach that can be applicable for you, because otherwise you cannot do it. You will have to divide all this shit into different properties, while you can easily select proper, applicable for every business service, applicable language, and you will do the swap integration with some bank which is 20-year-old. You take all Java, the rest of the code on Python or Go. You don't touch anything else. Everything is wonderful. Everybody likes it. If you've been listening to experts like us, and only to the microservices you can sell Kafka, because in monolith, who will buy it from you, especially in micro business? But if you are a company, then vice versa. How else will you hire people only through Kafka? Because that's the only way how you can hire real specialists. At the same time, honestly, it's enough to have 1, 2, depending on technical, skillful people who will define threshold for the services, and then you can hire juniors, and be happy with life, because juniors will work in their own periods. But these intercommunications between services, well, you can easily process them with 1, 2 expensive, skillful guys. At the same time, in case with monolith, you have questions like like the deploy price, because it's always long and expensive. With microservices, these could be separate microservices which can be deployed with any time to market. For example, for C part, you need a week, and for new features, you need 1 day, and you can easily do it. If, for example, stability problems, deployability with stability, because test counter, it will take a while, and microservices, you can always lift one service, you can test it, and interrelation between services can stay in a black box, and you can be happy about life. And my time is coming to an end. Yeah, 9, 8. Yes, so if you want to sell resume, microservices is your choice. If you want to hire, microservices is your choice. Your time is up. Max, will you answer? I think your answer will be the final one, and we will finish. And your time is starting.
Он так прекрасно рассказывал. Ну, просто...
He was telling such a beautiful story. Just deploy and raise your selection of microservices. Well, I would like to begin by saying that, first of all, for Monolith, you don't need so many people as for the microservices. It's a small team which completely satisfies business by DTM in most of the cases. But when we speak about microservices, then we immediately mean that there are some distributed teams which, you know, need SRE as like the air they cannot live. And, you know, you increase your headcount crazy. But when you start talking about deploy and cooperation between the team, the development process as such, then we have eternal soul about how these teams should cooperate. A special beauty is when a certain team lost a person and he went on vacation, and you're waiting until he comes back so that you would complete those changes, so that our team would do something else from this feature. The same story with the backlog of another team. If you cannot influence it, it's has a 1-year schedule, and you have to wait 1 year in order to make a new feature into production. What TTM? TTM is measured within one team. Oh, they have rolled up good changes. Beautiful. Another team have rolled up their own changes. Beautiful. But, well, they're about different features, but real ones, real final complete feature was not rolled up in a sum up. Especially, let's remember, have you often seen the situation that feature takes one microservice? Usually, this is very seldom anymore. Usually, 2 microservices take for the feature, 3 microservices, and sometimes you have to simultaneously roll them up because they cannot work separately, because legacy code, well, you didn't want to support legacy code. And then it should be deployed not once, and in order to have all these dependencies from 2 microservices, you want to support them, you need to have 3, 4 roll-ups. No convenience at all. It's all myth.
Ну и, собственно, давайте вспомним про онбординг.
And let's remember about onboarding. When you get a new person in a team, and we have a zoo of those microservices, zoo of languages. Oh, it's so fun to tell him what kind of a system do we have, what it consists of, and which language is being used. And it was a cherry on the pie. That's it. Well, this is the end of the third battle, and let's traditionally give hands. Who votes for microservices? Voting begins. And who is for monolith? Well, you had a penalty point for entering in the wrong time. So technically... Yeah, joke. It's a joke. So thank you very much for coming, guys, for giving us such a beautiful shit and a fan. Okay, hands to our beautiful speakers.
И поделились с нами просто
and sharing with us their beautiful information and emotions, and to the moderator who drops it on the fan together with the speakers. Thank you very much. It was beautiful. Yes, friends, in 7 minutes we are going to have round table about inner source. They gave me this word on the paper. Inner source for the corporation. You know, it's like development from within, like open source, but inside of the company. Something like that, but inner development. You do it here, but then they go somewhere to travel, and then from other they boom, and took it. Depends what you mean by travel. Okay, let's not give any spoils. Okay, wonderful, beautiful.
Хорошего всем вечера. Круглый стол будет жарче.
Good evening. Round table will be higher. Promise you.
Друзья, вот и подошел к главному сегодняшней Python Day.
We have approached the final event of the Python Day. Are you alive? No.
Как настроение?
In the end of the sprint, what about your mood? Hee-hee.
Да-да.
When you go on vacation, never. Okay, traditionally, do you give your hands an applause, and I will give you the names of heroes who will speak about where in the corporate world there is a place for open source, what is to be done with it, and how engage should be spammed. Okay, let's begin with SberTech. How can we go without SberTech? Alexander Belosarkovsky, Executive Director in shorts. That's it. Welcome, welcome. Here's your microphone.
Можете присесть в любое кресло.
You can sit down in any chair. Well, because the main chair is in your office. Yeah, that's it. Okay, wonderful. The next one, out of the X5 Tech Team Lead, Anastasia. All next.
Так.
Yeah.
У тебя часто последние буквы путают в фамилии? Да?
Do they mix your last letters in your last name? Like your Onyx?
Да. Олеск.
Okay, good.
Все запомнили.
Olesk.
И человек, которого вы просто уже
And the person,
породнились уже сегодня. Прямо
I think you became relatives to the person from the point, Nikolai Petrov. Hey.
Друзья, прошу вас взять микрофоны.
Please take your microphones and remember that at 7 p.m. it's going to be dinner. So we should finish before that, and in everything else, I trust you. Who are the stars? Oh, this in vain, that's in vain, that's in vain. It's in vain that you trust us. We are not going to release the people. Well, the security guys will come and will kill us. So it's very good that at the safety conference you will have those strong guys who can come and press. Okay, hello everybody, we see each other. Let's speak about the internal development, very strange animal. We speak a lot about it in companies, but nobody knows how to do it. So my first question, do we agree with the thesis that nobody knows how to do the inner source? Well, the lady should be the first. Lady first. And I will follow you. Well, it's a good invention. Lucky you, very convenient. Okay, I agree with the fact that I've never seen how the inner source was done properly. So it exists. I believe that somebody can do the inner source. I've seen books, I've seen slides, and I've seen that people were sharing their experience about good inner source. So it does exist, but not very good. What about you? I'm very skeptical. Recently, in the beginning, I've been participating in Microsoft Inner Source, then Ecotech, and right now in SberTech, but I'm going to be speaking about Microsoft and about general practices. Basically, I would like to tell you that it's 50-50, and then I will disclose my idea, because it's very difficult to answer your question about Inner Source, because generally speaking, it's 50-50. Let's disclose the topic. It's interesting where it comes from, but I have a feeling that guys who came to us, they already faced this situation if this topic is interesting to them. So I would like to speak about the real meat. Why do we use it? When it gives the benefits, and how it should be prepared, how can we approach it? For example, you have a feeling that as if you need it and the company is ready for it. How did you face this inner source? And maybe somebody started with your company, or maybe you came and it was available and you started developing it. Yeah, ladies first. Well, I would like to begin about the development of the inner source. I faced that we started developing it, and we were lucky. We had a good team. The business requirements have not been described. We had 2.5 months, and everybody was supercharged. We have rehired people. We started writing and then distributing and supporting and post. Then we had BTA repository. Then we went into the internal meetup. We started telling people about it, but nobody was using it. That's it. I've heard interesting words, business requirements. Honestly, I cannot think about it. For me, inner source, it's a story where developers were sitting, developing something, and then say, well, we do the same thing. Let's do it together. And then you came from the point that business participated in it. No, I'm saying that the team was hired and we had to make a product. product, but there were no business requirements. We could not do it. So people were not involved. It's a good tool. We needed some tools to speed up our work because MVP has not been pushed away. So we created very convenient tool set. Convenient boxes, some utilities in order to speed up the feature. I read the subtext so that, people shouldn't be staying without work. They should work. And we have approached a very important topic. Why do I think that it's 50-50? Because if we're speaking about the story, which is most likely about developer decided to inner source something and then decided to open source something, this is a story about where it hates, when it works normally. But the problem is when it starts working not single time, not twice, but when you can discuss it with your boss, why do we do all of this? Why do we pull this out of the stream? But when it becomes into a stream of reused components, which are important for the company, then we see a problem here because this community, it's a fun process and it has to become a business process inside of the company. And then we have this problem that could not be overcome by anybody in my history. Microsoft in Amazon approached it in the best way, and I will tell you the inner source structure in those companies, at least how it was 7 years ago when I participated in it. But this story, everybody's thinking that inner source is a story about something staying inside. But if you take a component that you say, okay, I would like to share this component with internal community, suddenly, after a certain period of time, you figure out that why don't we share this with external community? And then it's an open source. And then we have cybersecurity, and then we have somebody, and we have a lot of others to participate, and everybody's asking why. And then when they ask you why for 10 times from different projects, then they say, don't you want to tune up this process? And they say, and who should be involved into this? And developer don't want to do that. To fill these regulations, information security guys, they don't want to do that. True. That's why business requirements are such. Well, they say, okay, this is super important, not even for the project, but in the process. It has to be included into the process because in Microsoft, for example, inner source and open source, these are the guys, those who wanted to do it. They filled up the questionnaire, which said what goal it gives to the business. Something that you want to inner source, something that you want open source. Why does anybody need it except for you? And you don't always need it. And it's about the story when you take with a goal for open source because you don't want to bring it into the external community. Internal community, you don't have those problems or less of those. If it's an inner story for the developers inside of the company, it can be something very specific for the company and it's not going to be useful for others in open access. Or something will end up on the meet when some of the developers say, we want to go to the open source and we're ready to do something, and security guys say, no way. That's it. Also, you've been speaking about metrics. He says, well, you have to pay attention to the fact that we have to start thinking about exchanging practices and select something when every time when you integrate with a certain team, you think, oh my God, it's going to be awful and you cannot evaluate this task. Very often happens in my experience, if we do something with our products, everything's super, then you need to integrate with somebody, you cannot evaluate it, you create 21 story points because deadlines, and everything is burning, and it's very awful and complicated. And this is a wonderful topic. It's about the resources, and it happens that if there are certain infrastructural tasks that we are solving very often, they are solved inside of the team by its efforts and inventing the wheel in every team over and over again, or when you put it to something common. But what I've noticed that in common solutions, people are not supporting it more often. It happens like that. And this story, like, who will give our resources? Where do we take it from? Have you faced a situation like that? Yes, of course. But maybe you will add something to this. Well, I would like to propose to you, because I think that we went too deep into the situation, and when I'm listening to you, we are discussing the same topic on different levels. Okay, let's do a step back and try to remember what you wanted to say. So let's say, what is an inner source for us, for the company, for the developer? Let's not touch the developer. Well, the developer, one inner source will not do anything like it, because it's not inner source. Well, they have shared it with the community. Inner source is a process, to my point of view, and it's dedicated, as many postulate, for the inner source to reduce the number of repeated code, because everybody are going to share their libraries, how they convert JPEGs into PDFs. Everybody should have his own library written and rewritten. And to my point of view, it doesn't really work. I haven't seen a single metrics which has been confirming to this, but maybe I'm not so strong about it. But there's another story about the community, that it's the inner source, and basically it's a community. And number three, for me, this is something that I've seen. Inner source helps to open source. Somebody wants to go the open source. Why? Why should we sell it out? And for example, they say to put your project, we are not going to use. Я не могу переводить. Make a product, and what should be thought? If it's inner source, and this is also very important. After the project, we go into the product. For me, this is inner source. This is very tough, because for me, inner source is very simple. Like you're speaking about some common code, which is reused, but not from the point of view. And the objective is not to reduce the doubling. It's not the goal. The goal is to save the resources, do something useful, which brings money, instead of doing something that we are doing. What is inner source for me? So when we are sharing all the solutions and we're not reinventing every time, but we investing them, and we do it jointly. And this problem pops up for matrices, how to evaluate them, and for the resources. But most likely the question is how it can be used. Simple libraries, maybe infrastructural services, possibly when you put in some to common logic, some service which is not pulling out outside, but for some part of the logic it's responsible, where plus minus technical. Do you agree with that, or something else? Any authorization, and you can put it out there. Many other things can be separated. About inner source, when I'm speaking about it from my experience, this is not as global as you say, and I never faced the situation that the person says, I want to go to open source. And inner source, you can train yourself, because basically those people who lead this activity, they face this situation. How will I support it? I need the documentation. I need so that people would use it, and I need the project. I need to tell about this project and say it, so that it will be disassembled 50 files, so that it would be easier for the people. And this is a very common experience. And from my experience, we've been saying that, some people, some common services were done, and simply speaking, in X5, very often leads changing projects, because we start certain project, you bring to support, you give it the support, and then it was following me, and with the strength of developers and teams, and we've been supporting, if this was participating, we've been supporting these projects.
Well,
you've been supporting it. For example, you had... Where is the magic for the resources? The magic, but a big number of doors. If you enter the wrong door, there could be a lot of problems. So you have an inner repository, mono-repository, or not mono-repository, GitLab with 1,000 repositories. And you decide to solve your project, and you put it into the inner source. So what is inner source, and how people will learn about that? This is also very important. What's next? How it is done for you? I can tell you as it is done on my side and how I was doing that. It's very interesting because I'm talking a lot and Oля is looking at me with such eyes.
Скажу, вот ты говоришь,
I'm telling you like that, and they've been supporting. But what is supporting? Where did you publish it so that everybody would use it? Why I'm asking it? Because I've been facing the situation when people want to have an inner repository, in the inner GitLab, for example, open a repository. But you cannot open repository, they tell you. This is also a good tag.
Открытая инфраструктура в этом плане, и у нас есть отдельный space, например, под определенный.
And there is a separate space for certain common solutions, and you don't have a question open, close. You can't. If you want, you post it.
Да, в X5 тоже мы сами создаем, но в Git.
Well, X5 we do create it, and the folder should be open for the read, and the Python community is being developed as in a Telegram, and internal meetup goes to it. Previously you can hold it, and right now it's more often. And you tell about it in X5, the implement practice of inner overflow.
Вот, и там тоже удобно, если ты хочешь, например, что-то продвинуть.
And if you want to advance and promote something, there are questions how the authorization is made, or maybe some other solution.
Конвертирование файлов, что-то общее. Вот скидываешь ссылку, вот у нас, например, все написано.
And you drop the link, and you can look at the example.
Замечательно, если это открыто, да? А вот вопрос, когда нельзя открывать вот это вот там типа кибербез.
And for example, if you cannot open the cyber security, but what is to be done? What do you think about it?
Как будто редкий кейс.
It's a seldom case. So it depends, depending what. If my source, we are posting some libraries for tracing, for logging, etc. But what about the security department? Same library as in open source. There is no data for the company, nothing specific. No.
Давай не будем, мы можем не выйти после таких слов.
We may not float out from after this word on a security conference.
Там, как у меня один СБ товарищ говорил, везде можно найти пароль.
And you can always find a password
явку какую-нибудь у вас в коде, поэтому
or meeting point in your code. So you open it.
Мало ли как еще, да?
And
слушай, ну вообще это линтеры решают. Ну, то есть, если у тебя
and Intels decide
это тоже, кстати говоря,
if you have a good pipeline for these projects and this is part of inner source,
хорошие практики, компоненты,
components where you can reuse the case for GitHub Action, and for GitLab there's a knowledge of the component, catalog, public catalog, space GitLab, and you can figure out these settings as inner source of the process. You can put linter and use it, for example, as if you can do in such a way and not attracting every time security people and put signatures every time. Why do I say that? Good way is something that we create. For example, we want to use inner source story, want to share it from to, and then ideally we have to create for the inner something, the area which is approved. We call it inner source, for example. We create communication channel. And here's the basis of this inner source.
Согласен, но есть еще интересный момент, что бывает, что это не одна точка
входа. But there's another interest.
А это комьюнити, который по каким-то...
But this is community, which under certain principles, for example, stacks or directions, back and front end, and they have small inner sources, and they are not cross-overing with each other. So they were born in different times with different processes, rules and regulations, and they live somehow. So what about us? How I've seen in some other companies, it doesn't have single coordination as it can be, and they continue having so multiplicity between different teams, and they reuse it. Well, by the way, this is a good question that I would like to discuss and find out what about you, because constantly I see the same problem. People write for themselves, then I need it in 5 other services, for example, and I'm technical lead for 3 teams, and I want to have this single solution and update it, and let's do the single set of libraries for a certain component. They pull it out, and then people say, okay, let's try to use it for longer, and that's it, and then they choke. So we have a doc, it was written, it was developed, and then new people come, and then people from other teams come, and then they look, well, I don't like something about it. it and I don't pull it into my services? Have you faced this situation yourself, and how were you fighting this? And shouldn't it be fired? And is it normal? Because of this, in the inner source, there are several versions of libraries which do the same thing. For example, one framework for web, several frameworks which process web requests, several libraries which are responsible for logs and settings. 100% like that. One boilers and FastUp, I've seen at least 5 of those inside. And as I've told you in the beginning, we started talking about Meetup, and people were asking questions. Wow, that's cool. And afterwards, we are not going to use it. They put the like, maximum 10, and out of them 5, 7 where I've seen those. Well, this is some local inner source, and as if this is normal, and we can go from inner source to the company where we define it in the KPIs. Maybe nobody needs it. I think that somebody does. Maybe nobody needs it, and this is a normal process. Well, that's why I'm saying that 50-50, and I'm not confident because reusage of massive code. Well, I haven't ever seen this, and it has objective reason because all big tech, and I'm speaking about big tech because I've been working in big tech. I haven't been working, unfortunately, I haven't been working in non-big tech. So it's surrounded by legacy, by so much, and not only legacy, and other technological fleet, and other processes, and other roadmaps that simply take and go, and in the moment, okay, oh, good component, it was realized, and it's realized by 30%, and then I will go and do this. To my point of view, it is very complicated because when you do it in big tech, you're surrounded with the process as a baby.
Значит, для того, чтобы поменять тех-стек, тебе нужно там утвердить.
So if you want to change a stack tag, you need to have some kind of approval and confirmation of information security department that you don't have some stupid shit. Especially if in this component you have some open source component. Everything has to be rolled up. The level of problems. Yeah, look through these bombs. And maybe you're not even confident what's going to happen there. And that's why there is a question that there's one team, and it's super respondent. It shares, it talks, it does it, and top management sees it and say, okay, we use products from this cool thing. Okay, let's share with your things. The second team sits there, and they from achievements, they have something that they started to write properly in the Markdown, for example. And it happens that between them, there is a basic process of cooperation in the inner source, code exchange, and it's very seldom. So they have developed the following thing, open source maturity model, which looks like open source maturity model, the first level. The product group doesn't do anything, like it's closed, it's sitting there. In Microsoft, it was Windows group. Nobody knew who are those people, where are they, where do they live, and who writes Windows. It's a very closed group. But Azure, for example, the cloud group, it's a very open group. The second level is when we have a readme in a repository can be read, and the third, we have a contributor agreement, which suddenly should be inside of the company, because simply from developments, you cannot take contribution from another development team if you put it into your repository, which you open in open source. And number 4 and number 5, when you are on such level that you're not just accept contributes, and you create internal community, and these are your tools, etc. So it seems Visual Studio Code went up to the 5th level, where It's really popular. Open source, yeah. It was born within this story that Visual Studio Code, when it was born, it was a role model for all others. Microsoft was saying that if we are going to be able, as Visual Studio Code, it's going to be wonderful. So it's an example, successful example. Everybody were following it, yes. And it was rolled up into the open source logically because the product group was with the product in their hands, and they helped to make a product. But in principle, it was not decided like that. Yeah, it was very complicated, so it's very difficult how it was decided. In the big tech, there is a lot of projects, and they are decided in one way, but they do it differently. Well, it's a classical one. It's not only the big tech. Was there any support from the company, or this was done by developers? In the business process, to my point of view, it never goes into the business process. What is a business process? When developer wants to inner source something, they fill the questionnaire, send it to the box, not where they know, but from which never returns. And he sends something, and some inner source programs office gets in touch with the 2-3 people virtual team. Then they ask him and give instructions about what, how, ask from CTO, CPO, whether it's normal. So this person is, his main work is to do inner source in the company or not. Because in all these stories, what is interesting about them, small, big companies, as for me, at a certain moment of time, you face the situation that you have a product, and main team will find a product, and all the goals, all the KPIs, and everything else is connected to the results of the product. So everything which is related to what can be brought to the inner source, it's a technical situation, which for product is a technical debt. Well, spending 10 sprints for product or sprint on TechDoc or something else. What TechDoc? We have these goals, we're moving in this direction, and we're doing this, and it happens that nobody's involved in this debt until the moment when they finish the product situation, and it never ends for the seldom exception when somebody was not able to do their part of work. So what is the question? Big techs immediately have teams which are involved in the inner source, or maybe they don't have it. No, in principle, both big techs and regular companies, it goes down to somebody. Additional role. Yes, I'm noticing that it's going down to DevRels, partially to some developers, but they're involved in some other activities. As you properly said, to show the usefulness of inner source, it's very difficult as the open source. Because they should generate processes which is not ready for the DNA of the company, and then developer comes. And the most important thing is that if you want to build in the source in the company, please don't come alone. One person is not a warrior. You should have a manager which can speak management language and knows KPIs, and you should have a developer which is going to make the site for free of charge, always free of charge. And right now on GitHub, they have this, how you call it, scanner of the inner source, a lot of other repositories, after generation can be done, and a person who will protect this story under the management, because top management will see that developer is doing something in the source was created by themselves inside, and they will say, what is that? Yeah, there was a question. They wanted to make a presentation about your inner source and one of the libraries, and every time we're saying, okay, yes, I will go and learn about it. Okay, can you tell me please about this? Yes, I will go and learn about it, and then I will learn. I say, okay, please. And they say, I will go and figure out this as well. And no, and it's not going to happen. But it worked. Or maybe you had some kind of a manager. It's information security. Yes, this is something that I was speaking about before. Desire to go to the open source. The company, information security, will say, we're not going to look at any other options. That's it. But what have you tried? What else have you tried? I'm a person who have not reached it, and I'm doing it open source, for example. And one of the life hacks, you first do it open source, your library, and then you you pull it as a dependency, as a mirror inside, and you develop it inside. And this is how we run the system. Invert the dependencies. And what is interesting, what have you tried? Call a manager, call father, uncle who works as a director. What else can be done? Yeah, manager of the direction, DevRel should help you with that. And we also had a meeting with a group of security guys, but we never came to the code review. We didn't have some arguments for that. So they, even due to some risks, they didn't look at the code. And they went around. DevRel, nobody else helped you. Well, it's very interesting. Possibly, truthfully, there should be some benefit for the company. The only argument there can be, well, we can put it, it's going to be X5 point, and people are going to be using it, but it's not a sufficient motivation. So, it doesn't work like some kind of a PR. Well, there should be a solution that the company, for example, wants to go to the open source. For example, it cannot go up from the developer.
Наверное, 100% этих вещей я видел от...
100% of those cases I've seen initiatives from developers, and maximum from products, projects, etc. And from top management, well, top management has something else on their plate. And that's why, while it's some local activity, nobody's going to be interested in that. And you can speak about it in conferences, but it's until the first large-scale case. For example, somebody's writing about it, and what about something, telling about the project which is in the inner source. For example, in the PK high load, I have a certain virtual rule that speakers who come with presentations about the development, which you cannot touch with your hands, we're not taking it. It is difficult to even understand the story importance for some of us. Well, it did happen for us, like we've been doing it like 3 times, but maybe somehow, because what is going to be the value for the participant of this presentation? Okay, let me try it. Give me some examples of how do you use it and what profit it gives you. That's why I've told you that the next stage after the inner source, 1, 2, 3, of the inner source is the open source. In other words, you want to open source your development, make it work in the inner source internally, create a community consisting of 2.5 people, and in open source you won't have more than that. Open source community for the project, right now it's very difficult to accumulate it, but very often it happens. Very unique cases with electronic soldering machines. Ivan was speaking about it. 7,500 stars. Electronic soldering machines. I don't understand anything about this topic, but it's very serious. It's really serious. That's why, please, work in inner source. Make it into some kind of a product which is understandable to the business, marketing, public relations department. Any project can become such a mini product, and then you can roll it out to mini source, open source. Well, it's a real case, and a colleague was making a library. He thought that it's normal, and I was making a library. I roll it out to inner source. Guys, try it, check it, and give me the feedback. And say, Kolya, get the hell away. We don't want to try it. Or maybe, okay, like, we're not going to use. What should you do in such situation? What do you think? And this is back to the matrices to look who is using that. And for this, we have a service, small service, which passes repository and dependencies in logs and files. And we're looking who and how often uses them. If you look at inner sourced ones, you can see different numbers. I don't understand the question. For example, you are a contributor, you put something in the inner source, you want to put something in inner source, and your community do not use it and doesn't accept it. They say, yes, wonderful, but we have no time. Yes, wonderful, but I don't like the way how it is being done, so I'm not going to use it, and will write another one, but a little bit differently, on different stack, different library, different kernel, but he solves the same problems. What is to be done in these situations? Well, I have a brief answer, and then I'll give the microphone to you. If nobody uses your product or project inside of the company or outside of the company, it means that you don't properly advertise it, or wrong audience, or really nobody needs it. That's
я
it.
хотела добавить про метрику, мне кажется, еще
Well, I wanted to add about matrices. Another important matrix is how many MRs you have in your project and how many other people are involved, not only for the usage, because if we did something, one person did it, of course, it does not satisfy to all the requirements of all the projects. So the number of MRs, how many people use it, how many people will improve their situation because of it. And this is about the support and stability of this application. Yeah, this is pretty cool, and this is a pretty good matrix. I've noticed that there are things which are still being used, but you look at MR and issue which are being opened 1 year ago, 2 years ago, and still not open. And counted. Okay, I will get released from my product task, and I will download it. And then created 2 years ago. Thank you.
Давай.
У меня
Okay, do
долгий
it.
рассказ, я все не могу его никуда впилить.
I have a long story.
X5 эволюционирует с точки зрения inner source.
X5 evolves from the point of view of inner source. We have a team, and I think that at a certain moment of time,
Сейчас цифру вообще из головы у меня.
when there's a lot of development teams, I don't have information about like 100 plus technical teams only on Python. Maybe it's exaggerated. However, at some moment of time, they come to the situation that you get tired from absolutely different projects, different structures, architectures. It's not like we do have a lot of different frameworks on which you can write, but something else, and people invent something new. And at a certain moment of time, anyway, business gets tired of this, and we have a separate team of dev tools, and we have a portal through which
То, что ты по клику, значит, можешь развернуть себе сервис на Django, на Fast.
you can deploy FastApp and Django service, put another boiler, and then it will place. Well, perhaps I think this is a good path after a certain single set of services through which everything is going to be registered, and then you can make people try your logic. So it's a platform team which is involved in this, and it's doing it constantly. Yeah, it's doing it constantly, not separated. Therefore, it's in their goals that it has to be developed, supported. So this is cool, and yes, we are coming to all of this because if it's not in the goals and not resources or priorities will be given to it. But from this point of view, I have some other idea to give you. But who is going to be responsible for the vision of all of this? If you have a team which supports it and develops it, therefore it gives some development vector to this and how it cooperates with consumers of all of this. For example, they will disagree with the vision, with the approach to the solutions. Maybe inside of this platform team, somebody disagrees. What is to be done then? How can you build it beautifully so that it would work and people wouldn't step on each other's feet?
Немного расскажу про
Well, I'll tell you a little bit about us
подход, немного
and about our approach, a little bit because the initiative in Sber and in SberTech,
не может не быть.
of course, we cannot go without it because Sber is a company where we have everything for IT, any experiments, any programs, etc. And it's pretty cool to go here and to see how it's getting developed. Okay, what is very important here? Who is a visionary? And first of all, it has to be sold to the top management, to the very top management, not to the CPO of the platform. The more you as a company you are, the higher you shall sell this company. This is CTO. The CTO of the whole company. It can be the VP on technologies or the executive VP on technologies, because this person, from his own position, this person sees what things are ready and what things are not ready. And then you can say it's not ready. Why? Because in the DNA of the company, you don't have it. These are, genetic pool. You speaking about the culture of the company is not going to be accepted. Yeah. Yeah, the culture. Well, don't care about the culture. Maybe basic processes will be missing. And the bigger you are, the more difficult it is for you to create new process. Simple from one side and difficult from the other side, and too long. For example, if you take big tech, all these reviews, etc., they are, if CTO is going to tell you, review it, and that's it.
Президент по безопасности скажет,
from the safety president, and he will say, I don't have resources to review your inner sources. Give me resources for that. And CTO says, I don't have resources for that as well. And this is an internal loop that might happen. And it is very important to have volunteers. Very often, CTO and VP, they have these ambitions, and volunteers are helping them from this point of view. Those people who basically, well, they can pilot it, they can show it. And who are those volunteers? Well, this is some of the developers, some of the top managers, team leads. It depends on the team. Right now, I think we don't have big tags where good developer cannot go to CTO. I think all the big tags, plus, minus, are available. In Sber, we have a special channel or chat with the VP on technologies, and he's sitting there, gives his comments, and actively involved in conversations. You can give him an idea. So more horizontal connections, and we're moving in this direction. This is a trend for horizontal communications. And you as a developer, you come there and you say, okay, I have an idea. So, what do you think? And then you sell this idea. So, if this is interesting to you, if you want to inner source only one of your projects, then I think you may inner source and post it. But if you want to build the future, then you have to sell it to the top, to the very top. But there's a reverse situation. If you go from the bottom up, you sell it to the top, but we're speaking about the case that you have a separate team which is responsible for it, and they own this in some sense, and they are immediately, there's a process of discussion on a certain roadmap of this vision together with the CTO, or maybe the CTO brings it down to the team, and then this team does some developments which are used by others, and then the conflict begins on this level. CTO approves, business understands it, and then they gave the carte blanche, the budgets are available, but between the platform and developers, there might be a conflict that, okay, guys, we don't like this solution, it's not convenient, it's wrong, or the fact that you do this in the priority, and the fact that we want to do, you will do it on the backlog in a year or in a two. So big it is. So you're saying that they put it down, okay, dear inner source people, do the inner source, or open source, everybody. And colleagues are saying, okay, why do we need it? We see 30 projects, none of them fits us, and you are asking us to get involved in the inner source. We don't have enough time for that. No, I'm not speaking about that. Don't involve people in the inner source, but give them results of the inner source and say that please use it practically and it's mandatory. And they say, we don't want it, we don't like it. It's normal. But this is as if inner source practices when the team is available, but your MR can be done there. As if you have responsible people who have the whole resource, and if something is inconvenient, as in the best practices of open source, you go to them. You gave a good tip to me. It's a really pain point. The other thing is that, for example, it's a framework, inner framework, facade over something, your own realization, and then they come and say, okay, guys, your AGI realization is shit. I don't like it. I take an MR without global, without anything else, and then they say, Kolya, get away, you're offering stupid idea. What should I do in this situation? And I'm the developer. Sasha gave the answer about one or. He will say the same thing, I think. No, I won't. I had this smile like, oh, it's life, I don't know myself. Well, I'm just seeing, we have 20 minutes left. 10 minutes. I just wanted to say that, honestly, I'm very skeptical. I've started with this and I will finish with this. So I'm skeptical about the concept of inner source because it was postulated a long time ago as the increase of productivity of the developers due to reduction or the increase of reusage, etc. So the tech debt question that we've been discussing previously, and there's a problem here that simple components right now are being developed by the AI and assistant, and complex components, nobody needs them because they're unique. For example, unique for the team. There are 3 teams, and that's how they communicate. Nobody else needs it. So for the inner source, you need to search for other reasons to do it. To my point of view, reusage, to my point of view, right now the concept of inner source should be reborn as engineering culture, equalizing the engineering culture on the basis of this inner source maturity module, or however you call it, maturity, quality improvement there should be. Well, in the end run, you should learn to develop and share roadmap of the products, but it's not always available. People come and they say, I don't know what is in your roadmap. And then the second, well, you can put into your roadmap the feature that's going to bring us $1 billion. And the second person says, well, I cannot. I have a 6 months backlog. And this is also can be solved by inner source. Partially, but it's not solving. Yeah, all these dependencies that one has it in his goals, another one doesn't have it. So find a way out. About the conflict with MR, you have to agree. Well, the idea is not good or the team is not good. But how? How? Tell me, please. How did you agree about it? How do we review the code? You are not saying just like, well, that's how I'm entering. I'm saying, guys, you wrote shit. There should be an argument. Okay. I wasn't writing it, that's why. Well, it's a joke. For example, you like some principle, you specify the literature or something else. But when the question is very philosophical, architectural, or something else, then you follow the common concepts. Yeah, for example, we had battles today, and we've been have ironic questions about monolith microservices. No matter how many arguments you have proposed, people who love this idea, they will always stay with their idea, and I can give them millions of arguments that this solution is not going to work. And the person will give me the similar arguments, or he will say that my arguments are not valid. So I'm in a dead end. I don't understand what is to be done. Should I forget? Should I write my own will? Should I, or shouldn't I, as a company? Then should I go to his manager or CTO, or what other options are available in the theory, and what should be done in practical situation? Well, nobody have complained, and in practical life, it's a threat in Git or something that goes into a personal, and generally speaking, it's very open in dialogue. For example, if we have some conflict in technical meeting, this is number of votes. If we have two similar solutions, well, so we have some community participating, maybe some contributors, maintainers. And about maintainers, how they are chosen. I have a question. Well, about voting, I do accept it. Perfect. As if this can be described what and when without coming out of the situation, voting, democracy, etc. But who should vote? How these decisions being made? We give the handlers of the contributor or maintainer. Who should do that? Well, if you don't have a team, then maintainer is the one who promotes this and leases it, this specific service, etc. Is one, but the voting is also going to be by this one person. I like the concept when this is not a separate team, because it usually starts not from a separate team. Somewhere, somehow, the movement by itself, but then on a step-by-step basis, it can go into a separate team for the inner source. But at these stages, how can we find those people who can get these labels of maintainers and who can make those decisions by quorum and voting? Well, you have made it too complicated. Let's make it simpler. About agreements. How one team agrees with another team. It's not an inner source question, it's a question how they find this agreement. And in an inner source, we don't invent something unique. Another thing is that if one team posts a project into the inner source and the second team enters this repository and creates an issue. I don't want a monolith, I want a microservice. Then the first team has the right to close this issue as a toxic one, or I don't know, some other reason. And in a given case, it's also a supplier, like an open source, is responsible only for something that he or she decided that this is better for this project. And if you come and say, please transfer from monolith to microservice, you have to prove why you need it. Same as in the open source, you don't come to Linux, kernel. Yeah, some people come to Linux kernel and they create millions of issues. Dear Linux, please rewrite everything on Rust. And then Linux comes out and says, we're tired to rewrite it on Rust. But they are rewriting it step by step. That's number one. So it's a question on the fact that the second team, if they see application of these practices, like with the open source, with all due respect, come and say, why do you need it, and help us do it. You won't do anything. They won't transfer it just because the second team needs it. The second thing, who's going to be maintainer, if you build the inner source team, global one, you have dozens of projects, then you should have some reviewers of what is coming to the inner source. Because in the inner source, you should have a lot of converters of JPEG and the number of those projects which are brought into the inner source. For example, the company PhDays decided to make an inner source, and they've done, well, thousands of developers and 100 teams. They made a site landing where it says, these people are main experts, they are volunteers, and they evaluate those projects which come to us, and then we promote them as inner source projects inside of the team. So you developers, you bring it, we review it, and then if you go to the review, we advertise it inside of the company. So it happens that it's an option with very strict validation, that there is somebody as a supervisor who makes decision yes, no, yes. And that's when it goes into the business process. And you cannot just take it and in big tech build sharing codes without business processes. They won't let you do it. So basically, somebody should make a decision. Like we have choreography, orchestration, as if comes to orchestration that there's one conductor that conducts everybody. Yes, there is a main technological leader in the company. He says, yes, it's interesting. Then there's a manager who collected a team. There's a community of managers, community manager who called everybody, okay, Java community people, we need 3 people who will review whatever is being posted into the inner source. Maybe it's not that good. And they should follow certain criteria, and these criteria will be on the Python, on Go, or committees like that, 1, 2, 3. And we should have PR manager, etc., who's going to organize events where he's going to show these projects which are being posted in the inner communicator. In the inner community, the person should publish it in a beautiful way, because it's not simply as you write it and drop a picture. Yeah, basically, this is one of the problems. It doesn't work just like, okay, drop it and use it. PR is a very important part for the inner source. It's as if you sell certain product, but in a very complicated, closed circle of people. And when you participate in it as a volunteer, the more it becomes a business process. Well, our time is running out. We have only the strongest people who don't go to the after party but sitting with us. Okay, let's draw the line. A couple of thoughts from you. What is your conclusion? Tell me. Generally, as a conclusion, I can say that in order to make a strong inner source, you just have volunteers and developers, and even one is enough who wants to promote it. And for some companies, this can be absolutely a normal situation, and it can work for them to build inner source within the company. I agree that it has to become a business process, so you need a team. So this team has to be motivated. I think it's not necessarily a separate team. It's even worse from whatever you've been saying. So this is the conclusion it came to. So some separate team which says and wants to be involved in it, they say this is a good idea, and this is a very big group of people. Pretty cool. Thank you very much. Sasha, what do you think? Yeah, I will repeat my idea that if you want to open source something, very often it happens, please try it inside of the company, and maybe someday you will discover that there is initiative and you can show yourself up, and for the first period of time it's going to be a big help for the open source, because you also have to, as an employee, you should gain inner authority inside of the company, and inner source as an experimental team, it's plus minus experimental everywhere. So it can give you very big benefits inside of the company from the visibility point of view. So in other words, you take the goal as open source, but you using it more accurately.
Спасибо большое.
Cool idea, thank you very much. And well, I would like to add something to you. When we've been speaking that we have the same problems, plus minus. So people think, how can we cook it? How can we make it? Like, out of, have you learned it? Well, I haven't learned it as well. I feel so good about it. And okay, using these words of Dennis Statham, every big tech is unhappy in its own way. Something like that. Yeah, but still, this common unhappiness, common problem, it's something that we can speak about and share experience. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for sitting to the end. It was difficult because Auto Party is making noise outside of the doors, and it will take 30 more minutes, but officially it will start in 30 minutes. I'm speaking about another Auto Party, which is real Auto Party. Okay, guys, you should know that, you know. There's always Auto Party behind the Auto Party. And you should just know where to go. Somewhere somebody already started Auto Party. That's what I have to explain. Okay, let's finish this round table. Thank you, our dear speakers, for coming, for talking, sharing your experience.
Спасибо, что поговорил с нами.
Thank you for talking to us. Thank you, dear friends, valuable prizes and merch for participation in this conference. Thank you very much. It was beautiful. Thanks to the great host.
Спасибо большое. Это было круто.
Thank you. This was really cool. And by the way, you can give your microphone to Valentin, because we've been opening together with him and we're going to close together with him. Dear friends, it was a beautiful day, beautiful Saturday, spring. When we've been diving into different topics, we've been sharing our expertise, and we've been making the development world a better place to live. All thanks to you. And right now we should give hands to the organizers of this fest.
Let's
do it as if we have a full audience, so that in the broadcasting everybody would hear this noise. Super. And separately, to all Pythonists of Russian Federation and our guests. Yo! Thank you. My name is still Alexey Brovets. I'm still fan of Kafka as a writer, and I'm just helping to developers to communicate. And this event will be closed by the founder of the Moscow Python community, Valentin Dobrovsky. Yeah. Once again, give some more hands. Please clap. Please clap. Thank you very much, dear friends. And honestly speaking, since the morning I was speaking, thanks to those who came to us early in the morning. Interesting who was staying here since the early morning, the whole day. Let's give hands separately to this great person, Alexei. Wonderful. Great. Separately to those who've been staying with us the whole day, Alexei says, well, this is a wonderful, beautiful spring day, and you are... And I'm thinking, okay, hopefully you felt that this day was not spent in vain. Will they give on our screen the QR code for registration for the community today? Yeah, the after party. If you have not been registered, get registered. 7 p.m. in Lovelace. Next place, it's going to be after party. Right now you can walk out, breathe some fresh air, and then approach by 7 p.m. And then we will start the networking. What's going to be the stand-up? And other things. If you read Moscow Python articles that we've been writing before the fest, you already know what's going to happen. If you haven't read it, then you will learn about it when you will come to the event. Thank you very much, dear friends. And what can I say? Love Python, come to our meetups. And everybody who was with us online all this time, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. And Alexei, by the way, thank you as well. Guys, once again, let's clap to Alexei.
Я очень рад, что
And I'm really happy that this year you have joined us.
Мне тоже
Yeah, I'm also really glad.
чтобы не уходить с работы.
Yeah, give me the sleeping bag so I don't leave my job and I can sleep at work. Yeah, this is to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Hurrah!
Друзья,
The best merchandise in the world. So, dear friends, this is going to be the end of our conference. If you want to hang out inside, you can hang out, you know, but
сказал мега-метап.
I would like to say our mega meetup of Pythonists is announced to be closed. And 7 p.m., there's going to be another meetup in the next room. Hurrah!